Chapter 792, Black Metal Lumps Transformation. Chapter 792, Black Metal Lumps Transformation. Seemingly sensing something, the Star Moon sword on the sword rack emitted a humming, quivering sound. The spirituality of a holy artifact was even stronger than a profound artifact. Even if Yi Yuan already changed his appearance presently, it still recognized that former owner. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, holding the Star Moon sword in his hand. Meeting again, waves of melancholy suffused in Yi Yuan's heart. Star Moon sword was together with him for 200 years. But compared to the limitless cauldron, the Star Moon sword was neglected too much by him. Seeing the Star Moon sword again currently, Yi Yuan actually had an indescribable sense of familiarity. Scenes of the bygone days rolled around inside Yi Yuan's mind as if it was yesterday. Old partner, let's strive together to return to the peak and roam the divine realm unobstructed. The dark cloud around Yi Yuan's body was swept away cleanly. What replaced? It was a resolve to press forward with an indomitable will. The Star Moon sword emitted waves of light humming sounds. Clearly, it was replying Yi Yuan's heroic declaration. Yi Yuan inspected the Star Moon sword for a bit and discovered that it was indeed damaged severely. He did not have many accomplishments in the path of artifact refining. Wanting to let the Star Moon sword return to its peak state, he still had to find an artifact refining grandmaster. But even if it was damaged so seriously, the Star Moon sword was also more than just a level higher than the Shinying sword. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's degree of familiarity with the Star Moon sword was completely not what other weapons could compare to. Falling Flower Floating Zero was created by Yi Yuan using the Star Moon sword. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan chose to enter close seclusion right away. The residences were all provided for by the Holy Land. The security was strict. Yi Yuan was not worried that there would be people casting greedy eyes on his Star Moon sword either. His mind stirred, and Yi Yuan entered inside the vast heaven pag. Oh duh! The black metal chunk suspended quietly in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept over towards the black metal chunk. The golden characters in his sea of consciousness indeed had a reaction. Previously, Yi Yuan just extended his divine sense casually and did not do it seriously. Experiencing it carefully at this very moment, he discovered that the golden character's strange activities were not as intense as he imagined. There seems to be a kind of resonance. But what on earth is this sort of resonance? Apart from this, the black metal lump doesn't seem to have any special aspect at all. Sensing for quite a while, Yi Yuan was rather dispirited too, because the function of this black metal lump did not seem to be as big as imagined. Could it be that spinning these 10 million Earth Essence crystals were really a blunder? Yi Yuan obviously would not be resigned to it. After such a long time, he finally had a chance to explore the profound mysteries of the golden characters. How could he be willing to let slip by? Since there's no reaction, I'll refine you. I want to take a look at just what the H-E-L-L-U-R. But the refining process was not as easy as Yi Yuan imagined. This black metal lump was clearly not an ordinary item. Yi Yuan expended an entire day's time and only refined 1/10. At the rate of this speed, he could forget about refining finish before the compet. Time started, but Yi Yuan did not lack patience. The second day, he refined another 1/10. The black metal lump still did not have any reaction. The third day, then the fourth day. When it reached the fifth day, the black metal lump finally had some transformation. This transformation made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic. On the fifth day, Yi Yuan's rate of progress already refined close to half. On the black metal lump, it actually shed off a hint of gold color emerging. This hint of gold looked like some sort of character stroke. Yi Yuan cross-referenced this to the golden characters in his sea of consciousness for a bit and discovered that there were quite a few characters that matched that hint of character stroke. Could it be that recorded on this black metal lump is precisely this sort of golden characters? I didn't notice before this, but looking at it now, this black metal lump seems rather like a cauldron's fragment piece. Is it possible that this is a deity realm powerhouse's medicinal cauldron's fragment piece? Yi Yuan guessed boldly. The sixth day, the Quasi-Holy Sun Selection Compet. 1. Time was finally starting. The qualifying system of the grand finals was very exaggerated, but it also significantly tested genuine strength. A total of 60 contenders organized from number 1 to number 60. Every day, they would carry out 3 rounds of showdown. The opponents for each confrontation would be different all the way until you finish facing off with all the opponents, which was also to say that each person would undergo a match with the other 59 contestants. Finally, according to the number of victories, it would decide the rankings. These grand finals would last for 20 days' time. This kind of qualifying system did not permit any bit of choosing the easy way. The contestants must go all out for each match before they could obtain a better rank. When Pei Wenxiang saw Yi Yuan, the smile on his face was extremely odd. I heard that you made that Wu family see. Oh, see. KY brat eat a huge loss. Haha, really satisfying. That punk had long rubbed me the wrong way. The moment I recall Wu Jianqing's horse face, I have unspeakable satisfaction in my heart. Wu Jiantong, that brat, doesn't know that you have a gold token and actually even dare to doubt you. Ha ha ha, really killing me. Pei Wenxiang had seen before Yi Yuan's hold token. At that time, he was frightened badly too. This thing was completely not what Earth Essence crystals were able to measure. What was laughable was that Wu Jiantong actually even dared to doubt Yi Yuan's ability to pay. Served him right to eat a loss. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Enough nonsense. Are our numbers issued yet?" Pei Wenxiang did not mind either, saying with a laugh, "Out already. You're number 7. Tang Fan is number 23. Mu Yun is number 51. This number was randomly pulled. There was no good or bad as well. Either way, no matter what, they would run into every opponent. Furthermore, the grand finals this time, every last one of them was not mediocre. Seems like whoever the opponent was did not matter. Number 7 seems pretty good. During which match will I run into that nail and chew? Yi Yuan asked. Help you take a look long ago. You will only encounter him at the 42nd match. But don't lower your guard either. Before him, there are also quite a few formidable foes. You have to pay attention. Pei Wenxiang seemed to have long known Yi Yuan's thoughts and reminded him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was not surprised about this. Rendezvousing with Tang Fan, Mu Yun, and the rest, this group of people gathered at the Crimson Afterglow Plaza. The Crimson Afterglow Plaza was situated at the central zone of the Holy Land. The total area occupied was extremely vast. The selection compet. 1. Time this time was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's unprecedented grand event, and also the stage for the Holy Land's various major families' contest of strength. Therefore, the attention aroused was naturally very extensive too. First Elder, what significance does Holy Lord organizing this selection compet? 1. Time this time have? In my view, Nailan Chu is most surely the number 1. What need is there still for such a compet? 1 time? Tao profound realm powerhouses can already peep into heaven's secrets on the sly. How can the Holy Lord's thoughts be what we're able to speculate? Nailan Chu is indeed the Holy Land's hard to come by in 1,000 years genius. But to say that he's definitely number 1, I beg to differ. The compet. 1. Time this time selected quite a few interesting little fellows. No way, right? Nailan Chu's strength is fully worthy of number 1 in the Holy Land. Even Wu Jiantong is a great deal worse than him. Among the other division compet. 1. Time zone selected. There is actually someone who can have a showdown with him? Haha, you just see later on. The compet. 1. Time had yet to begin, but the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's first elder brimmed with confidence toward the compet. 1. Time this time. Chapter 793. 2 consecutive wins. Chapter 793. 2 consecutive wins. At the Holy Land camp's side, Wu Jiantong and another genius were currently whispering to each other. Wu Shi, you're facing Yi Yuan in your 3rd match today. Deal a vicious blow for me and punish this brat properly. Although the compet. 1. Tie-in forbids killing, crippling him and making him withdraw from the compet. 1. Tying of his own accord are not a problem, Wu Jiantong said coldly. This Wu Shi was another contestant on the Holy Land side. Similarly ninth level boundless, he was the closest with Wu Jiantong. Speaking of this, IIT was coincidental too, a total of 3 rounds of combat. 1. Tying was held today, and Yi Yuan's opponent in the 3rd round was this Wu Shi. So Wu Jiantong went to find him before the combat. 1. Tying even started. The 6 contestants taking part in the combat. 1. Tying on the Holy Land side were all 9th level boundless. Their strength swept away the other division combat. 1. Tying zones. Yi City side, in contrast, the lineup looked rather pitiful. Yang Wenyao, who had the highest cultivation realm, was also merely just 8th level boundless. As for Yi Yuan, he was just 8th level divine traversing. This kind of strength was completely too inferior to show in public in many people's view. Wu Shi's eyebrows jumped, and he laughed in spite of himself as he said, "That divine traversing realm brat? You pa s, said by that star moon soar by a narrow margin, all thanks to that brat, right? Hoo, this boy also doesn't have any eyesight to actually dare offend Brother Jiantong." Wu Jiantong's face turned black, and he said, "Stop talking about such useless stuff. Are you helping this favor or not? After the deed is done, I'll gift you a spirit enlightening pill." Wu Shi was stunned, then was immediately pleasantly surprised as he said, "Brother Jiantong is putting in blood capital this time. All right then, since Brother Jiantong already said it like this, I'll naturally accept deferentially than to decline courteously." Boundless realm breaking through to heaven enlightenment realm was likewise an extremely hard to cross threshold. This was a kind of qualitative leap from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. The upper 3 realms focused more on comprehension towards the Tao. It had exceedingly high requirements towards a martial artist's own talent. After reaching the upper 3 realms, each step that a martial artist advanced would also become even harder to stride forward. This spirit enlightening pill was precisely a miracle panacea to help martial artists break through the middle 3 realms bottleneck and reach the heaven enlightenment realm. This spirit enlightening pill's benefit was somewhat different from the other medicinal pills. Martial artists lacking in talent could break through the threshold of heaven enlightenment realm through consuming spirit enlightening pills many times to comprehend the heavenly Tao. But this spirit enlightening pill, even to the Holy Land's various major families, it was an extremely rare item too, and not obtainable at will. Even though it was only a tier 6 medicinal pill, the degree of its scarcity was not much lower than the flying crane profound torrential pill, which Pei Wenxiang obtained previously. Therefore, in order to thorough cripple Yi Yuan this time, Wu Jiantong had indeed poured in blood capital. The combat. 1. Time commenced. The opponent for Yi Yuan's first match was an 8th level boundless hailing from the Maple Forest combat. 1. Time zone. Running into a divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan in the first match, that 8th level boundless was naturally thrilled in his heart. Looks like the combat. 1. Time this time, my luck is pretty good running into you, this soul divine traversing realm in the first match, giving me an auspicious start. After going up to the stage, that 8th level boundless said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at his opponent with a smile that wasn't a smile, and then he said to the star moon sword in his embrace, "Old partner, let's go." A myriad rain sword blades was unleashed. The opponent's expression changed abruptly. Not just the opponent, the audience spectating beneath the stage were all struck dumb with amazement. TT, that is a supreme, true intent. Oh my G.O.D. That is a supreme, true intent. This divine, traversing realm actually comprehended a supreme, true intent. No wonder a divine, traversing realm can charge into the grand finals. Turns out that he comprehended a supreme, true intent. Also, that sword in his hand, that is a holy artifact, as if it was born inherently for his sword intent. Under the cooperation of the two, the might of this move is more than a level stronger. Beneath the stage was full of exclamations. a divine traversing realm who comprehended a supreme true intent was sufficient to cause a sensation. The most pitiful one was Yi Yuan's opponent. He completely did not foresee the power of Yi Yuan's move. Caught unprepared, he was blasted down the arena directly by Yi Yuan's one sword. It was also that his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Otherwise, this sword could absolutely beat him until he was full of holes. But wielding the Star Moon sword in his hand, it had indeed played a huge augmenting effect on Yi Yuan's supreme true intent. If it were using the shinying sword to display this move, it absolutely would not cause such a threat to the other party. One move finished off the opponent neat and tidily. Yi Yuan wins. The judge announced the results immediately. On the high platform, First Elder's expression also became extremely fascinating. Haha, I truly didn't expect that apart from Nalan Shu, there's still someone able to comprehend a supreme true intent. Furthermore, it looks like the time he comprehended the supreme true intent is already not that short. This divine traversing realm boy, interesting. After Yi Yuan descended the stage, Pei Wenxiang looked at him with a bitter smile on his face as he grumbled, "You, this punk, hid the truth from me so bitterly. I really didn't think that you actually already comprehended a supreme, true intent. No wonder you dared to utter that sort of big talk." Yang Sun was also endlessly surprised and bewildered at the sight. When Yi Yuan was at the Yi City Division Zone, he actually concealed his strength the entire time. And Pei Wenxiang knew Yi Yuan for such a long time and really had not seen Yi Yuan display a supreme, true intent before. Yi Yuan's sword immediately aroused substantial attention. Before this, he might be the least favored among all of the contestants. But the power of this one sword let everyone see his might clearly. Right then, the voice of the judges sounded out on the platforms from time to time. Nalan Chu wins. Wu Jiantong wins. Wu Shi wins. Nalan Chu, these people's strengths belong to the first tier. As long as the opponent's strength was not too powerful, finest. Plussing off the opponent was also something effortless. But compared to Yi Yuan, their speed was still slightly slower by a bit. When they heard that the sole divine traversing realm contestant this time actually knew a supreme, true intent, their expressions became fascinating one by one. Wu Shi suddenly discovered that this spirit enlightening pill did not seem to be too easy to get. His concept comprehension was very high, but it was still a little off from comprehending a supreme, true intent. And just this a little was a nigh insurmountable chasm. Among them, only Nalan Chu alone crossed over this chasm. Scared of what? Even if he comprehended a supreme true intent, he's also merely just a divine traversing realm. With your strength, you're absolutely able to defeat him. My promise from before still stands. Wu Jiantong said to Wu Shi in a low voice. After Wu Shi mused for a moment, he nodded his head and said, "Okay." The reason why he agreed to Wu Jiantong was that he was jealous. In order to comprehend a supreme, true intent, Wu Su expended a huge price. But until now, he kept failing to comprehend as well. Forget about comprehending. His concept comprehension was even a little worse compared to Wu Jiantong. But a measly little divine, traversing realm martial artist? What right did he have to comprehend a supreme, true intent? This punk, I must cripple him, Wu Su said secretly. After all the matches in the first round were done, they rested for 2 hours, then started the second round of matches. Yi Yuan's opponent this time was still an 8th level boundless. Without the least bit of suspense, Yi Yuan blasted his opponent down the platform neat and tidily once more with a myriad rain sword blades. 2 consecutive wins. Chapter 794, Unfair Treatment. Chapter 794, Unfair Treatment, consecutively instant killing 2 8th level boundless realms. Yi Yuan's strength was already indisputable. Previously, those people who thought that Yi Yuan was trying his luck all shut their mouths up sensibly at this time. Just based on these 2 battles, Yi Yuan entered the ranks of the first group well-deservingly. After 2 matches, Yi Yuan's third match was particularly in the limelight. Wu Shi was a well-worthy strong foe of the first group. Facing Yi Yuan, this dark horse, just who would win and who would lose became the third round's focal battle. Wu Shi was a top 10 strong contender. If Yi Yuan beat Wu Shi, he would become this compet. Taiyan's greatest dark horse, and absolutely had the strength to charge into the top 10. If Yi Yuan was defeated, that his strength could only wander between the first group and second group. He would probably not draw much attention in the compet. 1. Taiyan afterward either. Brother Yi, after you obtain the Star Moon Sword, it's simply adding wings to a tiger. In my view, there's no problem at all with you defeating Wu Shi, Mu Yin said with vicissitudes of emotion. The first 2 rounds, Mu Yin won 1 and lost 1. The opening was also considered barely satisfactory. Embark's novel, Com. To Mu Yin, this battle result was still considered pas-sable. Facing a bunch of 7th and 8th level Boundless Realm experts, a 6th level Boundless could win 1 and lose 1 was already very not easy. Rather, it was Tang Fan's prior 2 battle results that were not bad, likewise obtaining a battle result of 2 consecutive wins. His quick sword, other people really could not adapt to it in a short time. Furthermore, under Yi Yuan's guidance, his quick sword improved by leaps and bounds. This also became one of his capital to keep a foothold. Yi Yuan, this third match, you gotta be a little careful. This Wu Shi's relations. I plus P is the closest to Wu Jiantong. They might come up with some schemes, Pei Wenxiang warned. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. If I'm offended, I definitely won't let people off. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of offending people. But the moment he went up to the stage, he sensed that faintly discernible killing intent coming from Wu Shi there. I heard that you actually comprehended a supreme, true intent at your young age. You really broadened this Wu's horizons. Today, let this Wu have a taste of the prowess of a supreme, true intent. However, fists and kicks are mute. You have to be careful, Wu Shi said with a gleeful smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Like this, huh? Then you have to be careful. My sword intent, I can't even control it myself at times. Wu Shi's face turned black when he heard that. This punk actually dared to threaten him. Is that so? Then I want to see just how formidable your sword intent is. Wu Shi's tone became cold, resting his hand on his sword and pouncing forward. He specifically researched Yi Yuan's previous 2 matches before and still had some understanding towards Yi Yuan's moves. The might of myriad rain sword blades was indeed very powerful. Therefore, Wu Shi did not plan to give Yi Yuan the chance to unleash this move. He planned to use his cultivation realm to forcefully exhaust Yi Yuan completely. Yet, the moment both parties came into contact, Wu Shi's heart plummeted. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely bizarre. He clearly only had a divine, traversing realm strength, but his speed was actually even half a level faster than him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's Star Moon Sword was very sharp, just exchanging blows 2 to 3 times, and the profound artifact, Long Sword in Wu Shi's hands, actually had a feeling of being unable to withstand it. This was still under the support of his thick essence energy. If it were swapped to a strength similar to Yi Yuan's, the profound artifact, Long Sword in his hand, would likely be chopped in half already at this time. How could he know that even though the Star Moon Sword was only a low-grade holy artifact right now, the material quality of the Star Moon Sword was a top-tier holy artifact's material quality? Even if the inscribed array formations were already destroyed, Star Moon Sword's sharpness was far from what a profound artifact could compare to. Embark's novel, Com. The audience beneath the stage was really unable to imagine that an 8th-level divine, traversing martial artist was actually overpowering a 9th-level boundless genius and pummeling him. Originally, everyone thought that it was a battle well-matched in strength. At this time, a one-sided situation actually emerged. Wu Shi's thick essence energy actually did not have the least bit of use in front of Yi Yuan. Every move and stance was overpowered by Yi Yuan. It was really a grieving clank, a clear and distinct sound. The long sword in Wu Shi's hand actually snapped into two. Without a weapon in his hand, Wushi's declining momentum immediately became even more evident. Yi Yuan naturally would not let go of this chance, immediately displaying the 1,000 flowing petals. If talking about which move among Yi Yuan's sword moves acquired the falling flower floating 0 sword's true essence most of all, it was undoubtedly this move, the 1,000 flowing petals. Coupled with the star moon sword to execute it, the might of this move doubled. In such an arena battle, the 1,000 flowing petals made it all the more nowhere for people to run. The violent floating petals continuously eroded Wu Shi's defensive ring. Finally, the floating petals breached Wu Shi's protective essence energy, and the piercingly cold sword intent sliced him until he was covered with wounds all over his body. Yi Yuan wins. Wu Shi's strength was very formidable. This battle, Yi Yuan expended quite a bit of energy and time. After Wu Jiantong defeated his opponent, he had long come to this platform side, wanting to watch the appearance of Yi Yuan being crippled. But sadly, what he saw was the Wu Shi covered in wounds all over. Elder Qin, this battle is unfair. The weapon in Yi Yuan's hand is a holy artifact. Wu Shi is unable to unleash his proper strength at all. Him using a holy artifact against his opponents is not fair to everybody. Wu Jiantong suddenly said to that judge. This Elder Qin was a phaseless realm expert. The battle earlier, he naturally took into his sights. Yi Yuan being able to obtain victory, a very large extent, was taking advantage of his weapon. Wu Jiantong's words did not seem to be wrong, either. For a moment, Elder Qin actually became hesitant. Holy artifacts to those major family clans were not some rare items. But to these young geniuses, it was very hard to come by. Other than Yi Yuan, there was no one qualified to use holy artifacts to face their opponents in this compet. One time at all, which was also to say that Yi Yuan was the special one among these people. But the problem was, there was no relevant rule prior to this compet. One, tie-in, saying that contestants could not use holy artifacts. Right then, First Elder's stately voice suddenly came from above the high platform, the Holy Land organizing the Quasi-Holy Sun selection compet. 1. Time this time, the objective is for the sake of selecting young geniuses with potential. Using holy artifacts indeed infringes upon this original intention. It does make it unfair. Hence, from the next match onwards, Yi Yuan is not to employ the holy artifact against his opponents. The moment these words were uttered, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing slightly. This sort of provisional rule, the targeting was too obvious. Actually, not just Yi Yuan, the faces of everyone spectating all revealed looks of sympathy. Actually, everyone all knew that even though holy artifacts were powerful, it needed the martial artist to unleash its power too. A divine, traversing realm martial artist being able to utilize a holy artifact to this sort of extent in itself was extremely seldom seen. If it were another person, even if he were given the Star Moon Sword, he still would not be able to unleash 1/10 of Yi Yuan's ability. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm in itself was lower than all the contestants. Therefore, this rule actually made many people's hearts uncomfortable. But these words were personally said by the Holy Land's First Elder. Who would dare to refute? The First Elder's position in the Holy Land was extremely high. It could be said to be the #1 person under the Holy Lord. The Grand Meet this time, he was entirely in charge of it. Even though this sort of provisional rule was inappropriate, no one dared to say anything as well. Who asked the selection compet? 1. Time this time to be organized by them? Chapter 795, Fulfilling. Chapter 795, Fulfilling. First Elder, didn't you say that you think very highly of this Yi Yuan? Why? First Elder smiled and said, It's precisely because I think highly of Yi Yuan that I forbid him from using a holy artifact. Didn't you notice that after Yi Yuan used a holy artifact, his strength is already a great deal stronger compared to those so-called geniuses? Moreover, this boy didn't bring out his full strength at all. I banned him from using a holy artifact because I wanted to take a look at his true strength. That elder could not help being stunned. already powerful to such an extent, and he actually had not brought out all of his strength yet? Just what were this Yi Yuan's limits? First Elder, since it's forbidden to use holy artifacts, then should Yi Yuan's previous battle results be nullified or not? When Wu Jiantong saw the First Elder actually personally made a move to restrict Yi Yuan, not mentioning how excited he was, he immediately climbed up along the pole, wanting to annul Yi Yuan's previous battle results. Previously was the Holy Land's issue. Therefore, Yi Yuan's battle results are valid. This rule will start implementation from the next match. First Elder's voice sounded out once more. Actually, not that the Holy Land did not consider about the matter of using holy artifacts, but Boundless Realm martial artists were completely unable to unleash the might of a holy artifact. Biox novel. COM. Even if they used holy artifacts, the augmentation towards their strength was also very limited. Take Wu Jiantong, for example. Even if he used the Wu family's holy artifact, it was also not possible to beat Nalan Shu. Hence, that was why the Holy Land did not target holy artifacts and implement restrictions. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely shattered this kind of situation. This also forced First Elder to change the rules impromptu. Facing this kind of unfair treatment, Yang Sen's and Pei Wenxiang's faces both revealed looks of refusal to comply. But First Elder's position was too high. They totally did not dare to refute, and also dare to feel indignant, but did not dare to speak up. Rather, it was Yi Yuan himself who appeared quite calm. He looked at those few vague and insubstantial figures on the high platform and said coolly, "Whatever makes you happy." Finished talking, he put away the Star Moon sword and directly left the compet. 1. Tie-in venue. Yi Yuan's battles on the first day ended with complete victories for the 3 matches like this. Yi Yuan domineeringly charging into the first group was also out of everyone's expectations. The first day's 3 rounds of compet. 1. Tie-in all ended. But the contestants who won all 3 matches were scanty few. There were only 5 people. The rest, the vast majority, all had wins and losses. It could be seen that everyone's strength were all very close. Beside the compet. 1. Tie-in venue. There was a light screen formed using an array formation. After each round, everyone's battle results would be displayed on the light screen. Nalan Shu's name was impressively ranked at first place. Right after Nalan Shu were respectively Li Zongtao, Wu Jiantong, Zhang Tianyi, as well as Yi Yuan. These 5 people all won the 3 matches on the first day fully and were tied at first place. It was just that Yi Yuan expended too much time in the 3rd battle, so he was ranked in the last place. Of course, the first day's ranking list did not have much significance. Along with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, this ranking list would undergo tremendous changes. Yi Yuan did not have the spare time to worry about these. After returning to his residence, Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pag. Immediately and continued refining the black metal lump. Being able to pry into the mysteries of the golden characters, Yi Yuan was filled with vigor right now. Yi Yuan's rate of progress in refining the black metal lump today seemed to be much faster than before. Even though it was only 1 night, he actually refined 1/10 too. Biox novel. COM. At the rate of this progress, Yi Yuan still needed 5 days' time to be able to thoroughly refine it completely. Yi Yuan very much wanted to see what kind of transformation would happen to the golden characters at that time. The compet. 1. Tie-in in the following few days did not pose much of a challenge to Yi Yuan. 3 consecutive days, Yi Yuan won all 3 matches completely. After 3 days, Yi Yuan continued to firmly occupy the position in the first group on the ranking list with a battle result of 9 complete victories. While at this time, the contestants that had complete victories on the ranking list were only left with 4 people. Li Zongtao ran into a powerful foe, Nalan Shu, on the 3rd day's battle. In the midst of fighting bitterly for over 100 rounds, he was defeated in the end. But to be able to force Nalan Shu to such a plight, Li Zongtao's strength also obtained everyone's affirmation. Of course, apart from Yi Yuan, the one receiving the most attention was still Zhang Tianyi. This Zhang Tianyi was the same as Yi Yuan. He was also from other division compet. 1. Time zone. During these 3 days of matches, Zhang Tianyi repeatedly defeated powerful adversaries and kept on maintaining complete victories. His fame even overshadowed Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan also maintained complete victories, he did not run into any genuinely formidable foe in these 3 days. But the 4th day's compet. 1. Tie-in. Yi Yuan encountered the most tenacious obstacle since the start of the compet. 1 time. The first battle on the 4th day, Yi Yuan ran into a genius called Han Feng. He, Zhang Tianyi, and Yi Yuan were the same. They were similarly from other division compet. 1 time zones. But unfortunately, he ran into Nailan Shu on the first day. Hence, that was why he was not tied in the first place. Even though he lost in the end, he and Nailan Shu battled for 200 rounds, even more formidable than Li Zongtao. Yi Yuan, hope that you won't disappoint me. I want to use you to sharpen the saber in my hand. Right when he saw Yi Yuan, Han Feng released a powerful fighting intent. Yi Yuan said with a smile, I won't let you down. When the fight started, Yi Yuan felt that power coming from head-on. This Han Feng's strength was indeed absurdly daunting. This Han Feng's comprehension towards saber intent infinitely approached supreme, true intent. This Han Feng seems to be even stronger than when fighting Nailan Shu. This time, Yi Yuan ran into a tough character. You never know, his momentum of consecutive wins might come to an end here. Terrifying fellow. This blade after blade, the imposing momentum is overwhelming. Yi Yuan being able to receive such a berserk saber intent is also really not easy. He's only divine traversing realm. Wait until he breaks through to boundless realm. He'll likely be invincible in the same rank. Even Nailan Shu might not be his match. Yeah, this Yi Yuan was born at the wrong time. If I give him another 1 or 2 years' time, he'll absolutely have the strength to have a showdown with Nailan Shu. Sadly, his present cultivation realm is too low. No, wait. You guys look. Han Feng seems to have broken through. He comprehended the elementary form of a supreme, true intent. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed. Han Feng's saber momentum was more fearsome than the last. The final blade, Han Feng actually broke through the fetters and achieved a supreme, true intent. One saber out, and there was an aura of cleaving the world into 2 halves. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected this. Facing this move with an irresistible force, Yi Yuan's long sword pointed. Immediately, the lands changed color. An intangible sword intent flooded the entire platform, as if the world was all sword intent. The audience surrounding and watching beneath the stage, their expression changed again and again. This battle was truly one wave higher than the former. They originally thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure, but did not expect that Yi Yuan still had an even stronger move. Rending the sky, Yi Yuan's sword being released, it immediately utterly obliterated the supreme saber intent, which Han Feng condensed and formed. The whole audience was dead silent, all waiting for Han Feng's counteroffensive to regain lost ground once more. But no one could have expected for Han Feng to suddenly cup his fists at Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for brother Yi helping me achieve my aim." Han Feng concedes, "With brother Ye's strength, even if you don't borrow the power of a holy artifact, it's also sufficient to have a showdown with Nailan Shu." Everyone was taken aback from shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan intentionally guided Han Feng previously, and his action assist Han Feng's comprehension of a supreme, true intent? Chapter 796, Divine Soul's Strange Transformation. Chapter 796, Divine Soul's Strange Transformation. This Yi Yuan is simply too strong. Him comprehending a supreme, true intent is absolutely not 1 or 2 days already. His comprehension in the supreme, true intent is much stronger compared to Nailan Shu. Nailan Shu, Yi Yuan, and Han Feng. This compet. 1. Time this time, there are actually already 3 genius Yus who comprehended a supreme, true intent. My G. O. D. How can there be a monster like this? He, a divine traversing realm, actually guided others to comprehend a supreme, true intent. When everyone regained their senses, waves of marveling that feat erupted. If Yi Yuan used rending the sky early on, he could have defeated Han Feng long ago. But Yi Yuan saw through that Han Feng was just a step away from comprehending a supreme, true intent. Hence, he willingly served as Han Feng's sharpening stone, guiding skillfully and patiently in the battle, letting the other party stride out this most critical step. What made everyone speechless was that after Han Feng comprehended the supreme true intent, he was actually still defeated by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's might could be seen at a glance. Previously, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan was taking advantage of his weapon. But now, they finally knew just how formidable Yi Yuan's strength was. Just using the shinnying sword, Yi Yuan similarly could sit firmly in the first group. Haha, what did I say? This brat indeed concealed his strength. TSK. Looking at it, his supreme true intent has probably reached the third stage of supreme true intent already, maybe even fourth stage. By the time his cultivation realm reaches the Tao profound realm, he can absolutely become a divine king powerhouse. On the high platform, First Elder said with a roaring laugh. First Elder's discerning eyes are akin to burning torches. This Yi Yuan is indeed a peerless genius hard to encounter in 1,000 years. It's just, that Elder said rather hesitantly. It's just what? First Elder said curiously. It's just that a genius like this, can our crimson, afterglow holy land accommodate him? Furthermore, previously, in order to make him exhibit his true strength, you already offended him. This, First Elder was stunned and was actually at somewhat of a loss on what to do. After comprehending the elementary form of a supreme true intent, it was only taking the first step to comprehending a supreme true intent, which was also the first stage. Supreme true intents were likewise divided from rank 1 to rank 9 based on the degree of comprehension. A rank 9 supreme true intent was also called a perfect supreme true intent. Once comprehension succeeded, the day of being known as a divine king powerhouse was right around the corner. If one comprehended the first stage, they would have very high hopes of breaking through to the Tao profound realm. About Yi Yuan's Azure Dipper floating zero sword. Although he only created 4 stances of sword moves, he actually already comprehended to the 5th stage of supreme true intent. First Elder's evaluation of Yi Yuan was still a little conservative. After this battle, Yi Yuan's strength also obtained everybody's recognition. He was regarded as a monster even more freakish than Nail and Chew. He was a peerless genius with a capital to rival Nail and Chew at the divine traversing realm. Starting from this day, Yi Yuan and Nail and Chew's showdown also became a highly antic 1p-aided fight. On the 4th day, Yi Yuan still won 3 battles completely. With the flawless victory battle results of 12 wins, he continued to be tied at first place with Nail and Chew and the rest. Currently, Yi Yuan's refinement of the black metal lump also reached the final juncture. After the 5th day's compet, 1. tie-in, Yi Yuan carried out the final refinement. Finally, when the black metal lump was completely refined finish, the gold mark on the black metal lump finally revealed its original look. Yi Yuan mind buzzed. The golden characters in his sea of consciousness formed an intense resonance with the black metal lump. Yi Yuan discovered that on this black metal lump actually only had 3 characters. And out of these 3 characters, there were 2 characters among the golden characters. The other one, Yi Yuan searched among the golden characters, but he did not find it. Yi Yuan had already visualized these golden characters for a number of years. But these few years, his understanding of these golden characters, the progress was extremely slow. These golden characters, each one contained extremely profound maxims of great Tao. Yi Yuan kept failing to find the correct approach. After refining the black metal lump this time, Yi Yuan actually sensed a trace of the lingering charm of the Tao from this intense resonance. Even though it was just a tiny bit, it was very clear. This sort of feeling could not be expressed using words. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards these two characters deepened that tiny trace. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit, a feeling of needing to get it out of his chest. Wow. Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body and spat out a syllable. The moment the syllable came out, the essence energy sea within Yi Yuan's body was instantly drained, his entire person falling into an exhausted state. And right at this time, Yi Yuan could clearly sense that his divine soul was actually continuously strengthening. Although it was not too obvious, it was indeed truly becoming stronger. What's going on? Yi Yuan did not care about his body's exhaustion at all, his entire person in a kind of immense shock state. He was already at the 8th level divine, traversing realm at present, and his divine soul had long reached the boundary of alchemy's sovereign perfection and had no way of breaking through anymore. For him to want to have some sort of breakthrough in the divine soul, he had to break through to the boundless realm first. But now his divine soul was actually strengthening once more. This was simply something beyond comprehension. Yi Yuan did not sense the arrival of soul tribulation, which is also to say that his divine soul did not break through to the alchemy ancestor level. He was truly unable to imagine that his divine soul was actually able to become even stronger on the foundation of perfection. Yi Yuan sensed his own divine soul and was shocked to his core. He only shouted a syllable, and his divine soul actually broke through the alchemy sovereign perfection level and advanced once more. Then if he shouted again, would his divine soul be able to improve a step further or not? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, clearly recalling something as he muttered to himself. Father said before at that time, his divine soul already Serpa. Said Alchemy Emperor, but he did not break through to the deity realm. Could it be that my current situation is the exact same as his back then? If the divine soul can still have some advancement, even if I don't use some powerful alchemy technique, I can also leap realms to refine tier 6 medicinal pills. These golden characters were definitely words written by a deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm experts means are simply inconceivable to actually be able to use words to describe the heavenly Tao and strengthen the divine soul, breaking through the shackles. The more it was so, the more intense Yi Yuan's desire toward the deity realm was. When Ji Xingyang obtained this medicine D soul cannon back then, he was already at the peak alchemy emperor realm. Even if he only understood a little bit, it also let him refine out a half-step divine pill. Yi Yuan was currently still at the divine traversing realm. By the time he cultivated to the peak alchemy emperor anew, how powerful would his divine soul be? At that time, could he refine out a genuine divine pill or not? The previous life, Yi Yuan's lifetime aspiration was to refine a divine pill. But even if he was hailed as the genius most likely to reach the deity realm, this step was still remotely far. But this life, he really had hope. Once this thought popped up, Yi Yuan wanted to shout out that syllable once more without delay. He swallowed an essence energy restoring medicinal pill in one mouthful and started to recuperate. Very soon, he recovered to his peak state. Wow! Yi Yuan shouted out this syllable once more. As expected, his divine soul strengthened a tiny bit once more. But this time, his divine soul actually had a tearing pain. Chapter 797, Evenly Matched Showdown. Chapter 797, Evenly Matched Showdown Hiss. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath in pain. The agony of the divine soul tearing was clearly awful. Looks like the breakthrough just now already reached the limits. Forcefully reciting this syllable anymore, and the divine soul will be at risk of ripping because of strengthening too quickly. Looks like wanting to shout out this syllable once more, I must consolidate my divine soul a little. Yi Yuan understood the divine soul very well and discovered the issue behind it very quickly. The divine soul strengthening too quickly was like being ripped apart by a powerful force. There would naturally be this kind of agonizing feeling. As long as Yi Yuan consolidated the divine soul well, he could continue strengthening the divine soul through this syllable. Knowing the details in it, Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to behave recklessly anymore. After swallowing several divine soul noris, plussing medicinal pills, he started consolidating the divine soul. The following few days, Yi Yuan continued to advance triumphantly and had yet to taste any defeat. After 13 days, the ones on the ranking list still maintaining undefeated were only left with Nailan Shu, Yi Yuan, as well as this Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyu's strength was truly incomparably daunting. During the several times he ran into opponents with powerful strength, he would bring the other party down. Among them were Wu Jiantong, who was known as second only to Nailan Shu in strength. Looking at it now, this Tli was simply a joke. Forget about Zhang Tianyi. Even Han Feng's strength was also much greater than his. But to Yi Yuan, the fervor of the combat, Tian's provided for him clearly could not compare to the growth in divine soul. In 13 days, Yi Yuan's divine soul was close to 20% stronger than the perfection state previously. Yi Yuan had never known that a martial artist's divine soul could still be enhanced to such a level under the state of perfection. With the growth in divine soul, Yi Yuan's essence energy was also rising along with it. In fact, during the 10th day, Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level divine, traversing in one shot. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul's additional growth made his comprehension towards concepts increase considerably. Similarly, at the 9th level divine traversing realm, Yi Yuan's understanding based on his previous life was entirely different. The Tao belonging to the divine traversing realm became even clearer in Yi Yuan's mind. Following the deepening of comprehension, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually reached peak 9th level divine traversing realm unconsciously. It was only one last step away from breaking through to the boundless realm. Yi Yuan concentrated on cultivating. In a blink of an eye, a knight had said. Today, Yi Yuan was going to face the strongest opponent in this combat. Tian, Nailan Shu. Before Yi Yuan appeared, Nailan Shu was virtually the unofficial number 1. Since the selection combat, Tian was underway until now, there were quite a number of experts who attempted to challenge Nailan Shu's throne, but they all failed without exception. Now, a situation of tripart. TE confrontation. The ones with the greatest hope of challenging Nailan Shu's throne were Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi. Today's match, in many people's hearts, should decide to whom the number 1 belonged to in the combat. Tian this time, and it was also to decide the quota owners. plus PS for entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Although Zhang Tianyi's strength was formidable, he did not comprehend a supreme true intent after all. If he really matched up against these two, he was probably going to lose. In one night, Yi Yuan actually broke through. With this, Yi Yuan is even more confident. What use does one minor boundary have? Unless he can break through to the boundless realm, otherwise he is still a major cultivation realm away from Nailan Shu. Likewise, comprehending a supreme true intent, this sort of disparity is hard to make up for. So what? Han Feng comprehended a supreme true intent, but didn't he still lose at Yi Yuan's hands? Make no mistake, up until now, Nailan Shu hasn't even brought out his true strength and already made a clean sweep of his opponents. Yi Yuan's strength is very strong, but to want to beat Nailan Shu, it's likely still a little lacking. Regarding who would win and who would lose between Yi Yuan and Nailan Shu, the battle had yet to begun and had already kicked off intense discussions. But when Yi Yuan finished off his opponent neat and tidily in the first match, everyone also discovered that his cultivation realm actually rose substantially overnight. Beyond sighs of admirations, the majority of the people were actually still not very optimistic about Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan leaping realms to battle was indeed very impressive, but Nailan Shu's strength absolutely could not be placed in the same category as the others. Han Feng admitted before that even if he comprehended a supreme true intent, he was also not Nailan Shu's match. Nailan Shu's strength could be seen at a glance. Even though the debates were endless outside the arenas, The parties involved both seemed to be very calm. Boom! Nailin Chu only used one move, and he blasted his opponent down the platform. A wave of cheering shouted out beneath the stage. Returning to the rest area, Nailin Chu sat beside a young man. This young man was slightly taller than Nailin Chu. People who knew him were all aware that this was one of the 7 holy sons, Nailin Hong. He was also Nailin Chu's older cousin. You seem to be exceptionally enthusiastic today. Looks like that youth called Yi Yuan brought you quite a bit of pressure. The moment Nailin Chu sat down, Nailin Hong said with a smile. Nailin Chu smiled slightly and said, "It's been so long since I've encountered an opponent which makes my blood boil like so." Even though he comprehended a supreme true intent, he's just a divine, traversing realm after all. Could it be that, with your strength, you don't even have confidence in dealing with a divine, traversing realm? I'm very aware of Han Feng's strength. He even forced out 50% of my strength. This Yi Yuan being able to guide him to comprehend a supreme, true intent. He has at least 3rd stage strength too. How can such an opponent not make me excited? Even though this Nailin Chu was very calm on the surface, Nailin Hong could clearly sense the turmoil in the depths of his heart. Nailin Hong was slightly astonished. The talent of this cousin of his was even above his. Seemed like there had never been any opponent who was able to make him so excited. This Yi Yuan made Nailin Hong take a huge interest in him. But Nailin Chu's words made Nailin Hong unbelievably shocked. 3rd stage supreme true intent. This was very remarkable. In the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, there had never a genius who comprehended the 3rd stage of a supreme true intent appear before. Nailin Chu's talent swept away the current generation, and only just comprehended the 2nd stage too. Time ticked away. The peak battle that everyone had their focus on finally started. Yi Yuan and Nailin Chu went up to the stage. Beneath the stage rang out waves of screams. But the 2 parties involved turned a deaf ear to it. Use the Star Moon Sword. I wish to battle with you in your strongest state. Exceeding Yi Yuan's expectations, the moment Nailin Chu went up to the stage, he actually raised such a request. Yi Yuan was stunned, and then immediately shook his head and said with a smile, "Using the Star Moon Sword, you can't win me." This time, it was Nailin Chu's turn to be stunned. This was still the first time he met someone being so wildly arrogant in front of him. But Nailin Chu could sense that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a pretense in front of him, but he really had this confidence. Yi Yuan was seemingly just stating a fact and not intentionally showing off in front of him. Yi Yuan was indeed stating a fact. No one could understand what the Star Moon Sword signified to him. The Star Moon Sword's amplification of Yi Yuan's strength was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1. Nailin Chu furrowed his brows a little and said, "No wonder you didn't stint to spend 1 billion and also had to get the Star Moon Sword. Looks like the Star Moon Sword really has extraordinary significance to you." Chapter 798, Rank 5. Chapter 798, Rank 5. So, on that night, the Sky Character number 1 room guest was you, Yi Yuan said, rather surprisedly. Nailin Chu smiled and said, "That's right. I originally thought that you were just intentionally causing trouble. I didn't expect that you actually offered a high price of 1 billion in the end. I've given you a chance. You're really not using the Star Moon Sword?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm giving you a chance, so I won't use it. Oh, I've grown so old, but it's still my first time that somebody dared to speak to me like this." Nailin Chu did not get angry, but said with a laugh instead. Yi Yuan laughed too and said, "That's because you never met a true genius." Nailin Chu's expression turned cold, but knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. The Holy Land's number 1 genius sounded impressive, but the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was merely a Rank 9 Holy Land. In the Divine Realm, Rank 9 Holy Lands could be found everywhere, which was also to say that geniuses like him could be found everywhere. Then what about Rank 8 Holy Lands, Rank 7 Holy Lands, even Rank 1 Holy Lands? In these Holy Lands, how many geniuses more formidable than he were there? Disregarding others, just this Yi Yuan in front of him was already much stronger than him. A true genius is it. I need to have a look today at just what kind of strength you, this true genius, have. Yi Yuan, I'll only unleash one move. This move will be my strongest move. We'll determine the victor with one move. How's that? Nalan Chu said with a slightly somber look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I precisely had this intention. After the small talk, the atmosphere on the stage immediately became delicate. All of a sudden, a large S.P.A.C. within the boundaries of the entire platform suddenly dimmed. Apart from members of my family clan, there is yet to be any outsiders who have seen before this move of mine. Within the confines of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, no one has the qualifications to make me use this move too. Losing under this move, you should be plenty proud. A wheel disc suddenly appeared in Nalan Chu's hand. This wheel disc was shockingly a high-grade, profound artifact. What happened? Just what kind of move is this? To actually be able to make day and night reverse. Could it be that this is the supreme, true intent Nalan Chu comprehended? The entire Holy Land is aware that Nalan Chu comprehended a supreme, true intent. But up until now, it seems like Body has witnessed his supreme, true intent before it all. No way, right? What supreme, true intent is this? It's too bizarre. Seeing the color of the sky suddenly become dark, everyone was taken aback from shock. They had never seen before such a strange sight. It was clearly broad daylight. All of a sudden, it became night. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too as he said, You actually comprehended the light's supreme, true intent. No wonder your strength is so formidable. Nalan Chu smiled and said, Looks like not only is your comprehension ability abnormally high, your knowledge is also extraordinary. The light's supreme, true intent. There aren't many able to recognize it. Receive this move well then. I said that I gave you a chance before. You didn't cherish it yourself. Hope that after you finish this move, you can still stand on the stage. Lumen, star, brilliance. Nalan Chu raised the wheel disc. Above this dark S.P.A.C., the sky was suddenly studded with stars. From above these array of stars, it suddenly rained down countless rays of light. And the target of these countless rays of light was shockingly precisely Yi Yuan. The light's supreme true intent was a type of very seldom seen concept. Martial artists let light become their weapon for battle through comprehending light. The power of light was boundless. It was a type of extremely powerful supreme true intent. Once comprehended to perfection, it could even dim the sun and moon. Its power was not beneath the spirit bristle divine, king's blazing flame, burning heaven. It was just that the light's supreme true intent was extremely hard to comprehend. Ordinary people could not find the correct approach at all. Therefore, very few were able to comprehend the light supreme true intent. And the vast majority of martial artists did not know that there was such a type of supreme true intent at all. Hence, that was why they were so shocked. Yi Yuan also did not expect that what this Nalan Chu comprehended was actually this type of supreme true intent. Furthermore, Nalan Chu was a 9th-level boundless expert. Regarding control of this area of heaven and earth, it was far above Yi Yuan's. This move, Lumen Star Brilliance, practically seized all of the heaven and earth essence energy in this stretch of S.P.A.C. If Yi Yuan were unable to break this sort of deadlock, he would definitely lose without a doubt. Originally thought that Yi Yuan would feel despair, didn't expect that he actually smiled faintly and said, It's too bad, you only comprehended to the second stage. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura abruptly erupted. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Under fiery assistance, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly skyrocketed and actually reached half-step boundless realm all at once. At the same time, a streak of sword intent surged towards the skies. Yi Yuan's sword intent was released without holding anything back. Nalan Chu's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, 5th stage. How is this possible? Nalan Hong beneath the stage stood up abruptly. On his face was similarly a look of disbelief. This was Yi Yuan's first time showing all of his strength in front of everybody. It was a 5th stage supreme true intent. Including that time dealing with Han Feng previously, Yi Yuan merely used 2nd stage supreme true intent. One had to acknowledge that Nalan Chu was very powerful. The 2nd stage light supreme true intent. This power level could absolutely show disdain for those in the same generation. But it was a pity that who he ran into was Yi Yuan. But to be able to force out Yi Yuan's full strength, he could be sufficiently proud too. Before this, Yi Yuan was not planning on exposing his full strength. According to his plan, using 3rd stage strength should be adequate to deal with Nalan Chu. But he did not expect that the supreme, true intent Nalan Chu comprehended was actually this powerful. Even he also had no choice but to bring out his full strength. Even though Yi Yuan used Origin Spirit 9 transformations, he was still a major boundary lower than Nalan Chu in terms of cultivation realm. Rending the sky, sword intent surged to the skies and charged over towards the specks of starlight. Sword chopping stars, one sword descending. The darkness in this stretch of S.P. C instantly vanished without a trace. Light returned to the world once more. The crowd was flabbergasted. Many people could not discern the rank disparity between supreme true intents. But this did not hinder Yi Yuan, giving them a shock. A supreme true intent that was able to invert day and night. There was no need to think deeply about it, and one could already tell the person was an extremely powerful existence. Furthermore, this was even Nalan Chu's first time displaying his supreme true intent in front of the public. Didn't think that it actually ended in defeat. Yi Yuan's might did not require explaining at all. 5th stage supreme true intent. It's actually a 5th stage supreme true intent. Ha ha. This Yi Yuan really broadened this old man's horizons. First Elder was incredibly agitated. He estimated previously that Yi Yuan's supreme true intent was very likely at the 3rd stage. The possibility of being at the 4th stage was very low. Matching up against Nalan Chu, it should be more likely a defeat than victory. Nalan Chu's light concept, he was aware of it. The power was naturally extraordinary. But First Elder never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually comprehended a 5th stage supreme true intent. A genius like this absolutely lit the world on fire. This boy, just how did he cultivate? At his age, how is it possible to comprehend a 5th stage supreme true intent? This is too preposterous. The elder at the side was speechless. He was thoroughly stunned by Yi Yuan. What preposterous? It happened right in front of you. Can it still be fake? First Elder said unhappily. No, I didn't mean that. It just feels too inconceivable. The Elder explained. Chapter 799, Holy Follower. Chapter 799, Holy Follower. I lost. Nalan Chu was very calm and did not have a sense of loss from being dragged down from his throne by someone as imagined. You didn't lose. If this was a life and death battle, it's hard to say who the victor will be. Yi Yuan said. Nalan Chu shook his head and said, lost means lost. I won't find excuses for my own failure. Furthermore, I know that even if this were a life and death battle, the one who wins, in the end, would definitely be you as well. Nalan Chu could sense the B-L-O-O-D-Y aura in Yi Yuan's sword intent, indicating that the battles Yi Yuan experienced before were definitely much more than him. Suddenly, Nalan Chu turned around and said to the high platform with clasped hands, First Elder, from today onwards, I'm withdrawing from this election compet. One time. What? Nalan Chu wants to withdraw from the compet. One time. What kind of joke is this? Even if Nalan Chu lost, he's at least number 2 as well, right? Furthermore, what he comprehended is the extremely rare light supreme true intent. The Holy Land should be grooming him heavily. He actually chose to withdraw. This guy wouldn't have been triggered due to losing this time, right? Nalan Chu's decision caused an uproar among the crowd. Although Nalan Chu lost, the degree of his genius was indisputable. But now, he actually chose to withdraw. This Nalan Chu was also too much of a GLA. heart, right? But thinking about it wasn't strange either. After all, a genius like Nalan Chu had never lost before until now. Looks like the impact this defeat had on him was rather huge. First Elder mused for a moment and said, "Why? Nalan Chu wishes to leave the Holy Land and go out to make my own break. I hope that First Elder will grant it." Nalan Chu said firmly. A period of silence again. Nalan Chu was not anxious either, awaiting First Elder's reply. After a long time, First Elder slowly opened his mouth and said, "Go then. Remember, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is your home." Nalan Chu bowed down and thanked. Many thanks to First Elder for granting it. Finished talking, he turned around to Yi Yuan again and said, "What you said is right. I've indeed never met true geniuses before. Yi Yuan, thank you for thoroughly beating me awake today. One day, I'll definitely defeat you." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Okay, I'm waiting for you." Nalan Chu, being able to comprehend the light's supreme, true intent, it could be seen how high his talent was. If he kept on huddling up in Crimson Afterglow, his talent would be wasted. The Crimson Afterglow Valley was a lucky chance, but it might not be Nalan Chu's lucky chance. The paths of a powerhouse were many, but being trapped in a corner, lording over others, was definitely not the path of a powerhouse. Therefore, Yi Yuan naturally admired this decision of Nalan Chu very much. Moreover, Nalan Chu was different from geniuses like Wu Jiantong. He was not afraid to lose and was adaptable too. He was bound to have accomplishments in the future. Nalan Chu left the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land just like that. This was what everyone all did not expect. Before the compet, time started, Nalan Chu was already internally decided as the candidate for first place. In the end, he actually took the initiative to give up the compet. What time? But Nalan Chu's withdrawal also made the struggle for the top 10 become even more white-hot. In the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Hall, an elderly silhouette appeared rather lonely. First Elder stood by the side, his expression clearly quite agitated. "Holy Lord, your current body, sending 3 people in is already the limit. How can you send 3 more people in?" First Elder gritted his teeth and said. This old silhouette was actually the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord. It was just that most likely no one could have thought that the Holy Lord was actually old until such a state. Hearing First Elder's words, the Holy Lord turned around and looked at him and said with a smile, "I already don't have much time anymore. Take this opportunity that this bunch of old bones still has some use and strive to preserve some successors for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. I, to you, am incompetent to actually let the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land be ruined at my hands." The selection compet. This time indeed discovered a few fine saplings. If they can remember the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's kindness with grat. 2. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land might be able to be rebuilt in the future. First Elder's tears ran down his old face when he heard that and said, "If Holy Lord didn't deal with that holy follower in order to save the few of us back then, how could you have forcefully executed the chaotic essence, singular chi grand technique, resulting in a great loss of longevity? The calamity of today is not Holy Lord's fault, but the fault lies with us." Tuyu smiled as he waved his hand and said, "This matter had already passed," said. "No need to say anything. Sending a few of them in, I only lose some longevity. I will not pass away immediately either. You don't have to be like this." Chen Xin had tears in his eyes and did not speak. But the self-reproach in the depths of his heart was anything but little. Holy Lord, just what background was that holy follower? His strength was actually so formidable. Clearly, he only had phaseless realm strength, but even you weren't a match for him either. Chen Xin saw that Tuyu had made up his mind and could only change the topic. Tuyu revealed a solemn expression and actually said with some fear, "Regardless of what background, it's not what we can afford to provoke. These few years, I spent considerable effort and only just probed out a tiny bit of information as well. These recent few decades, the holy artifacts stolen were not just our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Just these few regions nearby our white valiant region, their figures appeared several times before. It's just that this kind of incidents are happening daily in various corners of the divine realm. So no one cares about it. Qin was startled inwardly when he heard that. He didn't expect that Holy Lord was actually inquiring about the other party's information in the dark these few years. And he actually knew nothing about it too. Qin knew that Tu trusted him very much. But this incident, he was kept in the dark from beginning to end. That only meant one thing. This matter was absolutely very dangerous. Most likely, the Holy Lord expended a considerable price in order to probe out this tiny bit of information. What did Holy Lord discover? Just what background was that whatever holy follower? Qin could not hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked. Regarding this holy follower, he hated to the bones. If there weren't for that incident back then, Holy Lord would probably have broken through to second-level Tao Profound, and the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have already become a rank 8 Holy Land. But now all hope was lost. Even whether the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could be preserved or not was a question. The Holy Lord gave a sigh and said, in these recent few decades, there were quite a few major forces holy artifacts that were stolen or head away. Among them, there was no lack of rank 8, rank 7, even rank 6 holy lands. Of course, there were also some small forces. And at the back of these incidences, all had those black-robed people's silhouettes. Their forms of address were different, but all carry a holy word. There are holy follower, holy soldier, even holy general. And among them, the holy followers with the weakest strength has late-stage, phaseless realm strength. Qin was greatly alarmed when he heard that. Even a holy follower had such terrifying strength. Then how powerful would the strength of that whatever holy general be? One had to know that that holy follower, which appeared in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, was merely just late-stage phaseless realm, but forced the first-level Tao Profound realm to forcefully display a cultivation art which reduced longevity, resulting in his foundations to be utterly ruined. The strength of this mysterious power was simply too terrifying. This kind of power was completely not what their Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could afford to provoke. In order to inquire about this intel, I paid an extremely heavy price and almost implicated the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. So later on, I also dispelled plans on taking revenge. This kind of force is completely not what we can provoke. Therefore, that's why I would organize the Quasi-Holy Sun Selection Compet. 1. Tie in this time to preserve some successors for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, Tu said with a slight sigh. Chapter 800, The Abnormal Zhang Tianyi. Chapter 800, The Abnormal Zhang Tianyi. Right on the second day, Nailan Chu left. News came from the Holy Hall. The quotas for entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time increased from 3 to 6. The moment this news came out, it immediately blew up. According to the Holy Hall's news, the Holy Sons and the Quasi-Holy Sons would each pick 3 people to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This meant that one just had to enter the top 3 in the Quasi-Holy Sun Selection Compet. 1. Tie-in and they could enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. One spot was indeed too difficult for these geniuses. Unless their strength reached Yi Yuan and Nailan Chu's level, otherwise, don't even think about it at all. 3 quotas, it was clearly providing a chance for Han Feng, Wu Jiantong, these second-tier geniuses. On the 15th day, these geniuses were all acting as if being injected with stimulants, desperately attacking their opponents frenziedly on the stages for the sake of obtaining victory. Especially those geniuses in the top 5. Apart from Zhang Tianyi, who had yet to taste defeat, most of the others lost 2 to 3 matches. Therefore, the battles between them appeared especially important. As luck would have it, during the compet. 1. Tying on the 15th day, Wu Jiantong ran into Yi Yuan. On the arena, Wu Jiantong's expression was incomparably ugly, but kept delaying and dare not make a move. Yi, why aren't you making a move yet? I remember that you seemed to have said not to let me be, you, MP into you on the stage. Or else, you made me die very horribly. Now that we met, why are you not making a move instead? Yi Yuan said derided. Up until now, Wu Jiantong lost a total of 2 matches. One match was lost to Nailan Shu, and the other was lost to Zhang Tianyi. This battle result was still not bad. The ranking was also very close to the front. But if he lost this match to Yi Yuan again, his situation would be very bad. But having witnessed Yi Yuan and Nailan Shu's great battle, how could Wu Jiantong still dare to make a move? He did not wish to give Yi Yuan a chance to humiliate himself. Gritting his teeth, Wu Jiantong said, "I admit defeat." Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression and said with a smile, "Very wise choice. Otherwise, you might not be able to go down the stage standing." Wu Jiantong gave a cold snort and went down the platform directly. Conceding this match, he would have to put up a desperate fight with Han Feng later. Apart from Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi, the ones with the greatest hope of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley were Han Feng and Wu Jiantong. Although Han Feng comprehended a supreme, true intent, his cultivation realm was a little low. It was only at the 7th level intent boundless realm. If not for so, Wu Jiantong could withdraw straight away. The Li Zongtao, whose performance was very eye-catching, previously lost battle after battle repeatedly later on and already basically withdrew from the Crimson Afterglow Valley contending fights. After Nailan Shu withdrew, all of the focus right now were on Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi. This Zhang Tianyi was very abnormal. He clearly did not comprehend a supreme true intent, but his strength was unexpectedly formidable. Up until now, he had yet to taste a single defeat. The genius martial artists who fought with him before all felt somewhat baffled after losing and actually did not know what happened. Then they were defeated. Even someone as powerful as Han Feng also suffered a great deal under Zhang Tianyi's hands. Of course, this was also that Zhang Tianyi's luck was good and did not be MP into Yi Yuan and Nailan Shu until now. With Nailan Shu withdrawing, these two people's battle naturally became the struggle for first place. Finally, Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi met on the 18th day. Yi Yuan, I know that your concept comprehension is very high, but in front of me, it's also useless no matter how high your concept's comprehension is. Nailan Shu's withdrawal is also considered him keeping his face. Otherwise, he'll definitely be someone who is defeated at my hands. Yi Yuan's strength was already universally acknowledged, terrifying. Yet, Zhang Tianyi seemed to pay no attention to it. Facing such a provocation, Yi Yuan had always chosen to disregard it. It was also useless no matter how fiercely one bragged. There was only the showcasing of one's true abilities. A guy who did not even comprehend a supreme true intent. Yi Yuan did not feel that he posed any threat to him. Talk this sort of big talk again after beating me, Yi Yuan said coolly. As you Wisconsin H. Plus, Zhang Tianyi gave a cold laugh, wielded his sword, and advanced forward. His speed seemed slow but was fast in reality, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. But this sort of speed had not the slightest bit of threat to Yi Yuan at all. Two swords intersecting, intense metal class. Plussing sounds burst out. Zhang Tianyi's attack was indeed not bad, but to talk about power, it seemed like it was still a little weaker than Han Feng's. But right at this time, a stream of bizarre power crept up from the sword body, surging straight for Yi Yuan's divine soul. This kind of offensive power was not strong. It seemingly did not have a great effect on the divine soul too. But being attacked by this bizarre power, Yi Yuan's movements involuntarily paused. And right at this time, Zhang Tianyi suddenly switched moves, swinging away Yi Yuan's shinnying sword, and headed straight for his abdomen. Regarding Zhang Tianyi's series of offensive tricks, Yi Yuan had long heard of it to some extent. He would never compete in big moves with others. Once the compet time began, he would immediately entangle his opponents and not give his opponent the opportunity to launch a big move at all. And once being tangled up with him, the other party would not have the chance to use an ultimate move anymore. In the end, they would not even know how they lost. Very clearly, Yi Yuan also fell into this strange circle with this. Yi Yuan's leaned sideways and barely avoided Zhang Tiany's sword. But the next instant, Zhang Tiany's sword light arrived again, akin to a bone-infesting maggot. Yi Yuan's shinnying sword swung, and he blocked Zhang Tiany's sword once more. Right at that instant, the two swords intersected. There was another stream of strange attack which attacked towards Yi Yuan's divine soul. Starting from the first sword, Zhang Tiany's sword did not leave Yi Yuan's surroundings 1 foot, virtually making people unable to catch their breaths. Furthermore, his sword art was incomparably exquisite, seemingly a martial technique specialized in close combat. No matter how Yi Yuan shook it off, he could not get rid of it either. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all had their jaws drop. It's here again. Could it be that even Yi Yuan can't break Zhang Tiany's curse as well? Even though Zhang Tiany did not comprehend his sword intent, his sword move is indeed incomparably exquisite. Unless one has extremely powerful close combat martial techniques. Otherwise, they won't be his match at all. Yi Yuan is already being utterly suppressed by him now. If there are no accidents, the die is cast. I really didn't expect this. Yi Yuan even defeated Nailin Chu and actually can't win against Zhang Tiany. This Zhang Tiany completely can't feel where he's strong at. Yet, everyone can't beat him. Really sinister. Speaking of which, Zhang Tiany's way of winning made people very unwilling to concede. Each time he won others, it was not like Yi Yuan and Nailin Chu they all. His battle was neat and direct. Unless it was those kind whose strength were slightly weaker, otherwise, it was fighting up to 100 rounds every time, even several hundred rounds before barely defeating his opponent. Therefore, those who fought with Zhang Tiany and were defeated all felt very unconvinced when they thought about it afterward, feeling that their strength should not be weaker than his. But in the end, why were they the ones who lost? This selection compet. 1. Time was already approaching the end. But until now, everyone did not figure out how Zhang Tiany could win battle after battle repeatedly. When Zhang Tiany saw Yi Yuan teetering on his feet, an appearance of almost could not hold on anymore, he was very proud of himself in his heart. So what if it was supreme, true intent? Can't use moves. What did it matter no matter how strong their concepts? Zhang Tiany was currently being pleased with himself when a surge of true dragon aura abruptly erupted. Clank! Yi Yuan actually forsook the sword and used his fist to forcefully receive this sword of Zhang Tiany's, blasting away his longsword. Chapter 801. Actually, I'm just an alchemist. Chapter 801. Actually, I'm just an alchemist. What a powerful physical body to actually forcefully shake a profound artifact barehandedly. Is this guy human or not? Concept comprehension is so high. Even his physical body is so powerful too. Simply freakies. H. Plus, Yi Yuan seemed to have refined the dragon race's bloodline. That's why his fleshy body is so strong. Not only is this guy's comprehension abilities abnormally high, but this fortuitous encounter also makes people envious too. Zhang Tiany's sword was a profound artifact too. A profound artifact's sharpness went without saying. Yi Yuan actually used his fist to knock away Zhang Tiany's longsword. It could be seen how powerful his physical body was. What Zhang Tiany was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan's physical body was powerful. What he was shocked by was that Yi Yuan could actually counterattack. So, it's a soul martial artist. No wonder, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhang Tiany's expression changed, not expecting Yi Yuan to say out his ident. One tie flatly. Even in the divine realm, soul martial artists were extremely rare too. After all, cultivating martial arts and cultivating the soul at the same time would expend tremendous amounts of energy, with losses outweighing the gains. Those like Zhang Tiany, having such cultivation at a young age, were indeed extremely rare geniuses. Soul martial artist. Zhang Tiany is actually a soul martial artist. No wonder his attacks are so bizarre, making it impossible to guard against. Someone exclaimed under the stage. The attack methods of soul martial artists were extremely odd. Ordinary people could not guard against it all. In Zhang Tiany's divine soul attack, measure belonged to those type of constant dripping to wear away. Once or twice could not feel it all, making it even hard to guard against. Therefore, those martial artists who fought with Zhang Tiany previously all lost bafflingly. Even if you know that I'm a soul martial artist, so what? The one who loses in the end is still you. Zhang Tiany's face fell, and he pounced once more. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and actually wielded his sword and went forward again, entangling together with Zhang Tiany. Zhang Tiany was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He was afraid that Yi Yuan would play hide-and-seek with him and not clash head-on with him, then look for an opportunity to release a big move. The martial technique, when Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu were battling that day, it was still vivid in his mind. Once Yi Yuan had the chance to use that move, he would lose for sure. Now, Yi Yuan actually continued to fight in close combat with him. What was this if not courting death? But the moment both parties' long swords intersected, Zhang Tiany suddenly felt his own divine soul quiver and actually had a split second of absent-mindedness. But Zhang Tiany was deserving of being called a soul martial artist. He reacted to it virtually right away and hurriedly jumped aside, avoiding Yi Yuan's next attack. You're actually a soul martial artist too? This is impossible. Zhang Tiany cried out in shock. What? Yi Yuan is a soul martial artist too? How is this possible? What kind of joke is this? Having a fifth stage, supreme, true intent, fleshy body comparable to a profound artifact, and is even a soul martial artist. Is there really such a freak in this world? Soul martial artists are extremely rare. Today, two popped out all at once. What in the world is happening? Zhang Tiany's panic cry immediately caused a wave of commotion. They all did not think that not only was Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities abnormally high, but he was also actually even a soul martial artist of the legends. Adding on that freakish, fleshy body, such a person simply had no weakness to exploit. No wonder Yi Yuan leaped realms to battle like eating and drinking. Who could be even more freakish than him? Soul martial artist, is it? Actually, I'm just an alchemist, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ha, this boy is really aggravating. But you just can't do anything about it because he's really just an alchemist. Pei Wenxiang burst in a laughter beneath the stage and said. Actually, before the compet. Time this time, Pei Wenxiang only knew that Yi Yuan was a very formidable alchemist and completely did not know that he was even a martial artist at all. Who could have thought that not only was Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul exceedingly high, he even had such ridiculous accomplishments along the martial path. These words that Yi Yuan said, Pei Wenxiang was the most profoundly affected by it. A alchemist. Zhang Tiany was speechless. Since when did alchemists have such formidable combat strength? Just that bit earlier, Zhang Tiany already sensed that Yi Yuan's divine soul attainments were actually even above his. This guy simply had no C. H. I. N. Chaos in his armor. Such an opponent, how to defeat. That's right, I opened a medicinal shop in ancient opulent city. If you need medicinal pills, you can come and find me, Yi Yuan said smilingly. I admit defeat, Zhang Tiany said extremely unwillingly. But facing a perverse fellow like Yi Yuan, what could he do if he did not concede? Divine Soul Attack could not beat the other party. He could not win the other party in martial arts. Apart from admitting defeat, there was nothing else that Zhang Tiany could do at all. I really didn't expect it. A member of my ancient opulent city actually won the champions. I plus P of the compet. One time this time. Pei Wenxiang was simply thrilled. Back then, he only gave this spot to Yi Yuan in order to repay his life-saving grace. Who knew that Yi Yuan directly took back the first place for him? When he heard Yi Yuan saying that he wanted to take first place for the first time, he even reproved Yi Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan finished off Nalan Chu first and disposed of Zhang Tiany as well, utterly locking down the position of first place. This was unparalleled glory, giving a plum in return for a peach. This plum that Yi Yuan gave him was truly a little too big. Yang Sun had a delighted look too. Yi Yuan seizing the champions. I plus P, he naturally felt a glow on his face too. At night, in the Holy Hall, First Elder Qin was currently telling Tu Yu about this afternoon's compet. 1. Tie-in with dancing eyebrows and a look of exultation. While talking, Qin was not stingy with praises of Yi Yuan in the slightest. A genius like Yi Yuan was extremely popular when placed in any holy land, let alone a declined holy land like the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tu Yu's face was quite calm, as if he had long known about Yi Yuan's freakishness. After Qin said finish, Tu Yu asked, "This Yi Yuan is really just an ascender who came from the lower realms?" Absolutely true. I've already investigated personally before and also made people ask the Pei family before. This Yi Yuan is indeed just an ascender. Furthermore, his age is merely just past 20. This level of genius, even when placed in a rank 3 or rank 4 holy land, he would also be extremely popular, let alone that he's even a very incredible alchemist. Qin said agitatedly. At the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's most difficult time, such a peerless genius like this appearing was absolutely something that boosted people's morale. Tu Yu's eyes glinted. It was also unknown what he was thinking about. Winning against Zhang Tianyi, there were many people being happy. But Yi Yuan did not care at all. To him, this kind of victory was utterly meaningless. If not for the sake of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley, he would not even be bothered to take part in this sort of lame selection compet. One time, late at night, Yi Yuan was the same as usual. He was still comprehending the golden characters. Through these few days' comprehension, Yi Yuan's divine soul was still strengthening unceasingly. These dozen over days, Yi Yuan's divine soul strengthened a full 40%. This sort of augmentation could already be CLA's Sifid as terrifying. Yi Yuan did not know whether or not he could reach the alchemy ancestor level under the circumstances where he did not transcend the soul tribulation if he continued to comprehend like this. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he came out from the vast heaven pag. Oh duh, and showed himself. Yi Yuan laid down an array formation at the residence. Just earlier, the array formation was triggered by someone. Yi Yuan sensed something and immediately showed himself. Chapter 802, Desolate Ancient Drip Essence Pool. Chapter 802, Desolate Ancient Drip Essence Pool. One who comes as a guest. Show yourself, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hoo-hoo, what an impressive boy to actually be able to detect this emperor's arrival. An aged and a re-voice sounded out. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly when he heard that. In the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, the only one able to proclaim himself as this emperor was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord. Did not expect that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord actually descended here. Yi Yuan sensed that the arrival's strength was extraordinary through the array formation previously, but did not think that it was actually the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord. All of a sudden, there was an undulation in the SPAC within the house. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord actually directly appeared inside the house. But regarding this sort of means, Yi Yuan did not have much surprises. Those Dao profound realm experts could already sense the heavenly Dao. This bit of means was nothing strange. Turns out it's the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan failed to receive you. Yi Yuan gave a slight bow and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Tu Yu waved his hand and said, "No need to be overly courteous. This too came uninvited. You wouldn't mind, right?" Yi Yuan criticized inwardly for a bit. You already said it like this. Can I say that I mind? But in truth, your esteemed self interrupted my close seclusion. I really mind a lot. But Tu Yu saying this sort of words was already dropping his own attitude very low. If Yi Yuan still did not give face, that was not knowing how to appreciate favors. Yi Yuan could tell that this holy lord in front of him was not his real body. But his strength was sufficient to instantly kill Yi Yuan. I wonder what holy lord is finding Yi Yuan for. Yi Yuan did not follow up on the words. It was also considered to have expressed his attitude. Tu Yu sized up Yi Yuan, but he was even more pleased with Yi Yuan in his heart. Such temperament was someone who did great deeds. Not like some people cracking themselves up to be geniuses, but were short-tempered and brash, unable to take on major duties. Yi Yuan, do you know what is inside that crimson afterglow valley? Tu Yu ignored what was asked. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, secretly cursing sly old fox. Wanted to first give in order to take. This sort of logic, how could Yi Yuan not understand? Tu Yu did not do anything the moment he came and just whetted up his appetite. Want to eat. Clearly, there was nothing good. But speaking of which, he succeeded. Tu Yu's one sentence made Yi Yuan's heart squirm itchily. He was indeed very curious just what thing was inside this crimson afterglow valley to actually be able to give birth to a 10 great divine kings CLA's expert. Seeing Yi Yuan's struggling look, a hint of a smug smile flashed past the corners of Tu Yu's mouth. Yi Yuan mused for a moment, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Holy Lord, best talk about your intentions for coming first. If the matter is too difficult, Yi Yuan would rather not enter the crimson afterglow valley." Tu Yu's expression froze. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually speak such words. Facing such temptation, and you're actually able to control your own desires. This youth are indeed not simple. Fine then, actually, there isn't anything hard to say out either. Actually, I came to find you, is to wish to entrust the crimson afterglow holy land to you. A few words, Tu Yu already discovered that Yi Yuan's conduct was too slick and sly, impervious to everything. Talking with him, it was better to beat around the bush less. Beat around the bush too much, it would incur the other party's aversion. It was just that Tu Yu's words frightened Yi Yuan. He was just a divine traversing realm martial artist, and Tu Yu actually wanted to entrust a holy land to him. What did that have to do with this? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "Holy Lord, you're joking with me, right?" Tu Yu stopped Yi Yuan's words with a hand gesture, but said, "This emperor is naturally not joking with you. You don't have to be in a hurry to reject. Listen to this emperor's terms first before giving a reply again. As long as you promise to take over the crimson afterglow holy land, all of the resources in the crimson afterglow holy land will be up to you to allocate. Furthermore, within 3 years after entering the crimson afterglow valley this time, this emperor will personally take action to send you into the crimson afterglow valley once more." Yi Yuan knew that the crimson afterglow valley could only open once every 300 years. If he forcefully sent him into the crimson afterglow valley, Tu Yu would probably pay an unimaginable price. In order to make him agree to become the next holy lord, this Tu Yu was also going plenty all out. Just what is inside the crimson afterglow valley? Yi Yuan still could not refrain from asking. Desolate ancient drip essence pool. Tu Yu did not keep him in suspense this time, and answered immediately. Desolate ancient drip essence pool. What is that? Yi Yuan was also considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. But this desolate ancient drip essence pool, he really had not heard before. Wait until you go in, you'll know. The liquid in this desolate ancient drip essence pool can cleanse the marrow and let the martial artist cast off their old self and undergo a complete transformation. The longer a martial artist stay inside, the greater the harvest and the greater the future accomplishments as well. I know that your physical body is powerful. This desolate ancient drip essence pool can temper your physical body to be even stronger. Furthermore, inside this desolate ancient drip essence pool contains extremely tannic amounts of essence energy. As long as you have the ability, it can let you directly break through to Tao profound realm. Tu Yu said, "Oh, it actually has such a miraculous effect." Yi Yuan said curiously. He was turning it over in his mind secretly that this desolate ancient drip essence pool's effects seemed to have some similar aspects with true dragon's blood. Except it sounded like this desolate ancient drip essence pool seemed to be more impressive. After Yi Yuan refined the dragon blood, he obtained tremendous benefits too. The present Yi Yuan could forcefully receive a profound artifact barehandedly, just with his physical body, simply a human-form lethal weapon. Yi Yuan had reached the important juncture of breaking through to the boundless realm of present. This desolate, ancient drip essence pool seemed to be an excellent breakthrough site. Tuyu nodded and said, "It will only be stronger than you imagine. But this pool water is extremely tyrannical. Ordinary people can't walk far at all. Therefore, the benefits obtained are limited too. This emperor only walked 80 feet out back then too." "Oh, what's there to pay attention to?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "In this desolate ancient drip essence pool, every 70 feet is a threshold. The deepest area is a full 490 feet far out. Since the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was established, only the first-generation Holy Lord walked to the deepest part, and his accomplishments was also the highest in history, with strength comparable to the 10 great divine kings. But a genius like him, only a single one appeared in the history of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Back then, the people who entered the Crimson Afterglow Valley together with this emperor, only I walked to 80 feet out, which is also within the second threshold scope. Therefore, I became the Holy Lord." Tuyu explained. When Yi Yuan heard, he developed a thick interest in this desolate ancient drip essence pool. Seemed like this pool was indeed rather different. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to Tuyu, "Yi Yuan, thank Holy Lord's great kindness. It's just that taking over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, it's completely out of the question for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan has something hard to disclose and definitely has to leave the Crimson Afterglow in the future." Tuyu said solemnly, "No worries. I know that a measly little Crimson Afterglow definitely can't keep a genius like you. But I already don't have much time left. If I can't find someone able to take on the huge responsibility, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is bound to be swallowed up by the other holy lands. This sort of conclusion is what this emperor doesn't wish to see. This emperor finding you is to hope to preserve a hint of incense fire, sup 1/sup from extinguish. H.I. plus ing. In the future, when you find a good man, sing the position of Holy Lord to him is good too. Before this, I'll make Shinshin they all do everything in their power to groom you and let you achieve the Tao Profound realm as soon as possible. This too is already someone about to die. I don't have other requests and only hope that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land can carry on existing. Yi Yuan, please accept the bow from me." As he said those words, Tuyu actually gave Yi Yuan a deep bow. Chapter 803, Camouflage. Chapter 803, Camouflage at a lake with a calm surface in a tranquil mountain valley. A party of 7 to 8 people appeared in this remote mountain valley. First Elder, could it be that this place is the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Looks like it doesn't seem to be any different from an ordinary mountain valley. If even you can detect the differences, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have long been exterminated by people, First Elder said with a cold snort. He makes sense. The one who said this was called Yang Shao, one of the 7 holy sons. This Yang Shao had a cheeky appearance all day long. He was rather like a big kid who liked to play. But to be able to become one of the 7 holy sons, his strength naturally could not be underestimated. After Yi Yuan defeated Zhang Tianyi, the dust settled for the quasi-holy Sun Selection Compet. 1 time 2. Yi Yuan obtained the first place with the battle result of a flawless victory, obtaining the qualification to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley without any qualms. Zhang Tianyi won 59 and lost 1, obtaining the qualification with the battle result of 2nd place. And finally, Han Feng utterly trounced Wu Jiantun, catching the last bus as well. On the 7 Holy Sun side, they selected 3 people to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley in the end as well. They were respectively Nailan Hong, Yang Shao, and Pei Wenxiang's elder brother, Pei Kuan. Presumably, these people's strength could stand out among the 7 holy sons. This early morning, First Elder brought the 6 people to this extremely out-of-the-way mountain valley. This mountain valley was within the boundaries of the Holy Land, but it was exceptionally hard to find. First Elder, are we considered to have entered the Crimson Afterglow Valley here? Could it be that this lake in front of the legendary, desolate, ancient drip essence pool? Yang Xiao asked again. As one of the 7 holy sons, even though he had not come to the Crimson Afterglow Valley before, but what was inside this Crimson Afterglow Valley, he was perfectly aware. First Elder shot him a glare and said crossly, "You moron, is there any essence, energy, undulation in this lake? Why don't you jump down and give it a try?" Yang Xiao scratched his head and said perplexedly, "We didn't enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley, and there isn't any path to take here as well. What on earth should we do?" First Elder was disinclined to bother with this idiot, and simply turned his head over and just threw down a word, "Wait." Yang Xiao was baffled. Seeing First Elder ignore him, he actually turned his head over to Yi Yuan. "Ah, Little Leaf, sup, 1/sup, I heard that you're very incredible. Can you see through the little truth or deception of the situation?" Yang Xiao scooted over to Yi Yuan's side and said, Yi Yuan's great name already spread throughout the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land long ago. It was naturally impossible for these holy sons like Yang Xiao, they all, to be utterly ignorant about Yi Yuan. Even if these holy sons' statuses in the Holy Land was extremely high, they were also struck with admiration regarding Yi Yuan's degree of talent. Not everyone among them might be comfortable in their hearts, but their attitude toward Yi Yuan was absolute submission. Along the way, Yang Xiao struck up a conversation with Yi Yuan from time to time too. Gradually, the two people became acquainted. Towards Yang Xiao's poser actions, Yi Yuan was naturally not averse either. Such a person was more interesting than people who keep a straight face constantly. Seeing Yang Xiao inquire, Yi Yuan said with a smile, "There should have been an extremely powerful camouflage set up here. If one did not reach the Tao profound realm strength, one would probably not see through the truth and deception at all. Furthermore, even for those in the Tao profound realm, wanting to crack this camouflage is probably beyond their power too." First Elder did not look over here, but his ears perked up high. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, First Elder was unbelievably shocked in his heart too. He did not know if Yi Yuan was guessing or could really see through the truth and deception. But Yang Xiao was pretty on point this time and helped him ask, "Huh? You said that a Tao profound realm can't see through the truth or false. Then why can you, a divine traversing realm, see through it?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Naturally, because I'm incredible." Yang Xiao pursed his mouth and said, "How boring. Forget it if you're not telling." Yi Yuan smiled without speaking and did not follow up on this too. He could not very well tell Yang Xiao that he was a Tier 9 array emperor, right? This place's camouflage technique was extremely profound. With the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's present standard, they absolutely could not set it up. Yi Yuan reckoned that this should be set up long ago by a previous generation Holy Lord. It was even possible that it was set up by the first generation Holy Lord. Wanting to forcefully crack this camouflage technique, most likely it could not be done at all without having 8th or 9th level Tao profound strength. Even if Tu Yu knew the way to crack it, wanting to send them into the Crimson Afterglow Valley, he likely had to pay a considerable price as well. From that day's conversation, Yi Yuan could tell that Tu Yu's condition was not very good. If not for so, it was impossible for him to do this sort of entrusting thing. Under the situation where his condition was very bad, he was even planning on cracking this camouflage technique a second time. It could be seen that his sincerity was indeed sufficient. That day, Yi Yuan ultimately still did not promise to you. He only said he will consider it. But at this time, Yi Yuan became somewhat moved. Right then, the earth quaked, and the mountains swayed within the mountain valley. It was as if an earthquake occurred. The corners of First Elder's mouth twitched, and his eyes actually became somewhat moist. Holy Lord's lifespan originally did not have much left. With this, it was adding one disaster after another, especially sending 6 people in this time all at once. The burden on Tu Yu was even greater. When the thought reached here, Chun Xin was incredibly upset in his heart. Rumble. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the lake in front of them actually parted into two, like it was forcefully cleaved into two halves by someone using a blade. Between the two halves of the lake water, a gorgeous light emitted out. The few of you go in from between this lake water. Remember, you all only have 5 days' time. After 5 days, no matter how much you gained, you have to come out. Otherwise, you all can only come out again after 300 years. Chun Qin warned. Of course, Chun Qin knew that Tu Yu had the ability to forcefully crack this grand array. But that price expended was too great. After Tu Yu cast the skill, he would die without a doubt. This sort of method, Chun Qin naturally would not say out, and would not agree to Tu Yu casting the skill either. Yes, First Elder. The 6 people received the order and leaped into the brilliant light, then vanished from sight. After Yi Yuan's group of 6 disappeared, a light flashed, revealing that a an age silhouette of Tu Yu's. The current Tu Yu looked even older than before at a glance. Seeing Tu Yu, Chun Qin's expression changed. Holy Lord, around Tu Yu was a strand of faintly discernible black qi circling around. Martial artists all knew that this vague black qi was precisely death qi. Once this sort of aura appeared around a martial artist, they were not far from exhausting their lifespans. Tu Yu waved a hand and said, opening the array formation this time, the essence energy expended was a little too great. It's fine. My body, I have a score in my heart. Hanging on for 3 years shouldn't be an issue. I just hope that these children can grow up faster. Chun Qin's years ran down his old face as he said, Holy Lord, it's all Chun Qin who is incompetent to not even have the ability to open up the Crimson Afterglow Valley's array formation. Tu Yu smiled and said, the Crimson Afterglow Valley has always been personally opened up by the Holy Lord. When was it your turn? If Tu Yu was still in his peak state, opening the Crimson Afterglow Valley naturally would not be too much of an issue and would not expend longevity either. But the current Tu Yu could not endure such tremendous expenditure at all. Each time he used essence energy, his lifespan would be lost even faster. Chapter 804. Entering the Pool. Chapter 804. Entering the pool, Yi Yuan only felt his vision blurred, and then he appeared in a canyon. Such powerful essence energy. I clearly haven't seen the desolate ancient drip essence pool yet, and I can actually sense its direction. The moment Yang Xiao came in, he made an unnecessary fuss, but visibly moved expressions appeared on the faces of the others. Clearly, they all felt very surprised by this surge of essence energy undulation. Everyone was unable to contain the excitement in their hearts and walked towards the direction the essence energy came from. Before long, a pool 1,000 feet in circuit appeared before everyone's eyes. The pool water took on a dark red color. The essence energy undulation coming from the pool water made the hearts of these holy sons and quasi-holy sons all palpitate. The essence energy undulation coming from the pool water was too intense. Intense to the extent it made people fearful. Gulp. This is the desolate ancient drip essence pool? I were always unconvinced by the ancestors. But only after arriving here myself do I know how hard it is to enter the second level. Nailan Hong said solemnly. Com. These holy sons were all people arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and always felt that them entering the desolate ancient drip essence pool, they definitely could walk to the third level. But sensing the essence energy undulations of this pool water in front of him, Nailan Hong knew that he was too naive to be able to enter the desolate ancient drip essence pool, which one of them was not a prodigious talent. But the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's rank dropped again and again. This showed that benefits from the desolate ancient drip essence pool was not easy to be grasped. Nailan Hong, don't waste any more time. We only have 5 days' time. If you're not entering, I'm going in. Yang Xiao did not have that many qualms, jumping into the pool water immediately with a leap. However, Yang Xiao appeared casual, but he clearly did not dare to jump too far either, only jumping out a distance of around 50 feet. The expressions of the rest on the SHOR all became stern. staring fixedly at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao originally still had a careless appearance, but the moment he touched the water, everyone distinctly sensed his body turn stiff as if his entire person was frozen. Following which, Yang Xiao's body started trembling vigorously. The expression on his face seemed as if he was being tormented. The expressions of the others all became apprehensive. About Yang Xiao's ability, they were all aware of it. He entered the pool 50 feet out and was actually in such agony. It could be seen that this lucky chance was not so easy to obtain. Nalan Hong and Pei Kuan exchanged a glance. The two people seemed to have reached some sort of tacit agreement and actually leaped at the same time, but arrived 60 feet out into the pool water. Yi Yuan, aren't you going down to test the waters? Zhang Tianyi suddenly opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you guys head down first. This pool water seemed to be quite impressive. My cultivation realm is a little low. I need to do some preparations first. Zhang Tianyi shot Yi Yuan a glance and leaped too, jumping into the pool water. Afterward, Han Feng clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and leaped down as well. Yi Yuan's expression was calm, but he was not calm at all in his heart. Approaching this desolate, ancient drip essence pool, Yi Yuan actually sensed that a mysterious power was calling him in the depths of the pool water. Yi Yuan was sensing this mysterious power, so he was not in a hurry to enter the water. But he felt for a long time and also did not sense just what on earth this mysterious power was. While at this time, the first one to enter the water, Yang Xiao, started to break through. He only soaked for a short while in this pool water and actually directly broke through the bottleneck, letting him advance rank successfully. This pool water contained powerful energy. It could really be said to produce an immediate effect. Another 10 minutes later, Nalan Hong and Pei Kuan actually both advanced ranks. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi were not willing to fall behind too, likewise breaking through realms very quickly. Ha ha ha, really awesome. In a flip of a hand, it's actually comparable to several years of my bitter cultivation. This desolate, ancient drip essence pool is indeed well deserving of its reputation. Yang Xiao chortled with laughter. The others did not speak, but their faces were all unbelievably excited. Clearly, the prowess of this desolate, ancient drip essence pool far surpassed, said their imaginations. Yi Yuan discovered that it seemed like he could not feel out this mysterious power no matter what, and simply jumped into the pool water directly. The moment he entered the water, a bone-piercing chill instantly enveloped his entire body, freezing all the nerves in his entire body until he became paralyzed and actually made him unable to move a muscle. I clearly couldn't feel the water temperature by the SHORE. I didn't expect that entering the water, it would actually be this bone-piercingly cold, Yi Yuan said in surprise. But Yi Yuan's physical body was incomparably powerful. After experiencing the initial paralysis, he adapted very quickly. At this time, every pore on his body was as if it opened up through soaking in the pool water, feeling indescribable comfort. Powerful essence energy tunneled into his body from every pore, letting his cultivation realm rise rapidly. Yi Yuan also absorbed the Siv Quant 1 ties of essence energy in the pool water without holding back at all and started to consolidate his cultivation realm in order to make preparations for breaking through to Boundless Realm. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yi Yuan walked forward step by step. Each step forward, the essence energy in the pool water would intensify a little more. The tempering of the pool water was not just targeting his essence energy. It actually had a substantial strengthening effect on his physical body too. Yi Yuan enjoyed the tempering of the pool water to his heart's content and also got increasingly closer to Boundless Realm. In a blink, one day and night passed, said. The expressions on the few geniuses' faces became progressively more contorted as well. In one day's time passed, said. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi each only walked forward a distance of 20 feet, stopping at the 70 feet mark. The 3 Heaven Enlightenment Realm Holy Sons actually advanced shoulder to shoulder, stopping at the 90 feet mark. One had to know that the current generation, Holy Lord, Tu merely entered the second level. This time, 3 of them actually all achieved this goal. Art. All of a sudden, Pei Kuan let out a pained cry and actually leaped right out of the water, returning to the SHORE. On the bank, Pei Kuan's expression was very ugly. He never would have thought that the first one to be eliminated was actually him. Sweeping a glance over, Yang Xiao and Nalan Hong were basically at the same distance. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were also at the same distance. Looking over towards Yi Yuan again, it made him rather surprised. Yi Yuan actually still remained at the 50 feet distance at this time. The Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi, who were defeated at Yi Yuan's hand, both walked out 70 feet in distance. Yi Yuan actually just walked out a distance of 50 feet. Right then, Han Feng suddenly lifted his head and gave a long cry, and actually took another step forward. It was this step that let him cross into the second level, breaking through to the 80 feet distance. Pei Kuan's expression change. He clearly did not expect that a boundless realm martial artist could actually reach the second level. Splas. H. Plus Pei Kuan was unresigned to failure and actually leaped, entering into the pool water once more. This time, he progressed very smoothly, walking straight to the 90 feet area. But right then, an extremely anguished expression surfaced on Pei Kuan's face. He finally could not endure it and retreated back to the SHORE once more. Boom! Pei Kuan slammed a fist onto the ground and said unresignedly, "Could it be that my Pei Kuan's potential merely ends here?" Chapter 805. A CL is formed when water comes. Chapter 805. A CANAL is formed when water comes. Hurts to death. Hurts to death. I feel like my entire body is about to explode. Yang Xiao gave a series of miserable screams and directly jumped out of the desolate ancient drip essence pool, coming to the SHORE, standing shoulder to shoulder with Pei Kuan. Pei Kuan's expression was very ugly by the side. Yang Xiao walked out 130 feet at the end. He was much stronger than Pei Kuan. These holy sons, were all very clear that the further they walked indicated the greater the potential, which also showed that Yang Xiao's potential was much greater compared to him, Pei Kuan. To be able to walk to the second level area, no matter how useless, he could reach Dao, profound realm strength too. COMSI, I say, Pei Kuan, don't pull a long face anymore. At any rate, you reached the second level area too. Didn't I just walk out a couple more feet, didn't you? Speaking of which, didn't expect that the 3 of us entering this time, we all entered the second level area. Truly remarkable. Yang Xiao still had a cheeky appearance. Saying it lightly, did you see or not? Even those 2 boundless realm brats walked further than me. When did I, Pei Kuan, ever end up in such a sorry state? Pei Kuan was still very unhappy. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng had long entered the second level region already and actually walked even further than Pei Kuan. Indeed, this desolate ancient drip essence pool could bring tremendous benefits to these geniuses, but it would also thoroughly expose their own potential. Originally, these geniuses only competed secretly. No one yielded to anyone. But with this, their potential had nowhere to hide. Pei Kuan being the first one to be eliminated, he clearly could not cross this hurdle in his heart. Sai, what are you thinking so much for? Can't you still tell that no matter how merrily we jump around, the most talented one is definitely Yi Yuan? I reckon that before long, he'll Serpa. SU and I. Since that's the case, what are you still worrying so much for? Maybe it was due to personality. Yang Xiao was much more open-minded than Pei Kuan. Serpa. Us. You take a look yourself. Just where has he only walked up to now? In my view, he has exhausted his potential fully and won't have any major developments in the future. Pei Kuan said with a cold snort. Although Yi Yuan was brought by his younger brother, Pei Kuan's current mindset was somewhat disrupted. He wished that these few people would be eliminated by the desolate ancient drip essence pool one by one right away. Only in that way could he find some comfort. Yang Xiao still had not noticed this after getting back on land, only hearing Pei Kuan say. So at this time, did he discover that Yi Yuan actually only walked to 70 feet distance and could not even compare to Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng. And what's happening? Shouldn't be. This guy is so freakish. How can he possibly only walk to just 70 feet? Yang Xiao was quite puzzled as well as he said. This fellow probably used some methods which overdrafted potential. Hence, that's why he could be so freakish at a young age. But the moment he entered this desolate, ancient drip essence pool, his true form was revealed. In my view, he will just have boundless realm cultivation at the maximum in this lifetime, Pei Kuan said. Yang Zhao's eye glinted. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. Right then, Pei Kuan's expression changed, and he said, Nalan Hong entered the third-level region. Yang Xiao was startled inwardly. Looking over, indeed, he saw that Nalan Hong already broke through 210 feet out. The Nalan family are indeed all freaks. No idea up to where Nalan Chu that fellow can walk to if he came in here, Yang Xiao said with a laugh. Humph. That fool actually gave up the opportunity to enter the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Wait until he returns to the family clan. His intestines will probably turn green with regret, Pei Kuan said disdainfully. Sigh, it's indeed quite lamentable for Nalan Chu. I didn't expect that he just left, and the Holy Land announced an increase in slots right after. But Nalan Hong could actually enter the third-level region. This is impressive. Yang Xiao felt pity for Nalan Chu too. But Pei Kuan kept his mouth shut. He also did not expect that Nalan Hong actually had such great potential. 2 hours later, Yang Zhao's mind suddenly jolted. Yi Yuan entered the second-level region. The moment he entered the second-level region, Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure double. That violent strength tunneled into his body brazenly, without any scruples at all, tearing at his body. But Yi Yuan's body was long incomparable to the past through the dragon blood's remolding. Allowing those violent energies to impact his meridians freely, he still did not move a muscle. Those energies entering Yi Yuan's body, a portion was refined by the spirit bristle 9, Yang divine art, and entered the essence energy sea. Another portion was absorbed by his body, strengthening his physical body. Yi Yuan's physical body became increasingly stronger too, virtually reaching middle stage tier 6. The reason why Yi Yuan stood still and did not advance was that he discovered that the pool water's remolding of his body had not completely stopped yet. If he entered the second level right away, it was a bit too much of a waste. Just now, Yi Yuan discovered that the first level's pool water was already completely ineffective to him. That was why he stepped into the second level. Yi Yuan's essence energy sea became increasingly full. His cultivation realm already approached increasingly closer to boundless realm under the pool water's continuous impact. Yi Yuan did not care about which step the others walked to either. He just walked forward step by step himself. Each step was taken very solidly. Furthermore, he could sense that his body was far from reaching its limits. Hence, he was not in a rush. Just like this, another day's time passed, said. Splas. H. Plus Nalan Hong finally could not persist on either and retreated to the SH. ORE. But Nalan Hong did not feel dejected. Instead, he was faintly very thrilled. Charging to the third-level region in one go, Nalan Hong obtained tremendous benefits. Moreover, him being able to walk to the third-level region also said quite a few generations of holy lords. In the future, his accomplishments would surely be even higher than the Holy Lord. Quickly look, Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi both entered the third-level region already. What kind of freaks were chosen from the quasi-holy sun selection compet? One time this time? Yang Xiao exclaimed in shock. Nalan Hong was startled and hurriedly looked over. Indeed, he saw that Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng's figures were already at the third-level region. Holy Lord, His Excellency has great foresight. Looks like our crimson afterglow Holy Land is going to rise up anew. Nalan Hong did not have the intention of being envious and admired Tu Yu's decision instead. It was just that he did not know that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was currently facing its greatest crisis since establishment. Once 2U's lifespan ran out, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would probably be reduced to a second-rate power immediately and be swallowed up by other Holy Lands. 2U dwelt in deep seclusion these few years and rarely came out. He only said that he was in a retreat to salt the second-level Tao Profound. This was the news he spread out on purpose. At the same time, he would never show his face in front of outsiders. Apart from a few trusted elders, no one knew that he already reached the extent of the oil running out and the lamp expiring already. Right at this time, the winds and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Patches of dark clouds converged over here. The horrifying pressure made people feel very stifled, unable to even catch their breath. And not good. Yi Yuan is going to transcend tribulation. Nailan Hong's expression changed as he said. While at this time, Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were only 100 over feet distance away from him. The moment Yi Yuan transcended the tribulation, they would definitely be swept into it. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were startled awake by this abnormality too, carrying extremely unwilling expressions as they retreated back to the SHORE. Chapter 806, Horrifying Soul Tribulation. Chapter 806, Horrifying Soul Tribulation. This fellow's strength is comparable to peak Boundless Realm. If it were to transcend tribulation inside, we'd definitely be smitten to death. Zhang Tianyi said extremely unwillingly. He sensed that he had not reached the limits yet and should still be able to push forward some more. But Yi Yuan, suddenly transcending tribulation, thoroughly screwed up his tempo. Actually, we should have long expected it. With Brother Ye's strength, entering this desolate, ancient drip essence pool, how can he possibly not break through to Boundless Realm? It somewhat exceeded my expectations that he is only breaking through now, Han Feng said. If interrupted, then he was interrupted. Han Feng did not mind very much. Entering the desolate ancient drip essence pool this time, his harvest was extremely huge. He was almost breaking through to the 9th level Boundless already. Furthermore, he could sense that the pool water's transformation on his body was extremely great. In the future, cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Suddenly loosening up to 6 quotas this time was truly picking up a treasure to him. What's Yi Yuan doing? Is it possible that this guy wants to oppose heavenly tribulation? Nailan Hong exclaimed in shock. A mighty dragon aura billowed to the skies. Yi Yuan slowly raised his palm. This was clearly going to exhibit a powerful martial technique. By the side, the few geniuses were all dumbstruck with astonishment when they saw this scene. Each and every one of them rated themselves as geniuses. Towards heavenly tribulation, they were generally not overly concerned, but were not wildly arrogant to the degree of opposing heavenly tribulation yet. Watching Yi Yuan's stance, he did not place heavenly tribulation in his sights at all. With Yi Yuan's present strength, transcending the 5 in 9, heavenly tribulation was without the least bit of pressure at all, even if it was the major heavenly tribulation of breaking through a major cultivation realm. Boom! A coiling dragon heaven devastating palm soared high into the air, flying straight for the tribulation clouds that had yet to form. Civ Green Dragon, Sup 1/Sup, charged straight for the skies, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the tribulation clouds were dissipated by the power of this palm. Holy *T. Just what kind of freak is this guy? The might of one palm is actually so horrifyingly powerful. Could it be that he had yet to use all of his strength in the combat? One time? Yang Xiao cried out weirdly. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was not the slightest bit inferior to that 5th stage supreme true intent, rending the sky, as well. A martial technique like rending the sky, being able to comprehend one already need to express thanks to heaven and earth. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had a card up his sleeve. But this was Yang Xiao misunderstanding Yi Yuan. Actually, during the combat, 1. Tian, the power of rending the sky was indeed above the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. But soaking in the pool water these 2 days, the power of Yi Yuan's fleshy body strengthened by more than several times. Yi Yuan discovered that the power within this pool water, the majority was used to temper the fleshy body. The increase in essence energy instead was a little slow in comparison. The dragon race's martial techniques did not entirely look at Dragon Way's degree of comprehension. It similarly looked at the strength of the physical body. This was the same logic as a martial artist's essence, energy, and supreme true intent. Right now, Yi Yuan's physical body was multiple times stronger. The might of coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, naturally strengthened a great deal too. The coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm that Yang Xiao saw was precisely the version after strengthening. A 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation. The tribulation clouds were not so easily scattered away. Very soon, the tribulation clouds in the air gathered once more. Very clearly, it was more than before this time. But Yi Yuan did not seem to pay attention at all. Raising his hand, it was another coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, directly blasting apart the firmament. In this pool water, Yi Yuan felt like he returned to the embrace of his mother's womb, in a nascent state with limitless strength. The third time, fourth time, fifth time, Yi Yuan did not care about the tribulation clouds in the sky at all, firing palm after palm over above the sky. 5 sets of tribulation clouds were actually thoroughly dissipated by Yi Yuan without condensing successfully yet. The 5 people on the SHOR, you were long dumbfounded with shock. Turns out that heavenly tribulation could still be transcended like this. No lightning falling, this heavenly tribulation. Could it still be called heavenly tribulation? The current Yi Yuan stood calmly on the water surface, akin to a war G. Oh, this. It's done? Yang Xiao looked at the surroundings and asked, rather baffled. Nailan Hong's expression was grim as he shook his head and said, "You look at Yi Yuan's appearance akin to facing a great enemy. I think it shouldn't be over yet, right?" Yang Xiao was startled and discovered that Yi Yuan indeed had an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. But for middle 3 realms martial artists, 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation was already the limit. Could it be that there was still a more formidable heavenly tribulation? Right then, the tribulation clouds originally dissipated by Yi Yuan actually condensed and formed once more. How is this possible? Yi Yuan is transcending the boundless realm's heavenly tribulation here. How can a 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation possibly appear? Yang Xiao nearly jumped up. This situation before his eyes seriously somewhat subverted his understanding. But Pei Kuan said with a cold snort, "Idiot! Look closely. How is this a 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation? This is clearly soul tribulation." Soul tribulation? Seems like it really is. However, the power of this soul tribulation is so powerful. Yang Xiao still had a guileless appearance. The others were all silent. That thick layer of tribulation clouds in the sky made their divine souls all tremble. The might of this soul tribulation was clearly much more powerful than they imagined. Looks like comprehending the golden characters can obtain immense benefits, but it has side effects too. The power of this soul tribulation is way stronger compared to that time in my previous life. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Transcending soul tribulation. If one did not have adequate measures, it was very hard to transcend. Soul tribulations arrived at the divine soul directly and did not have any obstacle at all. It was unlike lightning tribulation. Martial artists could rely on essence, energy, and the physical body to guard the heart channels. As long as the heart channels were not severed, the martial artist was considered to have transcended. But soul tribulations disregarded the physical body, attacking the divine soul directly. It was equivalent to a divine soul attack, completely unavoidable. With Yi Yuan's measures, When he withstood the soul-lightening dual tribulations back then, he nearly perished. His Tao almost dissipated. And what played a critical role in it was the soul tribulation. It was just that the soul tribulation this time was much stronger compared to that time. A purple bolt of lightning fell down with a loud crash. Lightning was partially hidden and partially visible and actually shuttled back and forth the void. Heavenly Soul S. H. I. plus ELD. Yi Yuan cried out lightly. Soul force suddenly erupted, forming an invisible barrier in front of him. Boom! Yi Yuan's body was directly sent flying out. He was spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood while in the air. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone on the bank suddenly changed. Although the might of this soul tribulation was kind of expected early on, seeing Yi Yuan being directly bombarded heavy injuries, they did not expect it either. These few people were all aware that Yi Yuan was not only a martial artist, but he was also an alchemist. His attainments in the divine soul were very high. It could be seen from this how terrifying this soul tribulation was. Zhang Tiany's expression was solemn as he said, "That divine soul mystic art of Yi Yuan's earlier, with my strength, I can't shake it a single bit at all. But the soul tribulation actually blasted it to pieces. The power of this soul tribulation is too terrifying. If it were me, my soul would probably have dissipated already under that blow earlier." Really don't know what on earth Yi Yuan did to actually provoke such a powerful soul tribulation. The magnitude of this soul tribulation is not what boundless realms can withstand at all. Everyone's expression changed again. Even Zhang Tiany, this soul martial artist, could not withstand a single hit from the soul tribulation. It could be seen how terrifying the power of this soul tribulation was. Yi Yuan is probably in danger this time, Zhang Tiany said with a slightly grim expression. Chapter 807, Divine Inscription. Chapter 807, Divine Inscription. Another bolt of purple lightning arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan mustered up all of his soul force to deal with the second bolt of soul tribulation. Work. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more. His divine soul was already incredibly withered. This soul tribulation's power was too great. Even if Yi Yuan's divine soul already had substantial growth, he was completely not its match too. If another one or two more bolts slammed down, Yi Yuan might really have his soul dispersed to the wind. When everyone on the SHOR saw this scene, they all could not bear to look straight at it. Such a genius. Could it be that he was going to fall under this horrifying soul tribulation? The tribulation clouds in the sky rolled over and were currently brewing the next round of terrifying soul tribulation. Two bolts of soul tribulation made Yi Yuan's divine soul sustain immensely severe injuries. Currently, he could not even accomplish standing up. Crack, crack. Purple lightning rumbled down once more. Han Feng and the rest could distinctly sense that the power of the soul tribulation this time was even stronger than before. The few people on the SHOR closed their eyes. Clearly, they did not feel that Yi Yuan could endure this bolt of soul tribulation. Forget about them. Even Yi Yuan himself did not believe that he could transcend this soul tribulation either. His sole reliance now was that black color bead. Right then, a voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind. "You idiot, why haven't you quickly used the divine inscriptions?" It was Long Tong's voice. This old man already had not made a sound for very long. This time, he actually voice transmitted to him out of the blue. But what was divine inscription? Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A hard-to-express syllable emitted out of his mouth. It was precisely that divine character he had just comprehended not long ago. Mao. Right at this time, the soul tribulation arrived in front of Yi Yuan. What amazed Yi Yuan was that the soul tribulation actually dissipated to nothing under this syllable. At virtually the same time, that black color bead actually shed some black powder. Yi Yuan's divine soul instantly recovered, as good as new. In no way, right? Yi Yuan, he didn't die. Ah, poo, didn't die as good. Didn't die as good. Yang Shao rambled. The scene which just took place seriously made people's jaws to the ground. They already ascertained that Yi Yuan was unable to cross the next round of soul tribulation. Did not expect that when the soul tribulation arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it actually dissipated to nothing, as if it had never existed. What was even more bizarre was that Yi Yuan's current divine soul state was excellent, completely not like he sustained heavy wounds. What on earth happened in that instant just now? What did he do just now to actually annihilate this soul tribulation? Zhang Tianyi said, not quite daring to believe it. Just now, an odd syllable seemed to have emitted out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Aside from this, he didn't seem to have done anything either. Could it be that the soul tribulation being annihilated was related to that odd syllable? Nailan Hong said with a frown, impossible. What kind of syllable is able to eradicate such terrifying soul tribulation power? What was that to let his divine soul recover back to how it was? Pei Kuan said in disbelief. Nailan Hong shook his head. Clearly, he was rather uncertain what it meant either. He only faintly had some surmises. But Yi Yuan's means, he could not figure them out at all. Just carry on watching. If it's really because of that weird syllable, he'll definitely still use it again in a while. Nailan Hong said. Yi Yuan himself was unbelievably shocked too. He did not expect that this syllable actually had such power, directly eradicating the soul tribulation. Long Tongue, this old fellow, seemed to be constantly paying close attention to him, cultivating the divine soul in the vast heaven pag. Oh, it probably all landed in his sights. This old man kept saying that he was sleeping, but he was perfectly aware of the happenings in the vast heaven pag. Oda, when Long Tongue said finish that sentence earlier, he did not make any more sound, as if he entered into a slumber again. No matter how Yi Yuan called, he did not respond. Forget it. Right now, it's still more pressing to deal with the soul tribulation. Won't be late to find him again later, Yi Yuan thought to himself. The might of the divine inscriptions far surpass, said Yi Yuan's imaginations. No matter how powerful the soul tribulation was, when it arrived in front of him, it was immediately annihilated by one syllable. After an hour, the tribulation clouds finally dissipated. After experiencing life and death, Yi Yuan finally transcended the soul tribulation. Sensing his own divine soul a little, Yi Yuan was greatly taken aback. His divine soul was clearly just initial stage perfection alchemy ancestor. But in terms of power, it was probably not inferior to late-stage alchemy ancestor. These divine inscriptions were indeed abnormally marvelous. Yi Yuan thought that his research into the divine soul was already very thorough. But the appearance of the divine inscriptions utterly subverted his understanding. What amazed Yi Yuan even more was that Long Tongue actually knew that the golden characters were called divine inscriptions. This guy seemed to be hiding many secrets. Ji Xingyang researched the golden characters for many years and did not even know that they were called divine inscriptions. This Long Tongue actually knew. Yi Yuan was blasted to the SHOR long ago by the soul tribulation. By the time he came back to his senses from the elation of breaking through, he suddenly sensed several odd gazes sizing him up. En? What's going on? All looking at me like that for what? Yi Yuan intentionally pretended to be puzzled. Yi Yuan, you this fellow, your methods really emerge in endless streams. Earlier, I even thought that you were dead for sure. I didn't think that you actually pulled through at the final juncture. Yang Xiao said, "Oh, just luck." Towards this, Yi Yuan did not wish to say too much. The divine inscriptions and reincarnation were the same. They were both secrets he concealed in his heart. It was impossible to talk about them to other people. But Yang Xiao clearly did not have the intention of asking too much. The few of them were all extremely talented figures and were deeply aware of the logic that everyone had their own secrets. It was just that they had a deeper understanding of Yi Yuan's means. I interrupted everyone's cultivation. I'm seriously sorry about that. This he has already finished breaking through. Let's continue. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi both nodded their heads, entering the desolate ancient drip essence pool with a leap. But after these two people entered, the expressions on their faces became anguish too. Very clearly, they could not persevere for a long time either. If there were no accidents, they should stop at the third level. Yi Yuan did not say another word too, jumping in directly. Yi Yuan entered the second level region, but discovered that the pool water here was already completely ineffective to him. Looks like breaking through to the boundless realm previously and stimulating the power of dragon blood once more, regardless whether it was it essence energy or the fleshy body, they all had a substantial increase. Hence, this second level region is already no use to me, Yi Yuan pondered to himself. Yi Yuan stepped into the third level immediately without any hesitation and discovered that the third level was not very useful to him either. Hence, Yi Yuan directly entered the fourth level. Seeing this scene, the three people on the SHOR, he stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape again. Is this guy treating the desolate ancient drip essence pool as a normal pool? To actually walk to the fourth level straight away. Pei Kuan said speechlessly. He used all of his power and only walked to the second level. He did not expect that after Yi Yuan finished transcending the tribulation, he directly walked to the fourth level. This was too demoralizing. Haha, Yi Yuan's potential is probably far beyond this. Like I said, with his talent, how can he possibly stop at the second level? Yang Xiao laughed loudly and looked at Pei Kuan deridingly. Pei Kuan's expression was black as he darted Yang Xiao a fierce glare. Chapter 808, Remolded Anew. Chapter 808, Remolded Anew. On the third day, Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi could not persist any longer, withdrawing out of the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Right now, in the pool, there was only Yi Yuan alone left. And the present Yi Yuan already walked to the fifth level region. Truly a terrifying fellow. He already walked to the fifth level, but he is completely indifferent, Zhang Tianyi said with vicissitudes of emotion. Regardless whether it was talent or strength, he lost completely to Yi Yuan. Even if he was any prouder, facing Yi Yuan's terrifying talent, he had no choice but to lower his high head too. The truth was placed right in front. It was not up to him to deny. The five people saw that Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of withdrawing and could only consolidate the desolate ancient drip essence pool's gains by the side and observe Yi Yuan's progress at the same time. Actually, they could already leave the Crimson Afterglow Valley now. But not seeing which step Yi Yuan walked to, they were still not reconciled to it. In a blink, 2 days said. Yi Yuan already arrived at the sixth level region and still did not have the intention of stopping. However, it already reached the time to exit the valley. If they still did not exit the valley, they would be sealed off in the Crimson Afterglow Valley for 300 years' time. Brother Yi, the hour has arrived. We gotta exit the valley. Han Feng shouted to Yi Yuan. You all go out first. I'm still continuing, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This desolate, ancient drip essence pool's remolding of his body was very apparent. A short 5 days' time, his strength already soared by a wide margin. Making him go out now, how could Yi Yuan be willing? Brother Yi, First Elder said before, if we don't leave within 5 days, we'll be trapped to death here. Han Feng said anxiously. Yi Yuan had the grace of teaching to him. He could not bear to see Yi Yuan be trapped to death here. However, Yi Yuan no longer replied him. Time to go. He's willing to stay here. Just let him remain here. If you guys are not going, I'm leaving first. Pei Kuan was the first one to be eliminated and had long lost interest in this place. If not for the sake of seeing where Yi Yuan could walk to, he would have left long ago. Outside, the mountain valley had a light screen. Pei Kuan leaped and vanished into the light screen. Nailan Hong looked at Yi Yuan's back view, shook his head, and left too. This guy really makes people unable to see through. Yang Xiao muttered to himself and chose to leave as well. Zhang Tianyi followed closely behind. Han Feng still not going? The pass, Sage Way is going to close. Zhang Tianyi shouted to Han Feng. At this time, the light screen outside the mountain valley was already flickering, likely to die out at any time. If he still did not leave, he was really going to be trapped here. Han Feng gave a disappointed sigh and finally still turned around and left. Not long after Han Feng left, the light screen seemingly lost its final support to Vanis. Plussing from sight. Yi Yuan paid no attention to this, and still cultivating himself by following his usual way of doing things. 5 people's silhouettes scurried out from the lake water. The lake water that was parted became one as well, turning into its initialmost appearance. First Elder looked at Pei Kuan and the rest full of smiles. But his expression changed drastically very quickly. "Where's Yi Yuan?" Chun Qin's expression was frighteningly dark. Yi Yuan was unwilling to part with the desolate ancient drip essence pool's power and refused to come out till the end. "We could only come out first," Pei Kuan said helplessly. "What? You're saying that Yi Yuan is trapped in the Crimson Afterglow Valley?" Although he had long expected it in his heart, hearing Pei Kuan say it out personally, he was still akin to be struck by lightning. Yi Yuan was the successor that Holy Lord personally designated. Now he was actually trapped in the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This blunder was too over the top. Han Feng also said helplessly, "I urged Brother Yi before too, but he still refused to come out. Perhaps he has some means to be able to come out himself." Nonsense. This grand array is one-directional and can only be activated outside the valley. Forget that he only has this bit of strength. Even if the Holy Lord were trapped inside, he wouldn't be able to return either. Chun Qin lost composure and said, What to do about this then?" The moment Han Feng heard, he kind of panicked too. He did not wish for Yi Yuan to be trapped inside for 300 years. Chun Qin waved his hand, appearing quite irritated. "You guys return to the Holy Land yourselves. I'll calm down a bit here and think what to do." The 5 people did not dare to disobey and could only leave this mountain valley. After the 5 people left, a figure slowly appeared. It was precisely Tu. "Holy Lord, what to do about this?" First Elder's words were actually exactly the same as Han Feng's. Very clearly, First Elder lost a sense of propriety too. Tu was not as concerned as imagined and instead said, since he isn't willing to come out, presumably, he might really have some measures. "We'll wait here for a month. After a month, if he still hasn't come out, this Emperor will forcefully activate the Grand Array and let him come out." First Elder's expression changed as he said, "How can this do? If Holy Lord forcefully opens up the Grand Array again, the remaining lifespan," Tu said with a smile, "we are already at this present situation. This Emperor has long come to accept it already. The only thing I can't let go of is the Holy Land. I promised Yi Yuan before to send him in a second time. If he can't come out, I naturally have to keep my promise. If my death can exchange for his wholehearted dedication to the Holy Land, it's worth it too." First Elder heaved a sigh. The self-reproaching expression on his face was laid bare in its entirety. He suddenly recalled a matter, slapped his thigh, and said, "Oh my, panicked earlier and forgot to ask those few brats which level region Yi Yuan made it to." Tu said with a smile, to be able to stay a full 5 days' time in the pool water, he at least entered the 6th level region too. Not asking is fine too. Maybe when he comes out, he can give us a pleasant surprise. After staying in the 6th level region fully, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already successfully broke through to 2nd level boundless. At this time, if he took another step forward, he would enter the central region of the pool water, which was also the 7th level region. The moment he entered the 7th level region, Yi Yuan felt every cell in his body seethe over. He felt that his entire body was burning. This sensation of being set on fire all over his body instantly made his entire person start convulsing. Yi Yuan could even feel that his skeleton was rattling. The pool water in this 7th level region was simply freakishly powerful. But Yi Yuan knew that as long as he endured through this agony, it would be immensely beneficial to his cultivation henceforth. The desolate ancient drip essence pool's remolding of the martial artist body was an all-round process. At this time, the meridians in Yi Yuan's entire body were already scoured many times over by the pool water. His current cultivation speed was as much as several times than before. Yi Yuan's fleshy body's cultivation endowments were very poor. If there wasn't his previous life's alchemy knowledge, it was impossible for him to reach this step today. In the past, it was all through the aid of medicinal pills that Yi Yuan could break through successively, all the way until Yi Yuan obtained true dragon's blood, that it transformed the natural endowments of his physical body. But this time, Yi Yuan's physical body obtained an overhauling transformation again on its original foundation. Right now, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was also not at all inferior to some rarely seen spirit physiques. Even if he did not consume medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed would not be any bit slower compared to others either. Chapter 809. Encountering Danger at the Bottom of the Pool. Chapter 809. Encountering danger at the bottom of the pool, 3 days elapsed in a flash. Plus, during these 3 days, Yi Yuan was enduring torture every second. This sort of anguish virtually made him faint away several times. If it were others, they would probably have failed to endure it and retreated back to the SHORE long ago. But Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and endured it. The torment of immolation finally gradually subsided on the 3rd day. Yi Yuan floated on the water surface quietly and already did not have a trace of strength. No idea how long Pa S said either before he recovered some strength. Yi Yuan came to the SHORE and released all of the true dragon strength in his entire body with all his might. An inconceivable scene occurred. Below Yi Yuan's neck, dark green dragon scales actually faintly emerged on his entire body. This physical body tempering truly makes people wish that they were dead. But enduring through this hurdle will be of extremely great help to my cultivation in the future. Right now, just this fleshy body strength of mine already reached peak boundless realm. Coupling with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, dealing with first-level heaven enlightenment martial artists is absolutely no issue. Yi Yuan pondered to himself. The disparity in strength between the boundless realm and the heaven enlightenment realm was extremely great. The disparity between the middle 3 realms and upper 3 realms was extremely hard to cross. At present, Yi Yuan's spirit rank dragon wave already comprehended to peak initial stage spirit rank. Only by coupling with a powerful physical body could it cross this immense threshold. But speaking of which, ever since after Yi Yuan cultivated Dragon Wave to Spirit rank, the rate of progress slowed considerably all at once. Spirit rank Dragon Wave was extremely hard to break through. Yi Yuan fumbled for a long time and also just barely managed to reach peak initial stage Spirit rank. But what made Yi Yuan glad was that even if this Spirit rank Dragon Wave only advanced a tiny bit, the increase in the coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm's power was rather considerable. Presently, the power of Yi Yuan's coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm was already way stronger compared to before. Taking a look at the dragon scales all over his body, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. If I carry on cultivating, I won't become a real dragon, right? Then wouldn't I, a dignified human, turn into the dragon race? And this sort of feeling appeared again. This feeling seems to be in the direction of the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Could it be that there's something at the bottom of this pool? Boy, you struck rich. There's a dragon race supreme treasure at the bottom of this pool. Hurry up and go down to bring it up. Right at this time, Long Tongue's voice sounded out once more. Senior, you finally came out. Can I please invite Senior to inform just what on earth divine inscriptions are? Regarding the dragon race supreme treasure at the bottom of the pool, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. Finally managed to nab Long Tongue. His first reaction was to ask about the divine inscription matters first. However, after Long Tongue said one sentence, there was no sound again. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth hatefully in his heart. This fellow was clearly intentionally avoiding him. But speaking of which, even though Yi Yuan was already the vast heaven pag, Da's owner now, he actually could not even find where Long Tongue was located at. This guy was definitely hiding many secrets on him. But regarding Long Tongue, Yi Yuan really could not do anything to him. Yi Yuan was very clear that even when he was at his prime, he might likely not be this old guy's match either. By observing a part, one can infer the full picture. Yi Yuan reckoned that this Long Tongue's pinnacle period strength was likely not beneath the 10 great divine kings. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only go to the bottom of the pool first to investigate properly. At this desolate, ancient drip essence pool, Yi Yuan walked to the coremost 7th level region. The pool water did not have much repulsion to him either anymore. Yi Yuan went in with a dive, sinking down to the bottom of the pool. Not long after sinking down, Yi Yuan felt a tremendous pressure transmit over, supporting his entire body from under towards the surface of the water. He could not sink down at all. Yi Yuan was very familiar with this pressure. It was precisely the pressure of the dragon race. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly alarmed. This Long Tongue's perception was truly sharp. He himself only faintly sensed that something was beckoning him in the bottom of this pool, but was entirely unable to determine what it was. But Long Tongue could actually sense that it was a dragon race supreme treasure in the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. One had to know that he had already sunk down a distance of several thousand feet now, before sensing this dragon race pressure. This dragon race pressure was rather powerful. If Yi Yuan did not temper his physical body in this pool water, it would likely be very hard to endure it. Right away, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it either, immediately releasing true dragon power once more to withstand this pressure. Indeed, after releasing true dragon power, the pressure on Yi Yuan's body eased up, and he continued sinking down towards the bottom of the pool. This desolate ancient drip essence pool is actually so deep. I've already dived down several tens of thousands of feet deep and actually haven't reached the bottom yet. Yi Yuan could not help being alarmed inwardly. He had already dove down for close to 2 hours and actually had not reached the bottom yet. The depth of this pool water could be imagined. Furthermore, the further down to the bottom of the pool, the more powerful that dragon race pressure. If not for Yi Yuan refining true dragon blood essence, it was completely impossible to swim so deep. Right at this time, 2 streaks of gloomy light came from below. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, thinking that it should be almost reaching the bottom of the pool. Could it be that the location of this gloomy light was the whereabouts of the treasure? Yi Yuan did not lower his guard. Generally, places that had treasures were all dangerous places. The more precious the treasure, the greater the danger accompanying it. Previously, Long Tongue said that it was a dragon race supreme treasure. Yi Yuan did not know what kind of treasure it was either, but it looks as if it was probably not some ordinary item. Those 2 streaks of S-H-I plus New York green gloomy light became increasingly clearer, like 2 beams of lantern light, shooting up from the bottom of the pool. The bottom of the pool was pitch black, unable to see one's fingers when stretching out one's hand. But after Yi Yuan's body went through the remolding, his visual prowess was extremely good too. At the same time, Yi Yuan entered heart like monolith realm, grasping everything in the surroundings. Seeing as he was about to sink to the bottom of the pool, Yi Yuan finally saw clearly what those 2 beams of gloomy light were. All the pores on his entire body opened up. A sense of immense danger welled up in his heart. How was this some lantern light? It was a black flood dragon entrenched at the bottom of the pool. Yi Yuan saw distinctly that this black flood dragon's head actually already gave birth to dragon horns. This was clearly the omen of about to turn into a dragon. This black flood dragon was going to transform into becoming a genuine true dragon very soon. This black flood dragon seemed to have long known that somebody was going to come down and actually restrained its aura. Yi Yuan only discovered it with the power of his naked eye by moving close in front too. At this time, Yi Yuan was merely around 1,000 feet or so away from this black flood dragon. Although Yi Yuan was unable to perceive this black flood dragon's cultivation, to be able to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon, it was at the minimum phaseless realm strength too. Phaseless realm martial artists were not what the present Yi Yuan could resist. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan turned around and fled. Ignorant human, to actually dare pry into this dragon's treasure. Where are you running to? This black flood dragon actually spoke human language. His body shot out from the bottom of the pool like a cannonball, heading straight for Yi Yuan. This underwater was the black flood dragon's domain in the end. The advantage of Yi Yuan's speed could not be brought out at all. In a blink of an eye, the black flood dragon was going to catch up to Yi Yuan. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Yi Yuan was currently escaping when he suddenly turned around and gave a palm. This palm was already the limits of his strength. Boom! The black flood dragon was struck until his figure stopped. But he was completely unscathed. Chapter 8:10, A Little Snake. Chapter 8:10, A Little Snake. With this, Yi Yuan finally probed out this black flood dragon's strength. It was indeed the phaseless realm. Furthermore, looking at it, it was actually at the high-level phaseless realm. This level of strength, Yi Yuan, was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. If it was the heaven enlightenment realm, Yi Yuan could still think of ways to deal with it. But the phaseless realm, Yi Yuan was at a complete loss on what to do. Earlier, if not for Yi Yuan reacting fast to the situation, the black flood dragon could annihilate him with a wave of a hand. Even so, it was also a certain death situation right now. No wonder you want to covet this dragon's treasure. I didn't expect that a puny little human actually possesses such unadulterated dragon pressure. But it makes this dragon jealous. Brat, after this dragon eats you and refines all of your flesh and blood, it should be able to help me break through the fetters. Being struck by Yi Yuan, the black flood dragon was not the least bit angry. From his words, one could instead faintly detect a hint of agitation. Even though the black flood dragon did not take human form, with his phaseless realm strength, his intellect was not the slightest bit inferior to humans. He was even smarter than most martial artists. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm move earlier. The dragon pressure was pure to the extreme. It was countless times purer than the dragon race bloodline in his body. Then, Yi Yuan very likely refined true dragon bloodline. That was how he came to possess such a pure bloodline. As long as he devoured Yi Yuan's fleshy body and blood, he naturally had ways to refine out blood essence. At that time, his impure, true dragon bloodline would evolve by a large margin. Breaking through the fetters to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon would be close at hand. An intense sense of danger hit Yi Yuan's heart. He urged his essence energy to the max, wanting to escape the black flood dragon's pursuit. But it was all futile. The black flood dragon in the water was originally like fish in the water. His speed was much faster compared to Yi Yuan's. In just a blink of an eye, the black flood dragon caught up to Yi Yuan. Boy, become a meal in this dragon's belly. The black flood dragon gave a cold laugh and actually opened up his oversized jaws, wanting to grind Yi Yuan up in one bite. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly and was currently awaiting mutual destruction, but he felt an even more terrifying dragon pressure envelope the entire bottom of the pool in an instant. A black silhouette suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. The black flood dragon's figure stopped abruptly and actually did not advance in fear. Senior Long Tongue, Yi Yuan said with joy. Long Tongue did not turn his head and just said faintly, "A little snake dares to proclaim as a dragon in vain too. Truly audacious gall. Don't you know how severe the crime of pretending to be my dragon race is?" What made Yi Yuan astonished was that the black flood dragon actually trembled facing Long Tongue. Long Tongue was clearly a clone right now. His strength might not even be a match for this black flood dragon. But this black dragon was actually in fear. Truly inconceivable. A Lord Throne, this lowly subject knows his mistake. I beg your excellency to spare this lowly subject. The black flood dragon's unbearable arrogance from before actually vanished into thin air at this time. Facing Long Tongue, the black flood dragon was actually like a rat that saw a cat. Yi Yuan could not help clicking his tongue in wonder when he saw. His dragon pressure was extremely pure as well. Why was this black flood dragon not afraid of him, but was scared of Long Tongue? Long Tongue's pinnacle period strength was indeed very terrifying. But right now, this sort of strength seems like there was nothing for people to be afraid of, right? If the two people really fought, who would emerge victorious was still an unknown. Long Tongue said coolly, "Capital punishment can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. From today onwards, you'll serve Yi Yuan as your master, all the way until Yi Yuan takes the initiative to set you free. Are you willing?" Nothing could be perceived from the black flood dragon's face, but Yi Yuan clearly sensed his difficult emotions. Indeed, the black flood dragon opened his mouth and said, "This, Lord Throne, how can our dragon race serve a human and for him to be our master?" Long Tongue said disdainfully when he heard that, "Dragon race? A little snake dares to proclaim to be of the dragon race in vain too? Disregarding that you haven't transformed from a flood dragon to a dragon yet, even if you really successfully transformed into a dragon, it's also the lowest level dragon race bloodline. You dare to proclaim to be of the dragon race?" Long Tongue's words were utterly discourteous. Yi Yuan was stricken with terror hearing it at the side, fearful of him enraging this black flood dragon. But the black flood dragon was unexpectedly obedient, facing Long Tongue. It was just that this matter of serving him as master, he seemed to keep on hesitating. Long Tongue felt rather annoyed and waved his hand and said, "Within 5 breaths, if you still don't make a decision, I'll make a move to destroy your several thousand years of cultivation. 5, 4, 3. Right as Long Tongue counted to 3, the black flood dragon finally could not endure it and opened his mouth and said, "Lord Throne, this lowly subject agrees to it." The more Yi Yuan listened, the more bewildered he got. A clone of Long Tongue's could actually intimidate a late-stage, phaseless realm black flood dragon? Could it be that this black flood dragon was a simpleton? Consider yourself sensible. The two of you enter a contract then. If you dare to play tricks, you should know the outcome. Long Tongue said coolly. The black flood dragon hurriedly said, "This lowly subject dare not." Yi Yuan had a baffled look when he saw the situation. Just now it was still life and death hanging by a thread. Did not think that in a twinkle he took in a phaseless realm black flood dragon as a servant. With this black flood dragon, as long as he did not run into Tao profound realm powerhouses, with how vast this divine realm was, wouldn't he be able to travel plenty of areas? Under Long Tongue's supervision, Yi Yuan and the black flood dragon entered a soul bond. This black flood dragon's life and death were governed in Yi Yuan's hands. Blackwind pays respect to master. The black flood dragon finally lowered his high head in front of Yi Yuan. Blackwind was this black flood dragon's name. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "You don't need to feel wronged either. Following me, there will naturally be benefits for you in the future." Taking in the black flood dragon, Yi Yuan was finally aware of his strength too. Blackwind was at the great circle of the phaseless realm. But no matter how formidable Blackwind was, he was merely at the phaseless realm. As long as Yi Yuan recovered to his peak, even letting Blackwind reach Divine King realm was not impossible either. To Yi Yuan, as long as there were sufficient heaven and earth spirit medicines, he could even train a group of Divine King powerhouse. Of course, creating Divine Kings was completely different from other cultivation realms. Refining Tier 9 and above medicinal pills, each heaven and earth spirit medicine required was all too rare. They were all things which could come by with luck, but not by searching for it. Even the former Medicine King Hall and Alchemist A.S. Association, these level of super major factions, could not put together a few sets either. Blackwind was Yi Yuan's servant now. Towards Yi Yuan's words, he naturally did not dare to disagree. But regarding the authenticity of Yi Yuan's words, he clearly still harbored doubts. But Yi Yuan could not be inclined to explain anything either. In the future, he would naturally know Yi Yuan's strength. After saying all these, Yi Yuan finally found time to find Long Tongue to clear the doubts in his heart. Long Tongue seemed to know what Yi Yuan wanted to ask and said smilingly, "This black flood dragon was originally just a little snake. The dragon race bloodline it contained was extremely scarce. But this fellow's luck is extremely heaven-defying to actually find a primeval dragon bone at the bottom of this pool. That's how he got today's achievements. Yi Yuan could not help being amazed when he heard that. His gaze, when looking at Black Wind, became somewhat astounded. Yi Yuan knew a little about the characteristics of the demon race's bloodlines. To be able to cultivate and become a flood dragon from a little snake with a faint bloodline, then almost cultivate to become a true dragon from a flood dragon, Blackwind's fortunes indeed deserve to be called heaven-defying. The chances of this sort of thing happening were way too small. Chapter 8:11 Primeval Dragon Bone. Chapter 8:11 Primeval Dragon Bone. Primeval Dragon Bone? What is that? Yi Yuan understood a little about the demon race's matters, but his understanding was clearly not as thorough as the human race, especially the dragon race, this kind of proud clan. It hid many secrets unknown to people, even more so. Longting did not speak and just said coolly, "Follow me." The two people and one flood dragon dove to the bottom of the pool. On a stone platform at the bottom of the pool, a glittering and translucent bone was placed. It should be the primeval dragon bone from Long Tongue's mouth. Seeing this chunk of primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan was slightly shocked inwardly as well. The dragon race pressure coming from the dragon bone was incomparably powerful. It was actually even several times more intense compared to his own pressure, and the pool water around the dragon bone actually took on a pitch black color. In this pool, the water has the effect of cleansing the marrow. It's all because of this primeval dragon bone. Just some energy overflowing from the dragon bone made all the water in this pool turn into a treasure trove. This little snake could continuously advance ranks because he was cultivating nearby as well and was about to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon, Long Tongue said. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. Turns out that the source of this desolate ancient drip essence pool was actually a dragon bone. This pool water was likely close to 100,000 feet deep. A measly little dragon bone was able to transform all the water in the pool into a heaven and earth natural treasure. The energy contained in the dragon bone itself could be seen at a glance. No wonder Long Tongue said that he found a treasure. Turns out that he knew long ago. Senior, in your present state, it's probably very hard to deal with Blackwind, right? Why was he actually so fearful when he saw you? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long Tongue seemed to have long expected for Yi Yuan to have this query, and said with a smile, "The strictness of the demon race rankings far exceeds your imagination. Strength doesn't represent everything. For this little snake to want to deal with me, being 100 times stronger is more like it." Yi Yuan's eyes went wide as he said, 100 times? This Blackwind strength was already at the great circle of Phaseless Realm. Another 100 times stronger, how would that do? Even though this little snake succeeded in evolving and his true dragon bloodline thickened a little as well, but even if he really transformed from a flood dragon into a dragon, it's merely just the lowest CLA. S among the dragon race. The genuine clan of true dragons is likewise rigidly stratified, unless he has another heaven-defying lucky chance and can break through to the deity realm. Otherwise, he can forever only listen to higher CLA. S dragon race's orders, Long Tongue said. The demon race had always been bloodline as the highest. This point was not hard to understand. But Yi Yuan did not think that similarly of the true dragon clan, the disparity in ranking was actually so great. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked, Blackwind seemed to have called you something previously. Throne? Long Tongue nodded his head and said, in the dragon race, the ones possessing the purest bloodlines are hailed as the royals. But in the same era, dragons who possess a royal bloodline are extremely few. It can be said that the royals are the genuine true dragon progenies. In the divine Tao era, as long as the royals don't perish, they will all be able to achieve the deity realm in the end. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. He did not think that the dragon race still had such formidable existences. Certain chance to enter deity realm. How much providence did this require from heaven? So, in other words, Senior, you are a royal? Long Tongue said proudly. This seat was known as the dragon race's #1 genius back then. I'm naturally a royal. Then that drop of blood essence you gave me. That is a royal's blood essence too. However, the foundation of this physical body of yours is too poor. That drop of blood essence wasn't enough to let you evolve to a royal. A royal's true dragon bloodline is much purer than you imagine. Long Tongue said. Yi Yuan's face revealed a disappointed expression. Regarding this kind of bloodline that could unequivocally enter the deity realm, Yi Yuan still quite yearned for it. Even if Now was unable to achieve deity realm, the might of this sort of bloodline went without saying. What Yi Yuan needed now was strength. Seeing the disappointed look on Yi Yuan's face, Long Tongue smiled and said, You don't have to be disappointed either. That drop of blood essence not doing the trick doesn't mean that this dragon bone won't work. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, Senior, just what is the background of this dragon bone? If I didn't guess wrong, this should be a true dragon bone from the primeval era. Furthermore, it's even the bone remains of a deity realm powerhouse. Long Tongue clearly did not know the origins of this dragon bone either. But this did not hinder his conjectures about this dragon bone. Yi Yuan turned pale with fright and said, Primeval era. Doesn't that mean that it has already been 1,000,000 years since then? The history of the divine realm had no verifiable records. But according to the division of eras, 1,000,000 years ago from today was the primeval era. And this time of period where the divine Tao dwindled to zero within 1,000,000 years was known as the ancient era. Long Tongue said that this dragon bone was a true dragon bone from the primeval era. Then it naturally had over 1,000,000 years of history. Truly have no way of imagining that a piece of dragon bone could preserve for 1,000,000 years and not decay. How formidable was the strength of the owner of this dragon bone when he was alive? Hey, you this brat, know quite a bit. That's right, this dragon bone is indeed an object from 1,000,000 years ago. But because that era was too far back, the divine Tao aura on this dragon bone already dissipated to nothing. Therefore, you can also forget about prying into any divine Tao secrets from it. But with this piece of primeval dragon bone, it can be greatly surmised that your bloodline has the chance to evolve to a royal bloodline. Long Tongue looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly seeing through something. Yi Yuan's heart went cold. This old fellow was shrewd and crafty, as if he realized a little something. Each and every one of his actions was all under his surveillance. He probably guessed some things long ago, except that it looks like Long Tongue did not seem to have any ill intent towards him. However, since the other party did not expose it, Yi Yuan might as well carry on pretending to be muddle-headed. Yi Yuan pondered and said, This dragon bone should be a priceless treasure to Senior as well, right? Why is Senior giving it to me? Long Tongue chortled with laughter and said, This bunch of old bones have long lost the qualifications to seek out deity realm already. Refining another 10 pieces of dragon bones like this is a waste too. Might as well benefit you, this brat. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly guessing Long Tongue's intentions of doing so. Without any doubt, this Long Tongue was deliberately grooming him. But what purpose he had for doing so, Yi Yuan had no way of knowing. Seems like under this sort of situation now, Yi Yuan had no other choice as well. Even if it was to quench his thirst with poison, Yi Yuan had to drink it too. From the intel obtained from Zhao Qian there, Ji Kanglin might have reached 10 great divine kings' strength already. This information was akin to a Ma.'s Civ Mountain Cruise. Plussing on Yi Yuan's heart. What he needed now was strength. The allure of a royal bloodline to Yi Yuan was tremendous. Then, thank you very much, Senior. Yi Yuan still has a query. The divine inscriptions that Senior talked about before, what on earth is it? What relation does it have with the deity realm? Now that it came to this, Yi Yuan was already very certain that these divine inscriptions were absolutely things which belonged to a deity realm powerhouse. It was just that how to use this thing, Yi Yuan was still at a loss. Since Long Tongue could shout out divine inscription with certainty, he presumably still had some understanding of it. Divine inscriptions are the dragon race's secret. You're not of the dragon race yet. I can't tell you. After you thoroughly refine this piece of dragon bone and achieve a royal bloodline, I'll tell you the matters about the divine inscriptions another time, Long Tongue said nonchalantly. Chapter 812. Overwhelming pain to the extent of Wisconsin H.I. Plusing for death. Chapter 812. Overwhelming pain to the extent of Wisconsin H.I. Plusing for death. Yi Yuan thought all along that these divine inscriptions his father obtained were unique. But he did not expect that the dragon race actually had knowledge of these divine inscriptions long ago. Looks like these divine inscriptions were also a highly Sifid level secret in the dragon clan. Hearing the meaning in Long Tongue's words, it was evident that only a true dragon royal had the qualifications to know. Since Long Tongue said such words, it was naturally not right for Yi Yuan to ask again. Matters regarding deity realm. Regardless of anyone in any race, they would all be extremely cautious. This sort of secret definitely would not be brought out to share with others. For Long Tongue to be able to promise to tell him was clearly making an exception already. Otherwise, how could he possibly loosen up his lip for him, a human? Refining this dragon bone is not the work of a single day. Moreover, the process is extremely painful. You have to be mentally prepared, Long Tongue said. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched, and he asked, how painful is it? Yi Yuan had a foreboding premonition. When tempering the fleshy body in the pool water previously, it was already agonizingly painful. And this pool water was just a tiny bit of energy leaked out of the dragon bone. Therefore, the agony of refining the dragon bone itself would definitely be more terrifying than before. Compared to your tempering in the pool water previously, it's definitely 100 times more painful. If you can't withstand it, there's even the possibility of committing suicide because of the torment. Therefore, before refining, you have to think clearly, as Long Tongue said. He sized up Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. That sort of agony previously already made people wish for death. If it was 100 times more painful, then what kind of sensation was that? Yi Yuan's scalp tingled, and he unwittingly became somewhat fearful towards this primeval dragon bone. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Long Tongue said with a smile, "What? Scared?" Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "Isn't Senior a little immature to be using this kind of goading technique to deal with me? Refining must definitely be done, but I need to adjust my mindset a little." Yi Yuan's yearned for power to the extreme. It was not possible to give up such a fine opportunity. Furthermore, Long Tongue said that after he achieved royal bloodline, he would even tell him the information about the divine inscriptions. "Oh, I have confidence in you. This primeval dragon bone is extremely hard to come by and is indeed a dragon race supreme treasure. Refining the dragon bone is actually just fusing this dragon bone into your skeleton. After refining, not only can you achieve royal bloodline, it can even make the power of your dragon race martial techniques double. At that time, your physical body will be indestructible. This little snake's bloodline is impure and completely can't withstand the dragon pressure in this dragon bone. Otherwise, how can this thing benefit you?" Long Tongue said smilingly. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he unwittingly started to look forward to it secretly. Obtaining the dragon bone, Yi Yuan returned to the water surface and started meditating. After half a day, Yi Yuan's state of mind entered a state of a dried-up well without ripples, and he began refining the dragon bone. Yet, only upon refinement did Yi Yuan realize that the 100 times more painful that Long Tongue mentioned was still a little light. Saying that it was 1,000 times was, in fact, not overboard. That feeling of pain penetrating to the deepest area of the heart really made him better off dead. Yi Yuan rolled on the ground from the pain and even used his fist to slam fiercely on the ground. In the end, he actually directly used his own head and banged against a rock. Boom! With a single knock, debris flew everywhere, scattering all over the ground. Yi Yuan even thought that Long Tongue said it rather exaggeratedly previously. No matter how painful, could it hurt until he committed suicide? But now, he really wanted to directly end his own life. The bones all over Yi Yuan's body was rattling and creaking as if it was going to splinter into pieces straight away. This was truly hurting deep to the marrow. This sort of agony, it was completely unimaginable by ordinary people. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, the Black One by the side was somewhat uneasy. He could not resist asking Long Tongue, "Lord Throne, can Master pull through?" Long Tongue's expression fell slightly too as he said, "If it were others, I wouldn't advise him to refine the dragon bone at all. But Yi Yuan, I'm still very confident in him. As for whether or not he can push through, it'll be up to him." The first refinement of this primeval dragon bone is the most painful. It is simply unable to imagine. Pulling through, the skies will be vast with brilliant prospects. If can't tide over, Long Tongue clearly did not have absolute confidence when saying this too. Bang! Yi Yuan flew towards the sky, but with the essence energy cut off, he fell directly out of the sky, hurtling down with a dull crash. With this, Yi Yuan was much quieter. His entire person curled up on the ground, quivering. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, emitting grinding sounds. Many times, he fainted from the pain, but woke up from the agony again. Repeating like this over and over, his consciousness gradually became fuzzy. How could the current Yi Yuan still have leftover strength to deploy whatever heart like monolith? What was supporting him was just a conviction. That was the conviction for revenge. Now that Black Wind acknowledged Yi Yuan as master, he was deeply affected by his anguish, as if he was experiencing it himself. He wanted to go over and support Yi Yuan many times, but was stopped by Long Tongue. Going over to help him now is harming him. Long Tongue's expression was grim, and he only nonchalantly left behind this sentence. To the current Yi Yuan, every minute, every second was endless. In a blink, a day's time passed, said. But to Yi Yuan, it was like a lifetime had passed, said. His body was still continuously twitching on the ground, the joints of his fingers kneading with cracking sounds, making people extremely pained when they saw. 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. When it reached the 5th day, Long Tongue suddenly stared with wide eyes. The gaze looking at Yi Yuan revealed a pained look. Yi Yuan was still huddled up on the ground, but his right hand reached out quiveringly and actually slowly pressed down toward the top of his head. "Master, don't!" Black Wind howled, and was going to stop Yi Yuan was committing suicide. Yet, before his figure moved, he was forcefully stopped by Long Tongue. Long Tongue's expression was as dark as water as he said, "This is his most difficult hurdle. Toughing it out, he'll receive endless benefits. Now it will depend on how strong his willpower is." Long Tongue stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's palm, shouting nonstop in his head, "Yi Yuan, you mustn't give up. Holy Lord, right now, 1 month's time is almost up." Chin said with a complicated expression. A month's time was up. Yet the Crimson Afterglow Valley still had no activities. Yi Yuan still did not come out. This signified that Tu Yu was going to expend the last of his lifespan to open up the Grand Array. This Grand Array had 5 days of debilitated period every 300 years. Opening up the Grand Array at this time was the easiest. The 5 days of debilitated period had already passed, said now. For Tu Yu to forcefully open up the Grand Array, the price expended would be much greater. In his present condition, whether he could open up the Grand Array or not was still another matter altogether. But regardless whether it could open or not, he was certain to die. However, Tu Yu's expression appeared rather calm. He said with a smile, "Looks like heaven wills it so. Yi Yuan's talent is sufficient to support my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. Using this not much lifespan of mine to exchange for his safe return, worth it. Holy Lord." Chin's tears coursed down his old face. Tu Yu patted his shoulder smilingly and said, "All good things must come to an end. After I die, you have to assist Yi Yuan well. Let him grow up as quickly as possible." Chin nodded his head with tears in his eyes. Chapter 8:13 White Light Leaves. Chapter 8:13 White Light Leaves Rumble. Tu Yu was currently waiting to cast a spell to forcefully open the Grand Array when all of a sudden, the earth shook and the mountains moved. Tuyu and Chun-Chin's expression both changed drastically. What's going on? The grand array that forefathers set up actually collapsed. Tuyu was battered out of his senses. This grand array was the barrier to conceal the Crimson Afterglow Valley. It was precisely with the grand array that the Crimson Afterglow Valley could stand tall for so many years. But now this grand array actually utterly collapsed before their very eyes. Lake water, verdant mountains, green GRAS. Everything before their eyes became illusionary. Finally, the Crimson Afterglow Valley recovered its original appearance. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was completely exposed to the world. What to do about this? Chun-Chin said in a panic. A man dressed in white clothing slowly walked out from the valley. Behind him actually followed a black-colored flood dragon. When Tuyu saw this scene, his expression could not help changing. This black flood dragon was actually at the great circle of the phaseless realm. It's Yi Yuan. Chun-Chin suddenly cried out. Tuyu's expression fell. He naturally knew that it was Yi Yuan. But why would a black flood dragon be following behind Yi Yuan? The situation was unclear. Tuyu did not dare to rashly step forward to greet either. If he were at his prime, he naturally would not care about the black flood dragon. But in his present state, to really face off against the black flood dragon, who would emerge victoriously, was really hard to say. Yi Yuan slowly walked closer and clasped his hands at the two with a smile and said, "Holy Lord, First Elder, long time no see. I've made the two of you worry." Tuyu nodded his head and looked at the black flood dragon behind Yi Yuan rather vigilantly. Yi Yuan understood and said with a smile, "You two don't need to be alarmed. Black Wind is my newly acquired servant. He won't be detrimental to the Holy Land. It's just that the desolate ancient drip essence pool will probably be unable to be used anymore in the future." "What did you say?" Chun-Chin was shocked once more in his heart. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was where the foundation of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land lay. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that it could not be used anymore. This was undoubtedly akin to a bolt out of the blue for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tuyu heaved a sigh and said, "This grand array uses the energy in the desolate ancient drip essence pool as the foundation. Now that the grand array is utterly wrecked, the desolate ancient drip essence pool clearly met with an upheaval too. In the future, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will probably have to run its own course." When Chun-Chin heard that, his expression became extremely ugly too. Regarding this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was quite remorseful as well. This grand array was set up extremely ingeniously. The level of the person who set up the formation was probably not at all inferior to him either. But this array formation used the energy in the desolate ancient drip essence pool as the foundation, while the desolate ancient drip essence pool used the primeval dragon bone as the foundation. Now that the primeval dragon bone had a small portion refined by him, it already fused into his body, which was equivalent to destroying the grand array's foundation. Hence, that was why it would result in this scene before their eyes happening. At the critical moment previously, his father's, Ji Jingyang's, sincere advice before he said away surfaced in his head. Recalling that smile of his father which was filled with hope, Yi Yuan forcefully reined in the thought of ending himself. That was the hope for him to live on well. This hope was like the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, letting Yi Yuan find the courage to live on. Just as Long Tongue said, after Yi Yuan made it through this hurdle, he actually just pulled through a few days afterward just like that. After around 20 days, Yi Yuan finally refined the primeval dragon bone preliminarily. This also resulted in the grand array's collapse. After refining the primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already rose to the 4th level boundless. The strength of his physical body went up another level, strength comparable to the heaven enlightenment realm. This trip to the Crimson Afterglow Valley could be said to have tremendous harvest to Yi Yuan. It was just that the price was destroying the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's foundation. In a month's time, not only did you break through to Boundless Realm, You even broke through 4 minor boundaries consecutively, reaching the 4th level boundless realm. Tu suddenly discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and exclaimed in shock. Chen Qin's emotional fluctuation earlier was huge and did not notice Yi Yuan's transformation either. Taking a look at this time, it was indeed so. Even if he entered the desolate ancient drip essence pool, this kind of improvement speed was also a little too terrifying, right? This was all thanks to the desolate ancient drip essence pool. It's just that sadly, it seems like the energy I absorbed was a little excessive. That's how it resulted in, Yi Yuan said, rather embarrassed. Said. Tu waved his hand and said rather excitedly, if my conjectures are correct, you should have entered the 7th level region, right? Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he thought to himself helplessly, more than just the 7th level region, I even excavated the desolate ancient drip essence pool's foundation. But Tu did not know the reason why, and said excitedly, my crimson afterglow holy land. Only Forefather alone reached the 7th level region to this day too. As long as you can break through to 9th level Tao profound, it can protect my crimson afterglow holy land close to 10,000 years of prosperity. What does losing a desolate ancient drip essence pool count as? Since you've already come out from the desolate ancient drip essence pool, I wonder if you agreed to my request previously or not. Tu looked at Yi Yuan rather hopefully. Previously, Yi Yuan kept on refusing to relent. But now, Tu raked up the past matter. Yi Yuan cried out sly old fox inwardly, but he said helplessly, now that it came to this, is there still leeway for me to refuse? Yi Yuan was not that sort of person who wiped their mouths clean after eating, tearing down the bridge after crossing the river. He obtained tremendous benefits in the desolate ancient drip essence pool and even ruined the crimson afterglow holy land's foundation. If he still did not promise Tu, he would not even be able to live with himself. Tu was dead certain about this point as well. That was why he brought up the past matter. He also knew that if not for the desolate ancient drip essence pool being utterly useless now, Yi Yuan probably would not promise him at all. But now, it was very hard for Yi Yuan to refuse no matter what. Of course, if Yi Yuan really refused, this kind of person was undeserving of him to groom as well. Hearing that, Tu was overjoyed as he said, good. From today onwards, you're the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will do everything in its power to help you to break through to Tao Profound as soon as possible. Half a month later, Tu issued a decree announcing to the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, appointing Yi Yuan as the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. 9 quasi-holy sons entered the Holy Hall together with the 7 holy sons to assist Yi Yuan's rule with all their power. The various major families had to obey Yi Yuan's orders and comply with Yi Yuan's dispatchment. This decree stirred up a mighty uproar in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord, according to custom, was always selecting the strongest one out of the 7 holy sons, and then making an announcement after the person broke through to phaseless realm. But this time, the Holy Lord actually behaved contrary to his normal self, and directly appointed Yi Yuan, who is only boundless realm, as the young lord. Although there were First Elder and the various Holy Hall elders' support, this appointment still aroused quite a bit of opposition voices. Towards this sort of opposing voices, Yi Yuan did not care a whit. He was currently vexing over another matter right now. Since he promised to become the Holy Land's young lord, Yi Yuan naturally would not carry on living in ancient opulent city. He ordered people to fetch Rendong and Xiao Ruyin and the rest to the Holy Land, but did not expect that they actually brought over a piece of news. White Light actually left. Fortunately, White Light left a message for Yi Yuan before departing. But the message White Light left behind only had a few words. We'll meet again another day. I'm going to the Demon Region. Chapter 814. Accepting Challenge. Chapter 814. Accepting Challenge. The Demon Region was not a territory with only a single region. The Divine Realm had 1,000 regions, while the Demon Region occupied roughly 1/5. The remainder 4/5 consisted of regions for humans. Of course, human regions had quite a number of demon race experts too. But to the Dragon Clan and the White Tiger Clan, this sort of clans that basically could not be seen in human territory. Yi Yuan reckoned that white light might have awakened some inheritance's memories and had compelling difficulties. That was why he would leave without saying goodbye. Being informed that white light left, Yi Yuan could not help feeling somewhat lost. This goodbye, no idea what year and what day could they meet again either. Yi Yuan was quite worried for white light too. After all, he was only at tier 6 right now. Wandering around the divine realm was still a little too dangerous. From the white valiant region to the demon region, in between this had to cut across many major regions. The storms involved naturally went without saying. It was just that white light already left. Even if Yi Yuan went to find, it was not possible to find him either. The divine realm was too big. Furthermore, the demon race was very averse towards humans. If Yi Yuan went over with his current strength, he would not even be enough to fill the crevices between their teeth. The White Tiger region had quite a number of divine king powerhouses. At the same time he announced Yi Yuan becoming the young lord, Tuyu also declared pompously to enter terminal seclusion, planning to break through to the second level Tao Profound. Of course, all this was just in order to pull the wool over people's eyes. With Tuyu's present condition, forget about salting second level Tao Profound S. Sing away a meditation a day later would have to thank heaven and earth. But Tuyu's meaning was already planning on handing over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land entirely to Yi Yuan. Without the least bit of surprise, the first time Yi Yuan convened the Elders' Council to discuss matters, he met with a strong rebound. The Elders' Council was formed by the Holy Hall's elders and ordinary elders. These elders were all phaseless realm experts without exception. There were 3 Holy Hall elders, while ordinary elders had 10, respectively representing the Holy Land's 10 great families. First elder, according to the Holy Land's rules, before appointing a young lord, the Holy Lord has to go through the Elders' Council's approval for it to be carried out. This time, after Holy Lord issued the decree, he directly chose to enter closed seclusion. We didn't even get to meet him. Could it be that the Holy Lord is planning on kicking us 10 great families all out of the Holy Land? An ordinary elder said, even if Yi Yuan obtained first place in the Quasi-Holy Sun compet. 1. Taiyan, rashly letting him inherit the position of young lord directly. Is it too hasty? Yi Yuan is merely just at the boundless realm. His strength is way worse compared to the 7 holy sons. On what basis to take this position of young lord? The one talking this time was the Wu family's elder, named Wu Siyuan. These 10 great family strength were all very formidable. It could be said to occupy half of the Holy Land's landscape. Moreover, the Holy Hall's disciples, there were probably over half that came from these 10 great families. Therefore, their positions in the Holy Land were extremely high. Of course, no matter how high the position, as long as these families could not produce a Tao Profound realm, it was to no avail as well. The disparity between Tao Profound realm and phaseless realm was like cloud and mud. Not entering Tao Profound, even if their forces were any greater, they were just paper tigers too. It was as easy as turning over the palm for the Holy Lord to want to exterminate these families. Therefore, in a rank 9 Holy Land, the Holy Lord was a paramount divinity. First Elder snorted coldly when he heard that and said, could it be that each and every one of you wishes to rebel? The Holy Land's Elders' Council has to listen to the Holy Lord's wishes for everything. Since the Holy Lord already made the decision, do you guys dare to disobey? But when Wu Siyuan heard that, he said, First Elder, these words are wrong. Holy Lord's wishes, we naturally dare not object. But this Yi Yuan inheriting the position of the young lord, is it truly Holy Lord's intentions? You count for yourself. How many years has it been since we, these 10 old fellows, haven't seen the Holy Lord? Ever since Tuyu had a great loss in longevity, most of his time was in closed seclusion and not exiting, so as to reduce the depletion of longevity. Those able to see him was also just First Elder. Even the other two of the Holy Hall elders rarely saw him. After so many years, the 10 great elders had long had suspicions about whether or not Tu Yu was still in good health. Although the decree this time was on a grand and spectacular scale, the 10 great families had some doubts about the authenticity of this decree, especially since the Wu family was very opposed to Yi Yuan. Once Yi Yuan became the young lord, it would definitely be very unfavorable to the Wu family. Therefore, Wu Xiyuan being opposed to Yi Yuan was naturally within reason too. Furthermore, the 10 great families were actually competing in the dark too these few years, all for the sake of the ascendancy problem of the next Holy Lord. If their family's disciple became the young lord, it would naturally be when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too, with the entire family benefiting along with this as well. Therefore, the quote is to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time, the compet. 1. Time between the holy sons were very fierce too. But in the end, it was Nailan Hong, Yang Xiao, and Pei Kuan, the 3 people who were a notch above. The strength differences between the 7 holy sons were not big. Most were around 4th level to 5th level heaven enlightenment. And these 3 people's strengths were clearly a level higher. Speaking of which, even though the Wu family's strength was formidable, there was really no member of the Wu family among the 7 holy sons. Originally, Wu Jiantan had the greatest hope of catching up from behind. Who could have thought that the quasi-holy son compet 1. Time this time, he was beaten black and blue in defeat? Wu Xiyuan, your meaning is that this Chun is forcing the emperor to do my bidding so as to command the dukes and princes? Have you thought about the consequences of saying this? Chen Qin said with a cold smile. Wu Xiyuan's expression changed, but he still said unyieldingly, First Elder, I didn't mean that. You're making slanderous charges here. Our 10 great families are steadfast and loyal to the Holy Land. But Holy Lord not meeting us for so many years, it can't be avoided that we have some notion, right? And the decree this time is issued bafflingly. I seriously can't figure out what right a puny little divine, traversing realm has to take on the position of young lord. Just based on Yi Yuan entering into the 7th level region in the desolate ancient drip essence pool, could it be that this reason is still not enough? Chen Qin said with a cold snort. At this time, the Nailan family's elder, Nailan Exen, opened his mouth to speak too. First Elder, my Nailan family is staunch and steadfast to the Holy Lord. I believe that everyone knows that. It's just that Holy Lord's current condition. We're indeed all very concerned. To talk about entering a retreat to Salt's 2nd level Tao profound. This seclusion time is truly a bit too long. Yi Yuan inheriting the position of young lord, by right, we shouldn't question. But I heard Hong Er say that when they came out, Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level region. As for whether he entered the 7th level region or not, we have no way of knowing either. With Nailan Xin saying this, First Elder's face immediately became completely black. Looks like Holy Lord not showing face for several decades. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was already jittery. Nailan Xion's words, no one would call into question, because they were indeed loyal and faithful to the Holy Land. Just the phaseless realm Nailan family clan members who died for the Holy Land were as many as over a dozen. Looks like these 10 great elders had long become suspicious towards him. Letting Yi Yuan inherit the position of young lord this time, the 10 great elders finally erupted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who kept silent and did not speak all along, finally opened his mouth. Elder skepticism towards me is nothing more than thinking that Yi Yuan's strength is shallow and is insufficient to inherit the position of young lord. Since that's the case, Yi Yuan is willing to accept the challenge of anyone among the 7 holy sons. If Yi Yuan loses this position of young lord, not serving as one is fine too. Chapter 8:15, Absolute Strength. Chapter 8:15, Absolute Strength. Among the 7 holy sons, the strongest one at present was naturally Nailan Hong. And this time, Yi Yuan's opponent was precisely Nailan Hong. Actually, Nalan Hong did not have any complaints regarding Yi Yuan inheriting the position of Young Lord. Yi Yuan's talent was placed there, even if he was not his match right now. Serpa S. Singham did not need much time either. Even if Yi Yuan did not enter the 7th level region in the end, he at least entered the 6th level region too. Yi Yuan was way stronger than him, Nalan Hong. This kind of genius, he could not hold a candle to him. But when Nalan Xin told him this matter, Nalan Hong agreed without any hesitation. Honestly speaking, he was very curious about Yi Yuan's present strength as well. Missing this opportunity, he might not have the chance to fight with Yi Yuan in the future. One was because of ident. One, Tai. Another was because of strength. Nalan Hong heard that Yi Yuan was already 4th level boundless now. With such a great improvement in a short 1 month's time, Serpa S. Singham likely would not take much time either. But this battle still stirred up a great uproar in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Boundless realm battling heaven enlightenment. Virtually a certain defeat scenario. Everyone did not know how Yi Yuan had the confidence to beat a genius martial artist like Nalan Hong. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was great, but looking down on all heroes under the heaven was his mistake. At this time at the Holy Lands Plaza, a large, dense crowd of people surrounded. The entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was practically empty in the streets. Everyone came to observe this showdown between the new and old, 2 generations of geniuses. Yi Yuan said personally that as long as he lost this battle, he would give up the position of Young Lord. This battle affected the hearts of everyone in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Boundless realm challenging heaven enlightenment realm. This is simply jesting. This isn't a disparity of a major cultivation realm, but a disparity between the middle 3 realms and upper 3 realms. Can there be people capable of crossing this wide chasm? Don't be silly, you. This match isn't Yi Yuan challenging Nalan Hong, but Nalan Hong challenging Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan is over a major cultivation realm worse than Nalan Hong. How can he possibly win? Yi Yuan is indeed a peerless genius. But even if his supreme true intent is comprehended to the 5th stage, it's not possible to win Nalan Hong either, right? Really don't know how Yi Yuan thinks to actually agree to such a challenge. If he's defeated, where will Holy Lord's face be placed? The small groups in the crowd were all discussing fervently. However, the public opinion was practically one-sided, feeling that Nalan Hong would obtain victory. Not that they did not believe Yi Yuan's talent, but the gap between Yi Yuan and Nalan Hong was too great. If Yi Yuan had 9th level boundless strength, they would definitely feel that Yi Yuan would win. But 4th level boundless versus 5th level heaven enlightenment, there was nothing good to compete. No matter how great the talent, it was also impossible to cross such a great disparity. On the grandstand, the 3 great Holy Hall elders and the 10 great families' elders were all in attendance. This kind of standard could be said to be the highest benchmark apart from the Holy Lord. The degree of importance they attached to this battle could be seen. At this time, Chen Qin's expression was very ugly. Other people thought that Yi Yuan wanted to be this young lord a lot, but he knew that Yi Yuan did not care at all. He did not agree even when Holy Lord personally invited. Could it be that this brat deliberately said those kinds of words so as to better S.H.I. plus RK off this position of young lord? If it was really like this, Holy Lord's painstaking effort was wasted in vain. On the arena, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. But facing the powerful Nalan Hong, he was not the least bit afraid. Everybody could not understand just where Yi Yuan's confidence was coming from. Where's your sword? Could it be that you want to fight with me barehandedly? Yi Yuan did not draw his sword up until now. Nalan Hong was very uncertain. He had seen before Yi Yuan's 5th stage sword intent and naturally knew that what Yi Yuan was strongest at was sword intent. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like he did not have the intention of drawing his sword. He was at any rate the leader of the 7 holy sons. Wasn't it underestimating people too much like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Using a sword, you're not my match, so I won't use the sword." Nalan Hong's eyebrows jumped. He was greatly astonished in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan not drawing his sword was in order to intentionally humiliate him. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to admit that using his sword, Nailin Hong, was not his match. Could it be that fifth stage supreme true intent was not yet Yi Yuan's limits? Could it be that this guy still had more powerful means? How is this possible? Could it be divine soul mystic arts? That was even less likely. Yi Yuan's soul force was at best just alchemy ancestor realm too. Under the situation where he was prepared to some extent, it would not pose any threat to him at all. Seeing Nailin Hong's expression, Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You don't need to try to guess. You'll know right away. Then let's begin." Nailin Hong revealed a solemn expression and nodded his head. The more Yi Yuan was calm like so, the greater the ominous premonition in Nailin Hong's heart. Pretending to be profound. At the quasi-holy sun, Compet. 1. Tian, his means were all studied thoroughly. What other tricks could he still have that can cross the gap between upper 3 realms and middle 3 realms? Wu Xiyuan said disdainfully. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan moved. The moment Yi Yuan moved, Nailin Hong's expression changed drastically, immediately mustering all the essence energy in his body and bracing up an essence energy S-H-I plus ELD, because he did not have leftover time to carry out other responses at all. Without the slightest essence energy's undulation, Yi Yuan's figure rumbled towards him like a cannonball. Turns out that Yi Yuan's reliance was actually his physical body. Clank! A crisp sound. Yi Yuan's fist smashed onto Nailin Hong's sword, without the least bit of flass. H-I plus Ness. One punch. The crowd were all flabbergasted. Nailin Hong, this heaven enlightenment realm expert, was actually smashed flying by Yi Yuan immediately, and the long sword in his hand snapped with a clank. What the H-E-L-L. The long sword in Nailin Hong's hand is a high-grade, profound artifact. Yi Yuan actually only relied on the fleshy body and snapped a high-grade, profound artifact? Just what in the world did this guy experience in the Crimson Afterglow Valley during the quasi-holy sun Compet? 1. Tian, his physical body was absolutely not so strong. Too scary. The magnitude of his physical body is probably already comparable to Heaven Enlightenment Realm, right? No wonder he dares to challenge Nailin Hong. Turns out that this is his true trump card. This punch of Yi Yuan's was too outrageous. It actually forcefully broke the long sword in Nailin Hong's hand. Such a spectacle was too astounding. And this was the result after Yi Yuan was tormented by the primeval dragon bone for over 20 days. His physical body was even tougher than a high-grade, profound artifact. The originally trash-like body actually caught up from behind, even Serpa. Sing the essence energy cultivation realm. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not even utilize a shred of essence energy. Just by relying on the explosive power of his fleshy body, his speed and strength were already on par with Heaven Enlightenment Realm experts. Adding in the strength of a true dragon, Yi Yuan leaping realms to challenge Nailin Hong was actually as a matter of course. Are you ready? I'm coming. Although this punch snapped the longsword, Nailin Hong was completely unscathed. But regarding triumphing over Nailin Hong, Yi Yuan was B-R-I-M-I-N-G with confidence. Wait a minute. I concede. Yi Yuan was just about to move when Nailin Hong actually admitted defeat directly. Chapter 816, Domineering Succession. Chapter 816, Domineering Succession. Even though Yi Yuan's physical body was daunting, to talk about defeating Nailin Hong, it would probably still needed to take some effort. But he did not expect that Nailin Hong actually directly admitted defeat. The sword breaking is akin to the person breaking. There's no need to compete anymore. Nailin Hong said depressingly. The sensational great battle that everyone had high hopes of actually lowered the curtains in this one round, making everyone's jaws H-I-T the ground. Yi Yuan snapped a profound artifact with one punch. Everyone no longer doubted his strength. Yi Yuan, inheriting this position of the young lord, was reputation following merit. A boundless realm martial artist could cross a major cultivation realm to defeat the head of the seven holy sons. Walls could be called into question. Young lord is mighty. Young lord is mighty. Long live young lord Yi Yuan. In the crowd, ardent shouting gradually erupted. In the end, it actually integrated as one. Very clearly, Yi Yuan used his strength to conquer all the people present. If there were still people harboring suspicions about Yi Yuan succeeding the position of young lord previously, everyone was giving unswerving support towards this decision of holy lords at this time. In the end, this was a world where the strong reigned supreme. Yi Yuan's potential was put there. Given time, Yi Yuan would become an existence more powerful than the Holy Lord. Only this kind of powerhouse could lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to head towards being powerful. The Holy Land's decline, as well as 2U's endless seclusions, already gradually made everyone lose faith in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Quite a number of people had started panicking. This sort of feeling was not only present among the 10 great elders, but it was also already like a plague propagating in everyone's hearts. They were terrified inwardly, being scared that maybe someday they would become destination toot and homeless. Once this kind of fear erupts, it would cause the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to fall apart into pieces. But through this battle, Yi Yuan injected everyone with a cardiac tonic. They all took Yi Yuan's talent into their sights. As long as he grew up, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would radiate in splendor in the White Valiant region anew. Without any doubt, Yi Yuan already won everyone's support. At this time, the 10 great elders who originally harbored suspicions in their hearts lowered their banners, and you've fled the drums too, tacitly acknowledging the fact of Yi Yuan succeeding as young lord. Even Wu Siyuan shut his mouth up sensibly too. But the feelings of excitement on Chun Qin's face could not be concealed at all. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan's strength would actually be daunting to such an extent. Looks like the Holy Lord's eyes were indeed keen. Yi Yuan did a hand gesture to make everyone quiet down. Very quickly, the entire plaza became silent. I know that everybody is harboring suspicions in their hearts about the Holy Lord's seclusion. But everyone, please think about it. If something really happened to the Holy Lord, who sent us into the Crimson Afterglow Valley, why did he dare to increase the slots to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley as well? Holy Lord's condition is much better than you all can imagine. Everybody's not thinking it over. How can the second level Tao Profound Realm be that easy to break through? Through so many years of seclusion, the Holy Lord, he has already had some gains. That's why he chose to enter close seclusion without hesitation. After all, to the Holy Land, his strength is the benchmark to determine the Holy Land's position. Right or not, everyone? Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure. Yeah, why am I so stupid? Didn't even think of this. Holy Lord, secluding for many years. Isn't it still in order to take the Holy Land into consideration? We actually doubted him. We really shouldn't have. Young Lord, we support you. The human heart was a very abstruse thing. Sometimes it was very easy to be bewitched. What they needed was only a psychological assurance. Under Yi Yuan's deliberate guidance, he first conquered the minds of a portion of the people, and the discussions between them infected others very quickly too. Of course, this sort of guidance was established on the basis of Yi Yuan's powerful strength. He used his strength to make his words become convincing. That was why people chose to believe him. To be able to select such a daunting young lord. How could the Holy Lord's condition possibly be poor? The Holy Lord is in close seclusion to sought the second level Tao Profound and neglected the management of the Holy Land's matters. That's how it made everybody give rise to some thoughts that shouldn't be there. Therefore, that's why he selected a young lord to sure the hearts of people and preside over the overall situation. This Yi is incompetent and received Holy Lord's care unduly to take on this huge responsibility. I hope that everybody can offer your kind support. Yi Yuan's words were logical and well-grounded, sounding perfectly reasonable and fair, which dispelled the suspicions in everyone's hearts even more. Cries of bravo sounded up beneath the stage. Each and everyone all expressed support towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan continued, "Since everyone chooses to believe this Yi, then this Yi won't decline to shoulder the responsibility, taking on this position of young lord. But this Yi will say the nasty stuff first. If there's still anyone who dares to intentionally spread lies and vilify the Holy Lord, I, Yi Yuan, will be the first one to not forgive him. This Yi has methods I believe everyone has not witnessed before yet. If anybody wishes to have a look at this Yi's methods, feel free to come and give it a try." While talking, Yi Yuan's gaze carelessly swept towards Wu Siyuan, the warning overtones unreserved. Right then, a series of screams suddenly sounded out in the crowd. A black-colored flood dragon soared into the air and circled around in the sky. It was precisely Black Wind. At this time, Black Wind displayed his original body, and his body was actually 1,000 feet long. It could be said to blot out the sky and cover the sun. A powerful dragon pressure smothered the entire plaza, making people's hearts palpitate. Roar! Apart from Chun Xin, those phaseless realm elders were all akin to facing a great enemy, and even thought that there were demonic beasts invading the Holy Land. A flood dragon at the great circle of phaseless realm could virtually be said to be invincible in the same realm. These phaseless realm elders below, added up, probably was not his match either. Everyone, there's no need to panic. This black flood dragon is my servant. In the future, he will be the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's guardian divine beast. Yi Yuan said with a clear voice. Hearing this, the panic on everybody's faces instantly became dumbfoundedness. Was there a mistake? A boundless realm martial artist actually took in a tier 8 demonic beast as a servant? Especially Wu Siyuan, the expression on his face was ugly to the extreme. At the same time, he was also secretly somewhat rejoicing a little in his heart. Luckily, Yi Yuan won today. If Yi Yuan lost, the first one to die would probably be him, Wu Siyuan. With a divine beast ascendant at the great circle of tier 8 as a servant, Yi Yuan could totally do whatever he wanted in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even Chun Xin, First Elder, was not this Black Flood Dragon's match either. Blackwind's appearance dispelled the last traces of everyone's doubts. With such a powerful supporter, who else dared to call into question his authority? This young lord? Blackwind, there's a deep pool in front of the Holy Hall. In the future, you'll inhabit that place. Yi Yuan instructed Blackwind. Yes, master. Blackwind spoke human language. Finished talking, Blackwind turned into a black line, plunging into the deep pool in front of the Holy Hall directly. At this time, the gazes that everyone looked at Yi Yuan with underwent a transformation once more. Even though the position of the young lord was powerful, Yi Yuan's strength was too low when all was said and done. The way many people saw it, the one presiding over matters was still First Elder. But with Blackwind, Yi Yuan himself had the strength to govern the entire Holy Land. Right then, First Elder Qin Xin and the other 2 Holy Hall elders suddenly got up and knelt down towards Yi Yuan and said, "Young Lord Yi, please lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to flourish anew." Even First Elder submitted. What else could the rest still say? Right away, everyone, including the 10 great elders, all knelt down. A swarm of momentous and title-like voices sounded out in the plaza. "Young Lord Yi, please lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to flourish anew." Chapter 817. Striking Where It Hurts. Chapter 817. Striking Where It Hurts at the Profound Wind Holy Land in the White Valiant region. An elderly man and a youth stood in the air, right overhead the Holy Land. The youth carried a long wooden staff on his back, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression lofty. "Young Master Tong, this place is the White Valiant region's boundary line," the elders said. "And this White Valiant region is average in strength. Virtually all of them here are rank 9 Holy Lands. There's no challenge for me at all," the youth said in annoyance. "In this 1 year, young Master Tong's strength made remarkable progress. Heaven and Earth staff art have been mastered 50% of in terms of level and skill. Given time, young Master Tong will definitely be able to reach Master's standard, the Elder said. Sup 1/Sup. Master said that the path of staff techniques doesn't have shortcuts. There's only non-stop battle after battle. But in this 1 year, I really didn't encounter many adversaries. Grandpa's son, why not forget about this white valiant region? Let's go to rank 8 Holy Lands? As per Master's instructions, young Master Tong still has half a year's time before you can challenge rank 8 Holy Lands geniuses. This old man dare not make the decision arbitrarily, the old man said fearfully. The youth pursed his mouth and said unhappily, so troublesome. Recently, my staff technique is advancing slower and slower. I can't find opponents in rank 9 Holy Lands at all. What need is there still to carry on ACC, you muladding? Forget it. I also know that it's hard on Grandpa's Sunday. I'll just follow Master's plan. When the youth saw the elderly man's difficult look, he ultimately still did not continue being willful. The old man smiled warmly. Only now did he set his mind at ease. After half a day, there were wailing cries at the profound wind Holy Land. What kind of lousy Holy Land? The young lord's strength is actually so weak. This kind of place can also be called a Holy Land? Sigh, Master's rule is really troublesome. How many more of this kind of rookies do I have to fight with still? The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully. The old man said with a smile, how many people can have young Master Tong's level of talent? Even Master praised young Master Tong too, saying that when he was around your age, his accomplishments weren't even as high as yours. The youth waved his hand and said, downright boring. Let's go, Grandpa's son. We still have to hurry on to the next Holy Land. Under the watchful eyes of the people, the one old man and one youth slowly left. In the crimson afterglow Holy Land's Holy Hall, Yi Yuan sat at the head seat, while the Wu family's elder, Wu Siyuan, sat at a lower position. Young Lord Yi, previously, it was all Jiantong who didn't know any better. A great man rarely stoops to pettiness. Don't be angry with him anymore. I've already grounded him for a year, making him stay at home to cultivate in seclusion honestly. He isn't permitted to go out and stir up trouble anymore. Wu Siyuan said with an obsequious smile. The expression on Wu Siyuan's face even carried fawning, behaving completely different from before. Yi Yuan maintained composure and said, Elder Wu finding this young lord, I wonder what matter is it for? Wu Siyuan continued, smiling flatteringly as he said, Young Lord Yi is indeed a young genius, to actually be a rarely seen alchemy martial dual genius. Not only is young Lord's martial arts superb, I didn't expect that you also have heaven-defying means in alchemy. Wu Siyuan feels that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is absolutely able to soar to the skies with one bound under young Lord's leaders. I+P. My Wu family also firmly endorses young Lord Yi. Yi Yuan chuckled inwardly. This fellow going round and round. Wasn't it still hoping for him to help refine medicinal pills for him? Wu Jiantong had also reached the crucial period to break through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm. A transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill was of utmost importance to him. Ever since Yi Yuan inherited the position of the young lord, the Nalen family and the Pei family, these two great families, were the first to express support, making many shows of representations towards Yi Yuan openly and covertly. But the Wu family and several families on familiar terms did not have any movements for a long time. 8 great families uniting together was generally not a force that could be ignored. They were waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to go find them. Furthermore, this period of time, these few families' disciples in the Holy Hall were not very obedient either. The teams were very hard to lead. Yi Yuan had Blackwind and First Elder, this kind of experts as supporters. It naturally would not do for the Wu family, these few major families, to be forceful. Therefore, they changed to gentle. Actually, Yi Yuan could understand their mentality too. Not that they were disloyal to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. They only wished to strive for greater benefits. Them doing so was in order to let Yi Yuan know their importance and attach importance to them from there. But what kind of person was Yi Yuan? How could he possibly submit obediently? These few days, Yi Yuan refined quite a number of medicinal pills for the Nailan family and the Pei family, who threw their lots with him. Furthermore, the moment he made his move, it was all transcendent-grade medicinal pills. Before Alchemy Ancestor and Alchemy Saint, there was similarly the crossing from middle 3 realms to upper 3 realms. After breaking through, Soul Force had a qualitative leap. Yi Yuan was currently a middle-rank Alchemy Ancestor, but his Soul Force was already comparable to an Alchemy Ancestor at the Great Circle of Perfection. It was just that such Soul Force still could not let him cross this enormous step to leap realms and refine tier 7 medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan felt that continuing to develop like this, when his divine soul broke through to high-rank Alchemy Ancestor, he absolutely would be able to refine tier 7 medicinal pills. At the thought of this, Yi Yuan was faintly quite excited too. This sort of heaven-defying soul force was absolutely only one of a kind in the divine realm. These few days, Yi Yuan helped these 2 major families' boundless realm geniuses refine quite a few extremely hard to refine tier 6 medicinal pills. With this, Wu Xiyuan could not sit still anymore as well. With Wu Jiantong's talent, he would definitely be able to reach the 7 holy suns' height in the future. Therefore, the more solid his foundation, the further he could walk in the future as well. Very clearly, the Wu family wished to heavily groom Wu Jiantong. As luck would have it, Wu Jiantong offended Yi Yuan badly. Wu Xiyuan was also adopting a wait-and-see attitude now, and similarly offended Yi Yuan considerably. Under such circumstances, how could Yi Yuan possibly take action to help them refine medicinal pills? Elder Wu, I think that you might have some misunderstanding. This young lord, was appointed by the Holy Lord. You don't pledge loyalty to me, but you swear fealty to the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan, don't seem to need you to make your stance clear. Yi Yuan said coolly. Haha, young lord, you must be jesting. The young lords have always inherited the position of the Holy Lord all along. Swearing fealty to young lord and swearing fealty to the Holy Lord, there isn't any difference. Wu Xiyuan thickened his skin and said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, saying it like this isn't wrong either. All right then, I'm aware of Elder Wu's loyalty already. I still have a lot of things to do here and won't see Elder Wu off. Wu Xiyuan panicked and hurriedly said, Don't go yet. Young Lord Yi, this old man apologizes to you. Oh, why does Elder Wu need to apologize to this young lord? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. This old man shouldn't have lost my mind and attempted to need young lord. This old man shouldn't have incited the various elders and attempted to change the laws. This old man Sai, I beg young Lord Yi to raise your hand high in mercy and help Jiantong refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill. With this, Elder Wu yielded utterly. A transcendent-grade spirit-enlightening pill was too important. It was able to lay down an extremely solid foundation for the cultivation of the upper 3 realms, letting the upper 3 realms cultivation be even smoother. This sort of medicinal pill was hard to get even with a mountain of gold. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's alchemy path was not highly developed. Body could refine this kind of medicinal pill at all. Even the 2 major trading firms' high-level alchemists completely could not refine it either. If Wu Xiyuan did not throw out this old face, Wu Jiantong would be pulled far apart from the 10 great families, same-generation martial artists. At that time, forget about any 7 holy sons. Even the Wu family's position within the 10 great families might not be able to be preserved too. Striking where it hurts, this move of Yi Yuan's was seriously too ruthless. Chapter 8:18 Purchasing Spirit Medicines. Chapter 8:18 Purchasing spirit medicines. Yi Yuan ultimately still accepted Wu Xiyuan's apology and helped Wu Jiantong refine a transcendent-grade spirit-enlightening pill. Even the Wu family could not hold on anymore. How could the other 7 families still hang in there? Hence, each and every one of them fell over each other to express loyalty to Yi Yuan. Tidying up the 10 great families, the Elders' Council was considered utterly under Yi Yuan's control. With Yi Yuan's alchemy means, there were plenty of times when the 10 great families had to beg him. In the future, if they wanted to have any funny ideas, they naturally had to weigh it over. Taking care of the Elders' Council, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's danger was finally considered to have been preliminarily cleared. First, Elder Qinshin broke into a cold sweat in fear too, throwing himself down at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. If not for Yi Yuan, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was probably going to fall into a huge crisis. Once the internal affairs were chaotic, the other holy lands in the White Valiant region would likely see through flaws. At that time, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would be in danger. On this day, Yi Yuan came to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company alone. In a secret chamber, the moment Kai saw Yi Yuan, her entire person pushed against Yi Yuan's bosom. "Young Lord Yi, you're making your way up in the world now and forgot this lowly one. This lowly one missed you to death these days." That seductively bewitching power truly reached the bones, making people lose their minds in ecstasy. Listening to these words, you clearly knew that she's seducing you, but you just could not control yourself. Yi Yuan touched Kai Yu's inviting shoulders, but he pushed her down onto a seat, while he himself sat down on another seat. "Elder Sister Kai Yu, don't use this move on me anymore. It's useless." This time, coming to find Elder Sister Kai Yu is wanting to request Elder Sister Kai Yu for a favor, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kai Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of hidden bitterness and said, "Elder Sister is wholeheartedly sincere, but you treat it as ill intent. Forget it, forget it. Whatever instructions young Lord Yi has, just go ahead and say it. Even if not looking on account of the gold token, looking on account of young Lord Yi's handsome face, Elder Sister won't dare to not do either." Yi Yuan becoming the young lord, 1 billion Earth Essence crystals was naturally no object. He had long ordered people to come over to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to settle it already. But ever since after the auction last time, this was Yi Yuan's first time coming to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Towards Kai Yu's sort of ultimate seduction, Yi Yuan enjoyed it very much, but he would not fall for it. After all things were said and done, didn't Kai Yu just want to feel Yi Yuan out? To say that Kai Yu really had any thoughts towards him, Yi Yuan would not believe, even if he was beaten to death either. Kai Yu was naturally very depressed in her heart. Regarding her techniques of seduction, anyone would swallow the bait. But this brat in front of her just did not look her straight in the eye. "I want several kinds of Tier 9 spirit medicines. This is the list. Additionally, I also want to invite a person to take action and help me refine a kind of Tier 9 medicinal pill," Yi Yuan said. Kai Yu was startled inwardly. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would ask for a Tier 9 medicinal pill right at the start. But Kai Yu was still somewhat doubtful. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had alchemy emperor experts. Just invite them to take action. Why invite another person alternatively to take action? Elder Sister doesn't need a guess. This medicinal pill, ordinary people can't refine it. It has to be that person taking action. Yi Yuan clearly saw through what Kai Yu thought in her heart and said with a smile. Kai Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Young Lord Yi has such a keen mind to even know what Elder Sister is thinking about. Kai Yu is sincere towards young Lord from the bottom of my heart. Is it possible that young Lord Yi dislikes that Kai Yu is no longer chaste?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "How could it be? Elder Sister is so alluring, which man wouldn't be moved. Then why does young Lord Yi not even look Elder Sister in the eye?" Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak, not following up. Kai Yu took a shot at Yi Yuan, took over the list from Yi Yuan's hands with a smile on her face, and said smilingly, "You, this young man, are really born with a heart that can see through all illusions. Even some old fellows probably don't have your keen mind too. All right then, Elder Sister will take a look what Tier 9 medicinal pill you want to refine. I'm telling you, Tier 9 spirit medicines are all very expensive." As Kai Yu was talking, she examined the inventory list at the same time. Talking halfway, the seductively charming look on her face faded entirely, and what replaced it was an astonished expression. Immortal plume peach, ground spirit turtle eel, l. These spirit medicines you want, are you sure that the crimson afterglow Holy Land can afford it? Caillou turned pale with fright and said, the spirit medicines Yi Yuan wanted, each kind were all heaven and earth rare treasures. The price was ridiculously expensive. Furthermore, some even had the demand but no supply. Yi Yuan buying these spirit medicines was sufficient to bankrupt the crimson afterglow Holy Land. Hence, that was why Caillou would be so shocked when she saw this list. Dao Profound realm powerhouses were extremely wealthy, especially Dao Profound powerhouses who founded Holy Lands. They would be 100 times wealthier compared to ordinary Dao Profound realms. But even so, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not shoulder the price of these spirit medicines either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Elder sister, calm down. I didn't say that this money will be at the expense of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Caillou was stunned. Is young Lord Yi joking with elder sister? If not the Holy Land paying, could it be you paying? Don't forget, you couldn't even take out 1 billion Earth Essence crystals. Yi Yuan said smilingly, does elder sister know why your Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would give me a gold token? Caillou was stunned again, shook her head, and said, this is the trading company's secret. My level is insufficient. So, Caillou clearly inquired about this intel before, but with her rank, she did not have the qualifications to know it all. To a rank 1 Holy Land, her status, this phaseless realm, was too low. The higher-ups only said to make her satisfy all of Yi Yuan's requests to the best of her ability. The rest, Caillou was completely clueless. Yi Yuan smiled as he paused, said a jade slip over to Caillou, saying, since elder sister doesn't know, then it's not convenient for me to say much. Elder sister, hand this jade slip and the list along with it to the trading company. The people above will naturally agree. Caillou received the jade slip dubiously and was instinctively going to use divine sense to check it out, but Yi Yuan warned, I placed a restriction in the jade slip. Elder sister better not investigate it. Otherwise, if it were known by upstairs, even if there isn't any danger to your life, you'd probably receive severe punishment too. These 2 items, elder sister must send over through a top-level channel. Caillou was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew her divine sense. Yi Yuan had always been very courteous when talking with her. Furthermore, he was bright and cheerful, an appearance of harmless to man and beast. But Caillou knew, a youth able to make headquarters issue a gold token absolutely would not be that simple. If other youngsters warned Caillou like this, she would definitely brush it over with a laugh. But Yi Yuan saying so, she had no choice but to be cautious. Caillou was deeply aware that this youth was a legend. Since he uttered these words, it was absolutely not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Furthermore, objects able to trade in for so many rare spirit medicines were naturally very precious. But the more she thought so, the more Caillou wanted to know the contents inside this jade slip. She found it very hard to imagine that a tiny little jade slip could make the headquarters issue a gold token. Young Lord Yi, don't say it so terrifyingly. You scared elder sister's little heart badly. Fine, don't look then, what's the big deal? Caillou grumbled begrudgingly. An expression which enthralled people to death without doing anything could be seen on Caillou's face. But it was also a complicated expression filled with curiosity. Chapter 819, Soul Martial Divine King. Chapter 819, Soul Martial Divine King. Elder sister is so nice to me. I obviously can't make it hard on elder sister, isn't that so? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Caillou rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and spat. Heartless little fellow, driving elder sister to her death at the drop of a hat, and still say that it's for elder sister's good. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, didn't I come to find elder sister for help because I couldn't do anything about it? Humph. Say then, just which alchemist you want to help you to refine pills? Elder sister isn't very knowledgeable about medicinal pills and can't tell what kind of medicinal pill you want to refine with these spirit medicines of yours, Caillou said. Tier 9 medicinal pills were extremely complex. On the list Yi Yuan made, just the core ingredients were as many as 9 types, let alone the supplementary materials. Furthermore, Tier 9 pill formulas were mostly all cherished dearly. There were extremely few mutual collaborations between alchemists to make up what the other lacked. Therefore, it was very hard for situations where everyone knew the pill formulas like those low-level medicinal pills to happen. Of course, being an alchemist had a benefit. That was that those finding him to refine pills must provide their own pill formula. As time passed, said, high-level alchemists would ACCU, emulate many pill formulas. Therefore, to alchemy emperors, alchemists with higher success rates and better quality would obtain more Tier 9 pill formulas too, because everyone all liked to go find him to refine medicinal pills. As for Yi Yuan, the Tier 9 pill formulas he knew was naturally a whole bunch. Apart from those martial artists who came to find him to refine medicinal pills, he even self-created many unique pill formulas that the outside world did not know at all. Therefore, 1 or 2 formulas for Tier 5 medicinal pills, Yi Yuan did not mind at all. What he gave the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were 2 types of the Tier 5 pill formulas, which he had improved. Using Tier 5 pill formulas to exchange for Tier 9 spirit medicines sounded like a fantasy tale. But Yi Yuan's pill formulas could bring incalculable profits for the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. This point could not be exchanged for no matter how many Tier 9 spirit medicines. Therefore, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters would definitely agree to this exchange. Zhong Zizhen, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Huh. Caillou was currently drinking a mouthful of tea. Upon hearing this name, she spat it all out. Soul Martial Divine King, Zhong Zizhen. Caillou cried out in shock. That's right, it's him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, No. On what basis would the Soul Martial Divine King refine medicinal pills for you? Forget about you. Even if Lord Head Chairman went to find him, he would not give this face either. Caillou broke down and said, Soul Martial Divine King, Zhong Zizhen, the only soul martial artist among the 10 great divine kings. One could say that this person, was the pinnacle of soul martial artists. Soul martial artists were originally extremely mysterious existences, and Zhong Zizhen cultivated to the realm of the pinnacle of soul martial artists. What made people even more envious was that Zhong Zizhen was even a peak alchemy emperor, and his alchemy's might was unfathomable. To make a figure like this refine pills, was Yi Yuan kidding? Did he, the soul martial divine king, lack your bit of remuneration? You're making him refine pills as and when you like. Who do you think you are? Yi Yuan said, You help me bring a sentence to him. He'll naturally agree to help me refine the medicinal pill. Caillou did not speak, looking at Yi Yuan like she had seen a ghost. Suddenly, she touched Yi Yuan's head like she was crazy, then touched her own head. Not having a fever. SP, why do you keep talking nonsense? Do you think that the 10 great divine kings are your family's little doggy? You make him come, and he comes, make him go, and he goes? To martial artists, the 10 great divine kings were invincible existences. No one dared to provoke at all. This bunch of characters who stood at the apex of the divine realm, who dared to become conceited and gesture at them on what to do. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Elder sister, just have to pass. S the message. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm look, Caillou could not help guessing. Could it be that Yi Yuan could really strike up a relations? H.I. plus P with the soul martial divine king? But how is this possible? All right then, say it. But I dare not guarantee that the Chamber of Commerce, Sup1/Sup, will agree to your request. Caillou said, provoking the 10 great divine kings was something that each faction was unwilling to do. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was naturally no exception either. Not only was each and every one of the 10 great divine kings' strength perversely formidable, their temperaments each had their quirks too, very hard to grasp. Any unhappiness, and that was an apocalyptic calamity. Relax, the Chamber of Commerce will agree. Yi Yuan said. The Chamber of Commerce was just sing on information. There was no loss to the Chamber of Commerce. These 2 kinds of Tier 5 pill formulas, Yi Yuan only gave half. The remainder half, they would naturally be given only after the matter was completed. Yi Yuan believed that the Chamber of Commerce would not be able to withstand the temptation of these two kinds of Tier 5 medicinal pills at all. Caillou looked Yi Yuan with glinting eyes and discovered that she could see through this youth less and less. "What kind of message to pass on?" Caillou said curiously. "Returning to hanging on the tree before the grave, sup, 2/sup, knowing one's heart eternally. Tell him these words. He'll naturally refine the pill." Yi Yuan said, "Returning to hanging on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally." Caillou ruminated for a long time and did not understand what these words meant either. The matter was agreed upon, so Yi Yuan naturally did not stay as well, planning to get up and leave. "Young Lord Yi, you have to come and take a look at elder sister in the future often. Don't let elder sister long for you," Caillou said bashfully. But the current Caillou was clearly not that relaxed like at first. People with discerning eyes could tell with one look that Caillou actually felt even more pressure when facing Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Elder sister rest assured. Yi Yuan will naturally drop by when I'm free. However, this heavenly terminal meridian physique of elder sister, indulging in carnal desires, is just quenching thirst with poison. Elder sister has to take it easy." A smile was still hanging on Caillou's face earlier, but at this time, her expression changed drastically, and she said stammeringly, "How did you know that I'm of the heavenly terminal meridian physique?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder sister's deeds, I've still heard before a little. If not for the heavenly terminal meridian physique, how can you possibly jinx your husbands to death one after another? Unless you require the strong yang qi in their bodies." Caillou was thoroughly defeated and said with a bitter smile, "Do you think that elder sister wants it? But the heavenly terminal meridian physique is a renowned terminal physique. What other ways do I have? There are no absolutes in the world. Heavenly terminal meridian physique might not be a terminal ailment either." Yi Yuan said, "Those possessing this heavenly terminal meridian physique were all females, and their date of birth and 8 characters of horoscope were all yin. They lacked yang qi in their bodies congenitally. This was also a type of spirit physique, but an extremely dangerous kind of spirit physique. People in possession of this sort of spirit physique were completely unaware of their own spirit physique in their early years. But after the first time they engaged in coitus, the spirit physique would abruptly erupt, requiring to absorb the yang qi of a man continuously to live. Before long, the man's yang qi would be absorbed entirely, and they would naturally die. Hence, that was why Caillou would jinx several husbands to death. At first, she felt that it was odd too. But later, only after asking the Chamber of Commerce's high-level alchemists, did she know that it was because she was of the heavenly terminal meridian physique. But this action of absorbing men's yang qi was like quenching thirst with poison. The yin qi within Caillou's body would get increasingly heavier and eventually die. Caillou being so bewitching was actually something that could not be helped either. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, it was like Caillou grasped a final piece of life-saving straw. "Young Lord Yi, why you have a solution?" Caillou said agitatedly. "One's personal affairs, one would be aware." Caillou knew that she had 1 foot in the grave already. But now, Yi Yuan gave her hope. Chapter 820, Heaven and Earth Staff Art. Chapter 820, Heaven and Earth Staff Art. Heavenly terminal meridian physique is after all caused by the yin qi within the body being overly excessive. Wanting to reach yin-yang harmony, one naturally needs yang qi. A small amount of yang qi is simply unable to relieve the yin qi in your body and will instead induce the propagation of even more yin qi. With so many years, your spirit physique has already reached the limits. Elder sister is right at youthful age. Wouldn't pious sing like this be pitiable? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Not that Yi Yuan was mocking Caillou. Her age was naturally much older than Yi Yuan's, but among martial artists, she had merely just reached middle age too. In fact, it really was not considered very old. Caillou said with a bitter smile, "Young Lord Yi, This lowly one is at most considered a middle-aged woman who is still attractive. How am I right at a youthful age? But letting this lowly one S on right now, I'm extremely unwilling. If young lord ye really has ways to save me, this lowly one is willing to do anything for you. As she said, Caillou prostrated herself in wars. I plus P. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped her up and said, Elder sister is also considered to have looked after this young lord. That day, if not for elder sister, I wouldn't have obtained the Star Moon sword either. This favor, it naturally has to be returned. Caillou naturally did not know the Star Moon sword's significance to Yi Yuan. She lent Yi Yuan 1 billion Earth Essence crystals on account of the gold token. But to Yi Yuan, it had extraordinary meaning. Caillou was just about to speak, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. Yi Yuan said, This method to resolve it isn't considered much to me either. No harm in teaching elder sister. The heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique is a congenital terminal physique. There's only one way if you want to resolve it. That is birthing yang from extreme Yin. Elder sister can find a land of extreme Yin and absorb the extreme Yin chi in it with all your power. After 9 by 9, 81 days, the heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique will be eliminated on its own. Caillou was stunned. See, can this work? What the heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique feared most was Yin chi. But Yi Yuan made her hunt for a land of extreme Yin. This made her somewhat doubtful. Lands of extreme Yin were extremely dangerous places to normal people, let alone her, this heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique. Caillou was even worried that she would croak right after entering the land of extreme Yin. Yi Yuan naturally saw through Caillou's suspicions, but said with a smile, If elder sister trusts this young lord, you can feel free to give it a try. If you don't believe, just take it as if this young lord never said it. As he said, Yi Yuan left immediately. That was all he had. How Caillou chose, it was her own matter. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, Caillou could still struggle for at most a year. Just leaving the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, he saw Yang Shao running over in urgent haste. Young lord, not good. No idea where this old man and also a youth came from, saying they want to challenge our Holy Land's young geniuses. Pei Kun went up and was knocked down by that youth in a single staff blow. Right now, Nailan Hong is currently in the heat of battle with him, and looks like he's going to lose soon. Yang Shao said. Yi Yuan was stunned, but then he asked, Then why are you completely fine? Yang Shao said with a mocking smile that youth was too formidable. I knew I wasn't match at first sight. Wait, no, I have a more important mission. That is to come and inform you. Yi Yuan said helplessly, You this fellow, really shameless. Go on, lead the way. When Yi Yuan rushed there, a large group of people already surrounded the plaza. The Holy Hall elders and the 10 great elders were actually all present. Chun Xin saw that Yi Yuan arrived and said in a solemn voice, This youth has such formidable strength. It's a complete drubbing against Nailan Chu. Also, that old man, his strength is unfathomable. I can't see through it all. Yi Yuan did not even look and said, No need to guess. That old man is definitely Dao Profound Realm without a doubt. Furthermore, his realm isn't low. If not for so, how can Blackwind possibly not even dare to show his face? If that old man's strength was not powerful, Blackwind should have come out long ago at this point. Right now, Blackwind did not even dare to show his face. Very clearly, he already sensed this old man's might. Yi Yuan looked over towards the youth and Nailan Hong who were entangled in battle. His expression could not help changing. Bang! Right at that very moment, that youth struck Nailan Hong with a staff blow, directly smacking him down from the air. As so strong. This youth's age is at most about the same as young lord's, but his strength overwhelms Nailan Hong. His staff technique has probably already reached the 4th stage of supreme, true intent, right? Such terrifying talent. He's likely not at all inferior compared to young lord either. Where on earth did a freak like this pop out from? The youth's strength made everyone suck in a cold breath. An existence like Nailan Hong was actually completely suppressed. The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully, "You really can't take a beating. Little lord, I haven't even exerted my full power yet, and you got beaten down. This white valiant region's young geniuses are really too garbage. Hey, Grandpa's son, this is the last one, right? Can we change places already or not? There's still half a year's time. Fighting with opponents like this is really so boring." Oh, young Master Tong's staff technique has improved a level further. If Master knows that young Master's improvement is so quick, he'd definitely be very happy. Grandpa's son said with an amiable smile. "Tisk, Master, he clearly looks down on me, insisting on making me come to such a remote place, finding whatever genius martial artist to train. A lousy place like the White Valiant region. What geniuses are there? I think they're more like a bunch of nitwits. Just now this one could still take some beating. You look at those whatever young lords we encountered previously, all smacked down by me with one staff blow. Truly good for nothing," the youth said disdainfully. The two people chatted as if no one else was present, having utterly no respect for everyone. Han Feng, Zhang Tianyi, these young geniuses, each and every one of their faces revealed expressions of extreme unwillingness to submit, dared to feel indignant, but dared not to speak. This young Master Tong was too strong. Even Nailan Hong was defeated. They were not his match at all. Furthermore, young Master Tong's words made each and every one of them incredibly terrified. Hearing the meaning in these words, they had already challenged many holy lands in succession, and the young lords of those holy lands were actually all defeated at his hands. Along the way, just how many young lords fell under his staff? That youth suddenly swept towards the crowd and asked again, "Is there still anyone stronger? Little lord, I became somewhat spirited from fighting. Hand are a little itchy." "Oh, right, your young lord doesn't seem to have come out yet. Where's he?" Everyone's faces changed, but no one spoke. Clearly, they were not willing to reveal Yi Yuan's whereabouts. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly arrived in front of the youth and said with a smile, "I'll do it." The youth shot Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Boundless realm? Are you here to be funny? When little lord, I strike down with a staff blow, your little life will be gone." "I'm the young lord," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "You? The young lord?" The youth finally looked Yi Yuan in the eye and discovered that Yi Yuan was more or less his age. The youth swept another glance over the expressions on everyone's faces and knew that Yi Yuan was not lying. He was really the Crimson Afterglow, Holy Land's young lord. A boundless realm becoming the young lord. Are you kidding? The youth could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan again and suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Even a boundless realm can become the young lord. Your holy land is really interesting. However, I won't pull any punches. If I use too much power, haha," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "No need to hold back. Let me have a good look at the power of the Heaven and Earth Staff art." Chapter 821, Utter Deciphered. Chapter 821, Utter deciphered. The others still did not feel anything, but these old man and youth's expressions changed drastically when they heard that. "How do you know the Heaven and Earth Staff art?" the youth said with a shocked look. "Oh, it's just a set of staff technique. What thought about knowing it?" Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "A set of staff technique? Only? Haha, really shameless boasting. You aren't thinking that you're impressive for recognizing the Heaven and Earth Staff art, right? Just a measly little boundless realm. And your tone isn't small," the youth said with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he was very displeased with Yi Yuan's attitude. This Heaven and Earth Staff art was the consummate skill his master became famed for. The power was unparalleled, and Yi Yuan's voice was actually filled with belittlement. How could he be pleased? Yi Yuan said indifferently when he heard this. "I naturally don't think that I'm very impressive, but I also don't feel that a set of staff technique is very amazing." "Insolent thing. Do you know what kind of person imparted young Master Tong this set of staff technique?" That one sentence utterly enraged Grandpa Sunday. An appalling pressure undulated out, making everyone's hair stand on its end. Thou profound realm. Indeed, an emperor-level powerhouse. Just what background are these old man and youth? Such a powerful martial artist has never been seen before in the White Valiant region. Could it be that they came from other regions? Why do I feel that this old man's pressure seems to be even stronger than the Holy Lord's? The might of this old man before their eyes greatly said everyone's expectations. In front of this old man, they actually could not muster up the slightest desire to resist. They even had a feeling that this old man was even stronger than the Holy Lord. Tao Profound Realm was extremely mysterious. After advancing to Tao Profound Realm, it was like entering another world for martial artists. It was completely different from previous cultivation realms. Don't look at how the White Valiant region had so many genius martial artists. Those able to break through to Tao Profound Realm were only that meager few people. The difficulty of breaking through to Tao Profound Realm was even harder than adding up all of the realms prior to it. Therefore, the moment this old man became furious, it was as if heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Yi Yuan's sword intent slowly opened up, as if adding a protective screen for himself. No matter how powerful Grandpa Sun's pressure was, it was unable to change his countenance the least bit too. Perhaps Yi Yuan would be finished off in a single blow in front of Grandpa Sun, but using 5th stage Supreme True Intent to withstand this kind of pressure was sufficient. Sensing Yi Yuan's sword intent, the youth's expression changed due to it. 5th stage Supreme Sword Intent. I really didn't think that in a remote and backward place like this, there's actually still such a monster. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, if this is your capital for being arrogant, I'm afraid that it's still not enough. The youth said in great surprise. Humph. So what if 5th stage Supreme True Intent? To dare insult the heaven and earth staff art. Let this old servant kill him for young master. Grandpa Sun's killing intent was bared. Wait a minute. This boy's age is similar to mine, but the true intent boundary he comprehended is actually even higher than mine. He is worthy for this young master to make a move. He actually dares to look down on the heaven and earth staff art. So let this young master kill him with this staff technique. It's also considered a worthy death. As he said, the youth swung the staff. A powerful staff intent immediately gushed out. Boy, you have the qualifications to know this young master's name. Remember, this young master is called Luo Tong. Luo Tong did not say another word, directly treating the staff as a whip, striking down at the top of Yi Yuan's skull. This blow had overwhelming power, and the speed was abnormally fast. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, too, directly drawing out the Star Moon sword. His wrist shook, and the long sword trembled, and it actually swung away Luo Tong's staff directly. Terrific boy. Have some capability. Eat this young master's staff again. Total annihilation. This move was similarly incomparably powerful, but it was actually like Yi Yuan saw through Luo Tong's staff technique in advance. The Star Moon sword was waiting there long ago, sweeping the staff away easily again. Life and death by a thread. No restrictions. Heavenly steed soaring the skies. Luo Tong's staff technique was uninhibited, and its power was extremely grand, making everyone's hearts palpitate with fear and anxiety. No wonder this Luo Tong could sweep across all of the White Valiant region's geniuses. His strength was completely not on the same level as the White Valiant region's geniuses. Under his staff shadows, one virtually could not see leeway for Yi Yuan to retaliate. The hearts of each and every one in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land leaped to their throats, all breaking into a sweat with fright for their young lord. Looking at this situation currently, he totally did not use all his power dealing with Nalan Hong earlier. If it was these moves in front of them, Nalan Hong probably could not even block a single move. For young lord to be able to persist until now was already extremely impressive. But at this time, Grandpa Sun's expression was becoming increasingly ugly by the side. He was a Tao Profound Realm martial artist. His perception was entirely not what ordinary people could compare to. Luo Tong looked like he took the upper hand completely, but actually he was at a disadvantageous position all along. If not for Yi Yuan being a major cultivation realm lower than Luo Tong would have already lost long ago at this moment. This Yi Yuan seemed to be extremely familiar with the heaven and earth staff art. Every move and stance of Luo Tong's was seen through by Yi Yuan. Each of Yi Yuan's attacks was extremely skillfully executed. It did not even expend much essence energy. But his points of attack were all the weak points in Luo Tong's staff art each time, making Luo Tong extremely bitter. If Yi Yuan's essence energy was sufficient, he could even defeat Luo Tong in one move. How is this possible? The Heaven and Earth staff art is a Tier 9 martial technique. Master relied on it to cultivate to the Divine King realm. Its power is peerlessly formidable. Young Master Tong has already obtained Master's true inheritance. Even if he doesn't reach his level, it's also impossible to be utterly deciphered by a boundless realm, right? Grandpa Sun was incomparably shocked in his heart. He was totally unable to imagine that a Divine King level staff art was actually cracked thoroughly like this without an unscathed patch of skin. Just what was the background of this youth in front of him? No wonder he recognized the Heaven and Earth staff art with one glance. Looks like he was extremely familiar with this set of staff technique. He was even perfectly aware of the staff art's flaws. Just what is going on here? That youth clearly takes the absolute upper hand, but he just can't defeat young Lord. Who? What's your meaning here? Could it be that you hope for young Lord Yi to be defeated at other people's hands? How can that be? I only feel that it's strange. Seems like young Lord Yi has been using essence energy to battle all along up until now, and didn't employ the power of his fleshy body at all. If he utilizes the strength of his fleshy body, it shouldn't be this sort of situation. With you saying it like this, it's really somewhat odd. But speaking of which, who can see through young Lord Yi? In a twinkle, 400 to 500 rounds, Pa S said. The more they fought, the stranger everyone felt. Their concern towards Yi Yuan became increasingly lesser too. From the very beginning, Luo Tong took the absolute upper hand. But after 400 to 500 rounds, he still had not defeated Yi Yuan. There must be some fists. I plus Ness in it. Clank. Another crisp sound transmitted over. The two figures finally separated. Luo Tong gripped the staff tightly, panting heavily for air, and was actually somewhat out of breath. Clearly, the essence energy expenditure was immense. In contrast, Yi Yuan stood there calmly, like he was completely fine.